Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black Book. You know what time it is. We are giving you guys a lovely super fans live around Married at First Sight. Rah, the room is full, I can tell. We are talking to you guys about episode 13. It was a Mazzoline. Yes, we saw some crazy stuff go down in Married at First Sight, episode 13. I know many of you are crazy thinking about Chris and what kind of madness he went through and what he said about Paige. You know, I know you're feeling some type of way. I know you're feeling some type of way. Listen, I know it's mad, yeah? I know it's mad, but you know what? It's a Mazzoline. We are going to deal with it. We're going to let you guys also have your particular say. We're going to let you guys also have your particular, words that you want to drop on the Chris and the Paige situation. It's about to get mad, okay? It's about to get mad. So, as always, guys, first of all, do me a favor. There's 120 of you guys. I want you guys to like this live, yeah? And anybody else who's coming in, encourage them to like the live. We want to continue to get them to continue to do what we're doing. Do what we're doing. You understand? Yeah? I'm feeling vibalicious today. You understand? I'm feeling vibalicious today. All right, cool. So, I've got to do my quick 5-minute recap, and then I'm going to put my link on the screen for you guys to be able to get in touch so you can also join the live. All right. But so let me break down the whole situation. First of all, there was Bri and Vincent. Bri and Vincent had a Mazzoline moment. I mean, the whole conversation around the budget situation was really, it was insightful. And the reason why it was insightful is because couples go through this where they have to be able to budget and break down what they spend on a regular basis. Let me move the mic away from me, slightly close to me. Right? Couples have to always break down what they spend on a regular basis. And when I saw $9,000, I said I saw 9,000 a month. 9,000 a month. I said, a what? 9,000 a month. I said, rotted cuz. I was like, okay, cool. And the majority of the finances, obviously £3,000 were going into savings. Some money was going into, entertainment, personal, free time and stuff like that. And I actually we didn't know what, we didn't know what the income was, so it's very hard to be able to say this is outlandish or this is too much or this is not enough, right? Even myself, when I look at my own finances, when it comes to personal expenditure in terms of going out, obviously now COVID is in here, it's a bit different. But when COVID wasn't around, my initial particular finances was run about £75, £100, sometimes £150 for entertainment. So if my budget alone for myself, and that's when I was on 20k, right? I was on 20k, bruv. Right? I was on 20k and I was having a budget of £150 entertainment, because you got to go out, you got to go see people, you're going to go for dinners. Like, it actually begins to add up. You don't realize. So when she said £405 for entertainment, I said, I don't find it that difficult. The hair situation, as you know, as a black woman, your hair, $250. I said $250 a month is even good. $250 a month is even good. If you're a black woman, $250 is even good, right? I remember people asking for a certain amount of money for wigs. $250 is a wig in UK, but $250 wouldn't even get you a wig in America. I know that for sure. When I hear this, so already I already know that that wasn't much. £400 on £400 on entertainment. I said, nah, man, that's not even much. What for nails, hair, makeups, bruv, look at $400 a month. I said, that's a small amount. In fact, she's been good. I'm not gonna lie to you. I said she's been good, because like a lot of those things, they take a lot of money for personal care. Like, I think as a man, maybe sometimes if you don't speak to women often, especially black women, in terms of what they spend on just staying and looking good, you will be shocked, bro. you will be shocked. You understand? So when I saw I said 250. I said, you see, someone said, look at this. Someone said 250 for a wig. Maybe a bundle or two, not a wig. Exactly. So in America, it's a bit different. In America, it's slightly different to the UK market. The UK market, 250 can get you a wig. £300 will get you a wig. Nice, decent wig, with good quality. But I understand in America, you know, you're looking at probably close to £1,000, etc., 1,000 or one rack for a bit of hair. Yeah. And so I think that's why when he was looking at the budget, I was looking at it going, I know 9K is a lot of money, but I was looking at it like, yeah, brother, I was like, bro, listen, you might want to chill a little bit on, I know you want to save money, but obviously, yes, I agree that because she had entertainment and clothes, as Krista Leonette put, she had entertainment and clothes, and that made it a bit awkward. So the clothes thing is obviously where it gets a little bit techie, because obviously the clothes thing was round about, what was that, £350 for clothing or whatever she started at? Was it £350 she started at first, right? And so, you know, that already, I was like, okay, cool. Maybe that's an area that can change, right? Clothing, because that you know, clothing can be reused. You don't need to always go out for you don't have to use the same. You don't have to, you know, spend expensive money on clothing. So that was one area, right? Which, you know, probably could save maybe 200. You know, maybe 150. You know what I'm saying, will be enough for that. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I got no problem with that. What I didn't see on the list, which I think made up for her 9K a month, was the fact that there was no rent on there. So if you notice, I actually added up all the tally, and I added it up, and it was around about $5,500. So actually there was like $4,000 missing off the list, and I think that was for rent. So I think the rent is probably where a lot of the money is. You know, so I think the rent is where a lot of the money goes to, because I got $3,000. Was there rent? I didn't see the rent. Where, guys? I didn't see the rent. How much was the rent? I didn't see the rent. The rent was $1,700. Oh, is it? They had rent $1,700. Where's the rest of the money going to, guys? we still got a shortfall of $2,300, right? We still got a shortfall of $2,300. Where's the rest of the money going to? That's what I'm trying to find out. Because it was 9K for the month. You know, I was like, blood. I was like, because I didn't think that was. I mean, so they put it together. I don't know if they put it together. I don't know if they put it together as in terms of. Okay, some people are saying that's the average rent. Okay, I don't know if they put it together, but I was like, bruv, like, there's money missing here, blood. Do you understand? So obviously, you know, I when I tallied it up, I said it's not really making sense. But you know, obviously at the same time, like I said, it really depends on their income. So what I would say is, you know, and Vincent's situation at the very, very end as well, him saying, obviously I don't want to go out. I want to be able to stay indoors. Bro, in what world? In what world? No. This is not me. You guys know I've been on Bri's neck pretty much all season. So when I'm saving her, you know, I didn't understand. Bro, you know, brother, you can still save money and still go out. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, you can still go out. And the amount of money that you guys are making, you know, I understood that, you know, going out maybe, you know, 300, 400 for the month. You know, you might go out 2 or 3 times. And it'd be costly to go out 2 or 3 times, you know what I'm saying? So I can understand that. Plus, as both your incomes coming together, I thought that, you know, maybe the dating budget could be a little bit more. It didn't have to be so shrink down. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I felt like I know he wanted to save money, but I think you just got to be able to be aware that you're not trying to do Japanese lean method of manufacturing your home, your life, man. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta have a little bit of enjoyment, and you're making good money. That's not to say to blow it. It's just saying that be open to it and be able to, you know, be open to the fact that, you know, you were able to, you know, be able to do stuff. Now, obviously, 9K. Bear in mind, it's actually 6K because 3K is going into savings. So 3K, if you take that off the 9, it's actually 6K. So it's actually 6K worth of outgoings in a sense, right? So, and I know people are saying obviously Vincent's broke. I don't know if that's 100% because if you looked at the spreadsheet at the very top, if you calculated it, or if you calculated 9,000 whatever times it by 12, you actually get the 91,000 figure. So I think that's what she's making. And then if you look at there's another figure next to it, which is 89,000. I think that is maybe his income, his outgoings each year as well. So I think they've both worked out their outgoings. They probably earn about the same amount of money. So I know that people are saying that Vincent's broke and everything like that. But I think on the spreadsheet, it might have looked like his particular income, or outgoing, sorry, should I say. So he if he's got those kind of outgoings, he more than likely has that kind of money as well. So I don't think it's a broke issue. I think it's a how he looks at money type of issue. He said it from the early jump, he wanted to stay indoors and everything like that. But, we got to be able to do other things, man. You know what I'm saying? We can't stay indoors all day, bro. Like, COVID is happening, yes, but after COVID, my friend, we got to be able to do other things, right? Stay hydrated. And then, obviously, as well, we have the situation with whatchamacallit. Sorry, my name's got on my head. We had Chris. Oh no, well, I'll release that because I don't want to talk to you there. We had Chris and Paige. Chris, do you know what? Chris showed his narcissistic vibes to the hilt. Chris showed his narcissistic vibes to the absolute hilt. I mean, the guy didn't hold back. My man was pretty much laughing, catching jokes, bantering about the fact that about how he treated Paige. And I think that just showed a level of narcissistic vibe, which, again, I think he's already shown this, but I think today confirmed it. And the fact that Dr. Pepper also said it as well, it's quite jaw dropping. She literally came out of the box and said, "Listen, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be honest with you. That guy's a narcissist." Now, when we admit that he is a narcissist, so will you admit that Chris is a colorist now? There was nothing that was pointing towards her. He just said he didn't like her face. I don't like her face. It's not a colorist move. I just don't think she's that pretty for me. So I'm not attracted to that. Do you understand? So that doesn't mean it necessarily is that he's a colorist. He just doesn't find her attractive. But again, that's a whole box of conversation. But Chris evidently really did give it to Paige. And if Paige by now hasn't heard, that that he doesn't like her, surely by now this should be the thing in your head, right, that says, actually, I'm not going there ever. You know what I'm saying? Right? We're not going there ever. And so that in itself, it should be the sign that goes, I give up. There shouldn't be any other conversation after this. Like, my man said these things, right? Exactly, boys. Yeah, she's not ugly. Paige is not ugly. It's just not for me. It should never ever be thinking that that she should be able to go back here. There shouldn't even be a conversation after this. Like, he's done. He's done. You know what I'm saying? And so in that particular case, I hope Paige has learned her lesson, which I know she hasn't, because we saw the clips of the last episode, and she's letting him talk for her. Why? I don't know. Sis, you said you're gonna do better, and since then we haven't seen you do better. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a massive lead, man. That's a lead. Oh man. Man, it's a mess. So, for me, why is everyone always calling Chris a colorist? See, this is why I say, look, women, how you look at men, how men look at women, he doesn't think she's attractive. It's that simple. And he's a narcissist. So it doesn't matter what happens. He doesn't find her attractive, bruv. Like, do you know what I'm saying? He don't like her face, bro. Like, he doesn't find her attractive. I find some of the weirdest girls attractive. I'll be honest with you, yeah? I find some of the weirdest girls attractive. So I'll be honest with you. I'll be clean cut with it. Like, so it's just sometimes people just don't find a person attractive. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes just leave it as they don't find the person attractive. Do you understand? Sometimes they just don't find the person attractive. It's mad annoying when every time everything has got to be it's because she's dark skinned. It's like, bruv, no, he doesn't find her attractive, you know. But anyway, okay, cool. You know, of course, yeah, Crystal. Of course, it was. It was definitely disrespectful to do that. Definitely disrespectful. You know, it's definitely disrespectful, and he's been doing that all season. But this is again, you know, after the first one where she got duped. After that, after that, you know, after that, it didn't make it. It didn't make a difference. Like, after once he slept with her, she should have left it alone. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, she shouldn't even entertain it. She shouldn't even have, like, after he slept with her and said, "I don't find you attractive," you should leave it alone, right? But then you drag it on, drag it on, drag it on, drag it on. I hope there's no sex going on now. Do you feel what I'm saying? Like, it's just mad. Like, now it makes me think, even the Mercedes beef, you know, she had energy for Dr. Pepper to tell her, oh, I don't know why she brought in, this particular person, why he brought her ex in, and, you know, and why he wanted me to meet her. But sis, you went to meet her. Like, you went to meet her. Do you know what I mean? You went to meet her. So, like, why did you go to meet her? If you weren't on it, do you know what I'm saying? I love this comment. Exactly. Yes, you can sleep with some people and not find them attractive. It's that simple. Men are like that. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, cool. And then we had, obviously, Hailey and Jacob. Bruv, the less said, the better, to be honest. Hailey and Jacob. I don't know what to say about these two. Like, you know, I actually do feel for Hailey in some sense. Every week, I switch. First of all, Jacob was looking like a spice, bruv. And I'm happy to always compliment men when they look good. Today, he was looking like a spice. You know, when you had that suit on, I said he looked like James Bond, looking like, you know, Daniel Craig, coming out here looking all rough, rugged, but with a clean cut look, looking like he's ready for the Armani thing. I said, hey, you know what I'm saying? I said, all right, cool. You know, I like it. You know, and I was like, yeah, do you know what? It's mad. I liked what the look was. I just didn't like the trouser point. Like, I don't understand why he's wearing that sexy coat on and then wearing the jeans underneath it, bro. Why are we doing this? Yeah? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why are we doing this? Like, why are we doing the jacket with the jeans, sir? All right, it was looking good. The camera shouldn't have panned down. It was looking good. He was looking, you know, looking all suited and booted. I said, guy looking all fresh. You understand? I said, yeah, dog. Loving it. And then we obviously had he had some conversations with Dr. Clara and Dr. Pepper. I mean, to be honest, their conversation, there's nothing, this is not going anywhere. I'm going to be honest with you, it's not going anywhere because, I'll be honest with you, Jacob is, he's funny, but he's not got no game in it. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, the way he talks, I see why Hailey's struggling. If I asked you some questions, I expect you to expand and then ask those questions back. He's not really giving her that, you know. So I do understand why she may be suffering a little bit as well. I mean, Jacob's, he's always going to get after. He's a good looking guy. He's a sound guy. You know what I'm saying? I already said this. If they clear out his colon because all the steak he's been eating is going to go to his ass. But if they clear that out, he's amazing. You know what I'm saying? Amazing. We also had as well. We also had a situation with. We also had a situation with also Ryan and Clara. I'm confused. Ryan, how do you not know if Clara was feeling hot blood? How do oh man. Like, how do you not know that, man? You know what I mean? Like, how do you not know the girl's on fire, bro? Then it made me realize when she was talking to Pastor Cal, she also wasn't being honest, and I realized, okay, she's not also being honest with Dr. Cal, which means she's not been honest with Ryan as well. So though you're telling all your girls like, I'm hot, you're actually not explaining yourself to Ryan as well. So that's why he's not aware of why you feel the way you're feeling, because you're on fire, girl. Right, you're on fire. You know, you're already on fire. You know, it's you know. So I was like, oh, okay, I get it, I hear you, but you know, for me it was just a situation where I was just like, look, at the end of the day, Ryan, you've got to make it very, very clear as to why you are not letting go of the goods. This whole, you know, I'm waiting for it to click thing it's not making no sense now. Yeah, something is not adding up. Oh, Ryan said he knew her feelings on Unfiltered. This is why I need to get Unfiltered. I've got no episodes on Unfiltered. This time I don't know what it is. They didn't give us no episodes on Unfiltered. But you know, they need to really you know, get to grips with Ryan, because he's still not explaining exactly why he's waiting. Like, we don't know why exactly he's waiting. Does anybody know why he's waiting exactly? We don't know exactly why he's waiting. He's never really, even today when they asked him, he's still not 100% clear. You know, he's still not 100% clear. So something is not quite right. He's hiding. Yes, he's hiding something, Sid. He's hiding something, and he's not telling us exactly what it is. Hey, Sid, your profile pic is fire still. Listen, anyway, let me stop. So, you know, he's hiding something. And so, for me, it's frustrating because, you know, you're not allowing your girl to get the full experience of what from you. And if you really feel a type of way about it, explain to her what's going through your mind. Like, there's almost this facade that they keep doing where they put on this, we're really great. Yeah, sure, we're great. We're amazing. Yeah, we're good. We're amazing. Yeah. We're amazing. Yeah, fantastic. Come on. Yeah, amazing. Great. Yeah. And it's like, but then it's like, bro, like you didn't know that your girl was firing. You didn't know, and then you're not explaining why you're not firing. You know. Someone said it's posted on YouTube. Samson, it's not posted on YouTube for UK people. I can't see it. Someone needs to record the shows for me and pass it to me so I can do this, guys. Yeah. Somebody be that good Samaritan. Record it, send it to me so I can get it. Send it to my email. You understand? Download it and send it to me, to my email. Amen? Yeah? Do that for me, guys. All right, cool. And then, yeah, and then also we had finally as well, Eric and Virginia. Eric and Virginia are really interesting. As I said this on my last review about listen, hey, Life of Bodge. I saw the picture of Sid. I said, whoa, I said, you know how beautiful in this chat here. Anyway, let me concentrate. Listen, you know, when I saw obviously Eric and Virginia talking, one of the things that was really interesting listening to them talk was the fact that, as much as I said that Eric is controlling, right? But there is aspects of Eric which I was like, okay, at a point where it's the way he delivers his lines that I'm really concerned by. But the other aspect is what I said in my last episode, which I said, Virginia's got an aspect of control here too. How is it that you can go out 4 weeks how can you every weekend not want to see your man, but see your friends every single weekend? That for me says that you're separating yourself. You know what I'm saying, right? It's a method of holding on to oneself and one independence, but it actually stops the person from getting close to you as well. Not only that as well, the alcoholism as well, the fact that he didn't say it. He didn't mention it. And when he did mention it today, she looked like she actually shut down the conversation towards the end. So I said the same thing that Eric is maybe controlling overtly, right? Eric is overtly controlling. At the same time, I really believe that, you know, Virginia's got her own way of dealing with the issues as well, that she knows how to also control her narrative as well. So it's just not as overt. But anyway, that's my little breakdown. Let me get some people on the board. Let me get my brand up so that you guys can see. Send me an email as well. Where's my thing here? Married at First Sight. Feeling hot. Dun dun. All right, cool. Cool. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna send the links out to you guys so you can go and jump on board. Come and give us your say. Come and give us your particular rendition, what you think of the particular show, and episode 13. Come and jump aboard, and we're gonna have a nice little discussion for the next hour or so. We're gonna run over a little bit in terms of time. Apologize, but you know how it goes, isn't it? To get me, I think I've meant to send a link to someone. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Some people always want to come through. We've got Graham too. All right, beautiful stuff. Got some people in the background already. So listen, do not send me an email 4 hours later, guys, when the show is done, saying you want to be on the show. Guys, please. Like, I said it last week and I still got emails. Guys, we've got 1 hour. You got 1 hour. It's the open floor. 1 hour. We have what? 1 hour. Let me put it on here. Okay, 1 hour open floor discussion. Yeah, for anybody. Yeah, 1 hour open floor discussion for anybody. Okay, let's just this 1 hour open floor discussion for anybody. Do not send me an email after an hour asking whether you can join, because I'm gonna have it ignored. Okay, right? So I'm gonna get some people on and let's get the conversation flowing. Someone said, Coach, are you single? I am single, but I'm married to where the money resides, guys. I am married to where the money resides, okay, guys? I'm married to where the money resides, guys. Okay, this is the open floor discussion, guys. It's the hour where we get to have anybody come and have their say. By the way, if I have too many emails, what I will do is I'll have to start moving people along. So I might have to, they won't, you know what I mean? I'll just get people moving on the conveyor belt, right? Because sometimes we have a lot of people waiting. But let's get the conversation flowing, baby. Let's get the conversation flowing. Let's get the conversation going. Let's get it up there. Let's get it flowing. Do you feel what I'm saying? All right, cool. Let's get it popping. All right, let's get it going. Let's get it going. Okay, I've got your Tinder, I've got Linda, I've got a couple of guys here. Yes, guys. Yes, guys. Hello. You got your Tunde here, Linda. I've got the nurse and the nerd. Love that name. Cool. How's everybody doing? I'll go nurse and nerd. How you lot doing? You good, yeah?
Good, blessed and highly favored. Thanks for having us on.
No worries at all, man. It's good to have you guys on as well, and share your thoughts as well. Your Tunde, Linda. Hey to you guys as well. How you lot doing? You good, yeah?
Hi. How are you?
Good. Appreciate you lot. So, obviously, you know what? I don't know. Nurse and nerd, talk to me. I don't know who you want to talk about first. Who would you like to step up to the batting plate?
Okay. Let's start with Eric and Virginia.
Okay, cool.
I don't understand why she was accusing Eric of being controlling when all he's really asking is to be mindful that she's married and that certain lines have to be drawn. And then she went even further and then was talking to her, I believe her sister or her aunt, saying that, oh, Eric reminds her of her father's political views. Like, how do you combine what is really going on with your marriage that you keep having bumps in versus political views? Like, where do you get that from?
For the political views, I'm like, well, is your father a R word? You know, it's like, well, in a sense, you're trying to say his social ideas and things of that sort. And two, I don't know if you guys remember, but when Eric had discussed Chris, I was very uncomfortable. Yes, Chris was coming at him very aggressive. But the way he made it seem as if though Chris was an angry black man, and it's not like Chris was just an idiot, which he was an idiot. But it kind of made me, now that she's saying this political views that Eric has, I'm like, oh, well, what does Eric say, when the cameras are off? What are the conversations being held? But even with the whole Paige situation, I really just want Paige to find self-esteem. Whatever she left the self-esteem at, I want her to go pick it up. Paige is gorgeous. Paige is awesome. And I also do agree with you. I don't find that what Chris said about Paige to be colorist. I'm a dark-skinned woman. I don't find it to be colorist. Chris is a trash man. He's a waste man. Really? That waste man would have never, ever, any woman, regardless of how she look or whatever, that woman would have never given Chris the time of day to even sniff the opportunity to sniff her, let alone you allowing this man to be able to have his way with your body. And then for him to turn around, and it's a lesson for women. At the end of the day, some men can sleep with anything that's walking. It doesn't mean that they're attracted to you, and it doesn't mean that they see value in you, that they even want to be with you. So when some people, they're like, oh, well, there's a man that's in my DM that thinks that I'm fine. He's just want to get in your drawers. That doesn't mean he sees anything in you. So even with that being said, it's just overall, like Babe said about the whole Eric and Virginia thing, as we saw with production, they always made sure they had a cup in her hand. It was always that clip. There's always a cup. So
I appreciate you. Tunde, jump in. Jump in, you Tunde.
So the one thing that frustrates me a lot right now is like all the slander Paige is getting. If not for Chris, no one would be going in on Paige the way they are. What I will say, And it finally clicked to me this week why every time Chris opens his mouth to say something about Paige, why it offends me and bothers me so much. One, because not only I'm not my sister's keeper, I'm also my sister. But on top of that, between Paige and Chris, they're equally low yoked in looks. No one is like, if you look at both of them, it's not there. It's not a situation of Chris being the next Tyson Beckford or being Idris Elba or being Brad Pitt. Like, Chris is not that, he's not that attractive, at least not to me and not to anybody I've talked to. I don't know any woman who will walk past Chris and give him a second glance. Maybe if his personality is good enough, he might be able to get a woman. But people like one of the things he's like worried about, like women wanting him for his money, because he's dating seriously out of his league. So as much as he's sitting there going in on Paige and saying she's not attractive and blah 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 blah, Chris is like, we're not looking at a model. Like Chris, when I look at Chris, I'm not looking at a model. So all of that stuff is extremely offensive. It is colorist. It's not only colorist, it's also feature. So it's a layer of colorism, which is featureism. When he's saying, I don't like her facial features, her facial features are black. Like, she has her nose a little wider, her lips are a little bigger. The structure of her face, a lot of that are like, she's unambiguously black. There's no part of Paige, like somebody I was chatting with online was talking about like Amani from last season, but Amani has like a softer texture of hair. Her body is way more petite. Amani is, while she's black, she has some more Eurocentric features. So, I mean, as much as Chris is just annoying, and honestly, I need to leave him in the trash where he belongs. As far as like Eric and Virginia, I feel like on this show they're saying, they say social views and what do they say? Social views and political leanings. That's just their way to say certain things without saying it. I'm sure in that household, which is like why Virginia finds it hard to really give so much of herself to Eric, he's probably, anti-gay rights. He's probably all the women's issues, all the major social issues that like Virginia holds dear to her heart. I'm almost 100% positive that Eric is anti that. And when she's saying like her father, Virginia definitely had issues with her father. If I'm not mistaken, she said her father abandoned her for a long time. And it wasn't until like her mother moved out of town that she was able to come back and like reconnect with her father. So when she's like saying, like my dad, for her, that has like a little bit of a negative connotation. And they're using words. And because of course they don't want to say a woman's right to choose and trans rights and LGBTQIA rights. They don't want to say those things on this show because then it would turn the show towards, it'll be more political. They say political views and social issues. And I don't blame Virginia for not wanting to give so much of herself to Eric, because I think she kind of sees that she's not safe with him. And even the sister kind of felt that. Are my kids okay being with him? That Eric is just like, not like they feel like he's going to abuse the kids, but like ultimately he can verbally, there's some toxicity within him that just does not work for that relationship. And I guess my last major point, with those two couples, with another couple, Haley and Jacob, for a second, I was leading with my ovaries and I was on Haley's side and I understood where she was. But watching this episode and seeing all the flashbacks, it was like kind of very, very clear how much Haley doesn't want to change anything and she doesn't want to do anything to be in a relationship. And her lying about being in a relationship with somebody for 5 years when she hasn't been in a relationship in 7 years. So when were you in this relationship? In kindergarten? Did your elementary school boyfriend, did that last 5 years? Like, when did this relationship happen that it lasted 5 years that you were able to have all of these issues? Ultimately, like what Dr. Pepper said was spot on. And she was pretty spot on this whole episode with a lot of her advice in the comments she was saying to the other couples, but I'm going to stop. I mean, I have a million things to say about everybody else, but I'm going to be quiet for a second so other people could talk.
That's cool. Appreciate you tonight. Guys, I'm going to have to limit everyone to 2 minutes because there's actually bare people waiting. Sorry, I do apologize. Usually I don't mind the open floor. People go as long as they want, but today there's actually so many people waiting, and so I want to try and get through as many people to come through as well. So everybody, 2 minutes. If you get to 2 minutes, I will cut you off. Just that simple. My bad. Linda, I've got Linda on. Linda, you're on there. 2 minutes counter. Honestly, I mean it, guys. Sorry, I'm going to be a bit mean today. Give us your take of who you want to speak about and hit us with something.
Okay, I'm going to make it quick. I decided my breath is really precious, and so I'm not going to waste it on the trash that we already know who his name is. So, but I am going to go in for 30 seconds on the trash parents, because both of them are trash. That was a failure at parenting. The dad was despicable, telling his soon-to-be wife, or his wife, that she needs to please him, and getting sexual, getting into a sexual discussion with her from day one. Absolute trash that set the tone for the entirety of their horrible relationship. The mom is also trash to sit there listening to a woman who's clearly heartbroken by the actions of her son, and to not stand up and do something for the woman that you see that's clearly hurting because of the actions of your own child. Is complete trash. So both of them suck. I do not like. Okay, all right, period. I said 30 seconds. All right, next, Virginia and Eric. I think he has his ways of, coming off controlling, but it's because he is dealing with someone who is actually very immature most of the time. She has aspects of maturity, but I think on a lot of the different issues that they have, she's very immature. You want to sleep on your friend's couch, right? And you, as a married woman, tell me what married man is going to be okay, or what married woman would be okay with her husband hanging out.
30 seconds, by the way. 30 seconds.
Okay. She wants to pencil her husband into the schedule, right? So he's supposed to figure out between your time with your friends, even though he's your husband, how he can fit and squeeze himself into your schedule, since you've got everything pending. It's just horrible. Haley and Jacob, I'm afraid that they're both settling for each other because they don't want to be single. They both said, Jacob said it's his last attempt at, it's his last chance at love. And Haley said she's tired of being single, but that doesn't mean that you belong together just because you're tired of being single. Don't settle. They're not a good match. They don't fit. They don't vibe.
You're having a time, Linda. I've got to cut you off. I'm sorry. Appreciate Linda. Sorry.
Thank you.
Stay on. Yes, Light. Go for it. Talk to us. 2 minutes. Go for it. Hit it.
Hi, Joe.
No worries, man.
I'm going to make a quick observation about Eric and Virginia, and then I'm going to move on to Ryan and Clara. The thing that I noticed was Eric's response to Virginia's sister. And if I'm remembering correctly, this is the sister that is gay and has a wife and a family. And I'm listening a lot to everybody talk about his political views, and I'm really, I would encourage Virginia to really pay attention to him when he's talking about children. And I would ask the question, how would you feel with our children being around my sister? What would you teach our children about my sister? That would be a concern for me for her. And the rest I'm just going to leave there. My main concern with Ryan and Clara continues to be how much pressure she's putting on him, because I move more and more to Ryan's side. I'm considering men that whether or not they have had sexual intercourse, and that's not just, I don't mean the sexual activity, but it have gone the distance, whether or not they have, some men get to the point where they decide that what's best for them is to be celibate and to find a more spiritual foundation. And I think that that's what's happening with Ryan. I really can't speak to whether or not he's a virgin. I know that has come across as a theory. But if he is that type of person on that level, trying to find a spiritual foundation, saying, I've had sex, but I want to be celibate until there is a moment when I feel something deeper, I don't think that that's a bad thing. I think that is a personal thing.
Last 30 seconds, by the way. Sorry. Apologies.
Okay.
I feel bad, but I know. Last 30 seconds. Go for it.
Well, thanks for having me.
No, you're good. You got last 30 seconds. You're good.
Oh, okay. I thought you were cutting me off. So,
no. Last 30 seconds.
So that's my concern about Clara. I mean, her the only thing that she seems to be offering is sex. The only thing that she seems to be asking for is sex. If there is anything deeper than that, we haven't seen it. And I think that Ryan is trying very hard to get to that point. But it's a concern. And the idea also, I'm going to jump and you can cut me off when you need to. The idea that she is not willing to raise their children with the foundation of church, but sort of like, the ambivalence of church is concerning for me, because it seems to me Ryan is the type that's going to say, we're going to all get up and go to church together. The kids, you follow me. So if Clara is not on board with that, that's going to be a difficulty for him.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Everybody on the chat here, I'm just putting you in the background. You're not going off. I'm just putting you in the background. There's other people are waiting, so don't worry. Don't go anywhere. You're just in the background. All right, cool. 2 ticks. Listen, guys, it's the round robin session. When I have loads of people, I've got to get them all on. Do you understand? So, boom. Okay, all right. Mickey as well. We've got 5 people on here. Beautiful stuff. Guys, beautiful stuff. Welcome to the conversation in the chat. Hold on, let me just take this banner off. Beautiful. Yes, so we have Crystal, Nye. Is it Nye? Am I saying it right?
Yeah.
Nye, Sid, and Mickey as well. Beautiful stuff. All right, Crystal, go for it. You got 2 minutes. Give us something you want to talk about.
Ooh. Hello, everyone. I'll make it quick. I know I only have 2 minutes. Ryan and Clara. Ryan is being selfish. And if I were Clara, I would totally move out that room and stop everything you're doing, because it's not working. It's not working. It's not working.
I think your mic is picking up a lot of sound out here. It's very sharp.
I did it. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, try one more time.
Hello?
It's still a bit sharp. We're hearing it's really cutting.
Okay.
While you're sorting it out, I'm gonna let Nye go, yeah? So while you're sorting it out, I'll let Nye go. Nye, go for it. Oh, I need to unmute you. My bad.
Yeah.
Go for it. Sorry.
Hi. Today I was having a conversation with a friend about Ryan withholding sex from Clara. And they actually brought up the point about last season with Miles, and I'm forgetting the woman's name, but they went the whole entire time without having sex. And do you remember the woman's name? I can't remember her name. Miles and Karen, yes.
Can't forget that name.
Yeah, and they went the whole time, and it was more because of the quarantine. They were stuck with each other, and they didn't have sex. So I don't know, but for some reason, it just feels like Ryan is using this as leverage, partly. And then I also go back and forth. Is this man a virgin or not? And if he was, I would respect it more if you just said that, And I think you've also touched on before, like, if we're not going to have sex, let's not have sex. This dibbling, dabbling, I'm pleasing you. I'm not even sure if Clara is getting anything in return at this point, like, she's doing all of this stuff. And now I'm like, okay, sis, is something happening for you? Also, in regards to Haley and Jacob, I think it's some of that. We were talking about this too, and I'm gonna make it really quick, that Jacob, the difference between Haley and Chris is that Chris was honest from the very beginning that he was unattracted to Paige, whereas Haley kind of dibbled and dabbled and circled around that. Hence why she's always crying, because she doesn't want to be really honest that she's not attracted to this man. She herself had sex, and then after that, it was like a dub. She doesn't. I think she wasn't feeling that, and so now she's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. But some similarities between Haley and Chris as well in terms of the unattractive piece.
Last 20 seconds.
That's all I have. That's all I had.
No worries, nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Crystal, you ready to go again? Let me unmute you. Go for it, Crystal.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I was glad to see Dr. Pepper, because she gave Eric a different perspective as to how he's acting and how he's sounding. But I don't think it worked. I really don't think that he got it when he went to talk to her. Thank goodness he left the dog thing alone. But I also think that, yes, Miss Virginia, she's not giving up on the alcohol. She truly likes her drink. But I think I agree with Dr. Pepper. Like, you guys can't be drinking and having these arguments. But to her point, we would be having arguments if we weren't drinking too. So I'm glad that Dr. Pepper was there to give him a different perspective. But I still don't think when he said, well, you make it sound like an ultimatum, it is an ultimatum. You are controlling. So I don't think that he's truly getting it. With Ryan and Claire, Claire needs to stop. She needs to move out of that room. She needs to stop everything she's doing because if you keep, what's the saying? You keep doing the same thing over and over again, and nothing's working. You need to do everything in reverse. Just move out of that room because he's not going to do anything different. I actually think that Vincent is compromising, but I do think he needs to be more demanding. Not demanding, but he definitely needs to take control and use more specific words. He needs to say more direct. He needs to be more direct. He needs to be more direct with her because she doesn't respond to this wishy-washy. I like to be more delicate with my wife. No, she doesn't want delicate. I think, like Karen from last season, when he starts to be direct with her, that's when she's gonna, okay, now I like this guy. I think that's when she's gonna be like, okay, whatever you say. So that's what she's gonna say, you're doing great, honey. That's when she's gonna start responding. Because this little light step that he does with his wife, no, he needs to say, we need to pull all with this back. I live in Atlanta. I'm gonna give her the hair. I'm gonna give her the hair.
Time is gone.
Shoot.
Apologies.
I want to get on Chris.
I know you do. I'll come back round.
But
Don't
I
worry.
you. I got you.
You come back round. You come back round. Sid, go for it. You got 2 minutes floor. Go for it. Hit us with something.
Okay, the countdown is on. I made notes so I can go through everything. All right. Eric, super controlling. And he's kind of abusive. Like, I could see him abusing her in the future because his points are okay. Like, you're not supposed to stay out all night and whatever. But the way he says it, like, you're married now. So it's like you're trapped. She's like, you're married now. And if you don't do this, then I'm going to leave or you're stuck. So I can understand how it can make Virginia feel like kind of scared and panicked and worried that he's going to leave her, like kind of unstable. And then Virginia has like a lot of traumas that she needs therapy. She needs to replace the partying with therapy because she has like so many issues. And it was weird how she was defending the alcohol when he said, let's not drink when we fight. And she's like, oh, it would happen anyway. So she's just attached to that bottle, just like a baby in a bottle. That's what she's like. Okay, next person. Okay, Ryan. Ryan, I don't know. Something is fake about him. I do respect his right not to have sex, but I am getting virgin vibes because when I was a virgin, I used to do stuff like that, just doing the other stuff. And then I'm still a virgin, y'all. And then you would just work your way up to having sex. So maybe he's trying to get that courage to actually put it down. So, and then Clara's just coming off desperate, but she's not saying it to Ryan's face. So, because she's trying to please Ryan. So she needs to be more honest with him or else he's not going to consider her feelings at all. And who we got here next? Oh yeah, Haley.
Last 30 seconds. Go for it.
Oh my god. Okay, Haley. I think that Haley just didn't like having sex with Jacob because after that sex, she just shut all the way down. She's like, "Don't touch me. Don't look at me. Don't even bother with me." And Jacob seems all right. So I don't know what happened with him. Maybe he just discussed her in some way. And then Chris, he just showed his ass. Like he just showed who he really was. He went completely in on Paige. Paige is not like so hideous that he needs to say all that to her, like, or about her. So yeah, and then Paige, she's still looking for closure. Like, girl, what closure do you need? And also she was open to tarot cards. Like, girl, are you dumb? You're a Christian. Why are you looking for tarot cards? So she was looking for answers for everywhere. So yeah, cool. I did it. Okay.
Time done. No worries. I'm gonna let you guys, because you're still on, so I'm gonna let you guys go round and then we'll get the other people back on. So Crystal, you're gonna get a second round to hit again. You got 2 minutes. Choose wisely which couple you want to hit, man. Break it down, you understand? Just choose the wisely and bang it. You know what I'm saying? Don't go for all of them. Hit the one you want to hit and destroy it. You understand? Go for it, Crystal. Give us your 2 minutes. Two things.
One main thing with Ryan and Claire. Remember when Clara first came on before they got married? She said, "I want a man that I can have open conversations with about sex." And Ryan is not it. With Chris and Paige, I am very concerned. You really don't need closure. You're not going to get the answers that you want. So don't have closure because this man's just going to lie anyway. And this man is truly a narcissist. Like when you keep saying her face, and the colorism thing, I kind of think he is a colorist, or how someone said earlier, a featurist. He doesn't want a woman with black features. There is something there. There is something there. But he is truly a narcissist. He did this to hurt her. There is so many things. He did not have to talk about the car there. And then when he said she could have went with us to pick out the car, I said, this man is crazy. This man truly has issues, and she needs to run. But the fact, what's concerning to me is she doesn't want to run. She needs to be abused even more. This is the opposite person that she said that she was before she got married. She said that she came off very dynamic and wanting to have a different type of marriage. She turned immediately into the submissive Christian wife. And she really needs to have conversation about that. That's it.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, brilliant. Appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah. I could go on. No.
I hate you. Listen, I know. I understand. Nye, talk to us, man. 2 minutes. Go for it, man. Bang it, man. Sorry, I'm muted. My bad. Go for it.
So I don't think that Chris is a colorist. I just think that he doesn't find Paige attractive, period. I think that Paige is a good looking woman. I don't think she looks as bad as the way he tries to make it seem.
Definitely.
It is the wigs for me though. Like, girlfriend, I need sis. Where are your friends? Like, somebody needs to tell you, get the edges together, fix it up, something. It's the wigs. And I think maybe her hair gets done a little bit better, he might be a little, because when she had the locks, he was straight with her, and that's the best she's looked, and he was all right with that. Once she goes into the wigs, it's a no. Also,
yeah, the wigs are off.
It's the wigs.
No,
right?
It's not even a beef. It really is off. They do a dirty. Go on.
Yeah, and so there's that. And in terms of the psychologist, Dr. Pepper, I don't understand why there's this need to keep pushing them to have this closure. Like, it's done. Like, what else is there to talk about? Like, this man has told you several times he's not attracted. He's humiliated you several times on national TV. So I don't understand. You had closure with the baby mom. You had closure when you sat down with him. Like, I don't understand why the show keeps pushing for that. If I were her, when I would have sat down with Dr. Pepper, I would have felt the way, like, y'all owe me an apology. And I'm not sure if that conversation took place, and maybe they edited it. Mm-hmm. They edit that conversation. But I felt like, at least on the show, they owed her a public apology, a little bit more sincere than what was given last night.
Bang on. Like it. Sid, talk to me, baby.
Okay. Hey, what's up? So finally, people were asking about Ryan, like, how long do people go without having sex if you're like, I'm a Christian, but I did some things, So same I said up to a year, and I know people who do it for even longer. So that might be what he's doing, or he doesn't want like the embarrassment of like maybe they end up divorcing at the end, and then he's like had sex and people know about it. So like he's really concerned about his image. And also, like, I think back to that conversation that they had in the donut shop, and he was like really trying to dig deep with her and trying to find like a connection with her, and she just wasn't there. So I think maybe that might be the connection that he's looking for, which it seemed like kind of like a spiritual connection in a way, because the things that he was describing kind of aligns with like Christianity, like knowing your purpose, your goals, like who came before you, what you're contributing. And she didn't seem like she was into that at all. She just like kind of seems lost. So maybe that's also what he's waiting for, but God knows, only God knows what's in Ryan's head. Yeah. And I don't know. I'm like Eric and Virginia, I'm like really concerned for their relationship. Right? I just see it going like so left, because it just seems toxic whenever they do fight, and the way that they like to bury things and cover it up. It just, I don't know, it just throws me off. And Eric's mannerisms also throw me off too. Like, he always seems on edge. I don't know what that comes from, but yeah, there's just something off about both of them.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, guys, stick in the background. I'm going to put you guys in the background. I'm going to bring in part A team and stick in the background. I'll hopefully be able to bring you guys back on. Appreciate you guys. Let me get the guys who are originally on. Nurse and Nerd Light, yep. Linda and Yatunde as well. We're also on. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Nurse and Nerd, talk to us, man. I know you got the notes galore today. I know. Unfortunately, I know so many people can't go through the notes today, but yeah, man, talk to us, man. We'll just take your 2 minutes and tell us something.
I'll do something. Okay. Back on Eric and Virginia. I agree with what the lady just said, that there's something off of both of them. But I think Eric has more of a mindset of what goals he's trying to reach. And I think Virginia, honestly, is still in college frat girl mode.
No, Virginia is a 26-year. I don't agree with that, but I'll let you.
Like the lady said earlier, she acts very immature. There's some points she makes that Eric needs to change. And even when he talked to Dr. Pepper, he tried to hit her angle, like bringing up the alcohol stuff when they're arguing, or the whole sleeping on friends' couches. It's not just any friends she was trying to make Eric okay with. She was talking about specifically male friends. Even the pastor a while back said he's married and he's not okay with that. So Virginia is trying, I think she's still in like a semi-rebellion stage and doesn't want to do any sort of movement to meet Eric halfway. But at the same time, Eric got to be careful in some cases when he brings stuff to her attention, because she seems very sensitive for certain things, like the dogs, for example. And she seems she'll always have an opportunity to jump at any little mistake or eggshell Eric brings up. And then she just causes her to start crying and starts an argument.
Well, babe, we're married. So can I just go sleep at my homeboys' houses?
No.
Why?
No married man or woman is going to allow that.
So that's the concept. It makes no sense at all. So even with those two, they seem so like shisty, sleazy looking. Virginia's disappearing for 30 minutes when they're out into the bar. Her hair looks unkept. She looks so oily. Every other clip, she looks a variation of a 26-year-old woman, a 40-year-old woman. She looks so dramatically different on every single clip. So to me, both of them look like they might be on some other type of substance. And it looks like two, junky looking people that are outside of 7-Eleven that are having arguments. I think both of them are very much not the best fit for either one of them, because with them both, they want each other. One of them wants to be someone to be jealous of the other. So it's going to end in catastrophe and is very, very dangerous.
And really quick to add to that, I also think that Eric, he has to set aside time or plan stuff when they're married. It was kind of disrespectful on her part. And I think Clara should just leave Ryan, because I understand what Ryan's coming from, but in his face, Clara was always giving subtle hints of what she was frustrated about or what she was looking for. And majority of the time, he just kind of pushed it to the side and then thought about something else, or saying, for sure. And then he doesn't do it.
Eric does not. Ryan does not listen. All of this for sure. Yeah. He's not listening. He does not care. And like I told Babe, all Clara needs is some tape, duct tape. She needs some whip. She needs some hot oil. Eric is a masochist. I'm telling you guys. Two
more quick things. I know our time is running out.
No, you can go last minute. There's two of you, so I'm going to give you the extra minute. Go for it.
I don't think Jacob and Haley are a good match. I think Jacob deserves better, because he seems like, if you look at when he first started the show this season, he was very closed up. But since then, he's taken great strides and started being more open to communication and vocal about what he's looking for to Haley. And Haley just kept finding a reason to shut up or shut off, and then give people the impression that she's actually putting effort when she really isn't. Last thing, Bri and Vincent. They're our favorite couple for the season so far as getting to the finish line. But this last episode brought some things that I want to comment on really quick. Her thing that bothered me was when Brianna said to the doctor why she don't understand why Vincent is so worried about financial stability.
Well, $9,000 a month, I would like to think that there is a conversation.
You're married.
About finances.
Financial stability is a big factor, and that can make or break certain relationships.
I agree.
Well, the last thing that I'll say
I gotta
really
cut
quick.
you off. I gotta cut you
Oh
off.
yeah.
Sorry, guys. Stick on there. Though. Stick on there. Like, talk to me, man. What's your saying, man? What's your thoughts, man?
Well, since you guys just finished up with Vincent and Brianna, I'm going to just say this. I think that the two of them missed opportunities on both sides to be supportive of each other. When Dr. Pepper told Brianna to ask Vincent about his feelings about financial stability, she kind of missed the mark because she asked him his thoughts and not his emotions. Dr. Pepper encouraged her to find out where that stemmed from in his past. And that probably comes from not having when he was younger, doing without and suffering in that way. Vincent missed the mark when Brianna expressed that she had a fear of giving birth because she has a medical condition. And I understood why he felt nervous about that, but he had the opportunity to comfort her and encourage her and let him know that he would be there with her and that everything would be okay. It takes that type of a partner to be able to change someone's mind when they're fearing something that's not necessarily irrational. This is not an irrational fear of hers, but people overcome that when they have that type of support. And that's my feelings on Brianna and Vincent. And I didn't really talk that much about Virginia and Eric before, but I want to say that I think Virginia, even though she does have these really immature attitudes, there's a part of her that's very self-aware. She's aware that she's messed up. And in talking to Eric, she often is trying to express to him the things that are a problem with her. And the ideal partner for her is not someone that's going to roughshod over her in a conversation, but to go deeper with her on those subjects. And he doesn't do that. When he talks to her, he continues to identify things that she needs to change. There was a conversation, I mean, I'm going to give it, maybe that there's some editing to it, but there was a conversation where he kept saying, you need to do this, you need to do that. He never identified anything for himself. That I'm going to do this. I'm going to compromise. I don't think that they're going to last because I don't think that she's going to endure the controlling part of him for much longer. I think at the very least, she's going to say, this is not what I want. She's very steadfast on what she wants, even though it might be immature. But she's not going to stick around and say, this guy is controlling me. Okay.
Appreciate Mr. Knight. Sorry about that. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, man. I like the contribution. You made a good point about him not being able to comfort her in that moment. All he was thinking about was having a kid. he didn't even ask no questions. So I appreciate that contribution. Yetunde, talk to us. What's your thoughts, man? Drop us a little 2-minute madness.
So I'll start with Ryan and Clara.
Okay.
So Ryan basically is handling this situation extremely juvenilely. To the extent that you're allowing her to take care of you every night and then you're not willing to reciprocate because you're waiting for these like sunshine and berry or flowers or the stars to align or the moon and earth to shake. That's just not going to happen. It's very juvenile like, and it reminds me of how people acted around sexual relationships when I was much younger, right? Or how teenagers sometimes respond, or how sometimes early adults respond. To him thinking that he has damn near a perfect relationship when like Clara does not seem fulfilled by him in any way is just extremely weird to me. Vincent and Brianna, they have, so the childbearing thing definitely is going to be an issue. Her worried about her blood pressure is also definitely going to be an issue, but a lot of the issues they have are issues that couples typically have, right? I don't see any. I mean, they're going to be big things. Finances definitely is going to be huge in that relationship. I don't see anything that is impossible to overcome. I think a lot of the issues they have, they can work their way through them if they so choose. There's nothing that they're dealing with that to me feels impossible in that couple. And they're like my last little hope. I'm going to spend my last 30 seconds on my sis Paige. And my sis Paige and the whole internet out there. So I think Paige is beautiful. I think she does need some zhuzh. There's some things she can do better to maybe make herself present better. I don't have a problem with that. But I have a problem with Chris continuously saying he thinks she's ugly and everybody out there in the universe also saying she's ugly. This is a regular person. She's not a Hollywood starlet. She's not, she went on a show to get married. She didn't go on a show to be famous. I don't think she picked this TV show because she wanted to have a big career. And now you have the whole world insulting her, either telling her she deserves to be abused or telling her she looks ugly. And I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that for her. Obviously, I personally cannot fight the whole world, but I would hope that people would be cognizant of the type of things they say out of their mouths or they put on the internet, because there's a potential all of this information is getting back to her and she's connecting with it. And essentially you have turned what might have been a semi-confident woman into an extremely broken woman. The amount of therapy that she's going to need after this show, and not just from what happened on the TV show, but what has happened on the internet based around her, is going to be insurmountable for her. My prayers, my love,
who's calling her ugly on the internet?
A lot of people.
Okay.
It's continuously, well, she's ugly. Well, he said it. I don't think she's ugly. I think Paige is beautiful. I think her internal beauty radiates more than external beauty. I think there is some things she can have, but continuously on the internet, people are saying she's unattractive, on top of Chris saying it. Well, he likes what he likes and he's this and he's this. And nobody's even like taking a lens. It's rare I hear people watching Married at First Sight talking about people's looks. But Paige is being reamed every week based on her looks. And not because she did anything in particular, but because of somebody else. And it bothers me. And it bothers me for her because I know what
is it people are calling her ugly or people saying she's unattractive? Because whenever I say she's unattractive, I get loads of comments saying, no, she's not unattractive. It's like, yo, how are you telling me what I think? Like,
I mean, she's unattractive.
Can she not be unattractive? Can she not be unattractive? Does she have to be attractive because she's a dark-skinned woman? Because this is one of the issues I think happens on the internet a lot. We defend, from what I've seen on my particular page, right? We go hard in the paint because she's a dark-skinned woman. We have to defend that at all costs, no matter what happens. And it's like, if I say she's unattractive, the first thing and this happened to me on my own channel, so I'm just putting this out there. I'm not saying it's you. I'm saying I'm putting it out there. The very first thing that happened when I said I don't think Paige is attractive, because you're a colorist. Because what do you mean? How can you not find her attractive? What do you mean you don't find her attractive? She's not even good. How are you not saying she's not good looking? How are you telling me what I'm seeing? What you feel is what you feel. Do you understand? Because
I mean, true. No one can tell you what you think is unattractive, but I will say this: like so one thing we have to realize, and even myself, I realize I exhibit colorist views. I personally am a dark-skinned woman.
I hear that,
but I didn't realize how I have a deference for things that are anti what I am.
Of course.
And I realize, and I see it in people's faces, and people I deem attractive, and people I gravitate to, and people I potentially want to give things. And I am a dark-skinned woman. I am the person on the worst end of colorism. So thinking she's unattractive is not automatically colorism, but you have to understand how we've all been indoctrinated into this world. Prior to how we exist in this world, or prior to how things go on in this world, what we have thought Paige was unattractive. Prior to the TV shows we've seen and the views and the communication that has been given to us from birth, what we have thought she's unattractive. And you not being attracted to her and not wanting to date her is one thing, but I just have a problem. Like, people literally are going in and constantly saying she's ugly and unattractive. Okay. You may say you're not attractive to her. And honestly, I really don't think we should be spending so much time on her looks. We can analyze the behavior, analyze the situations, analyze the relationships, but spending so much time on her looks is going, for me, I feel like it's going to create a complex for her. She's already going to have a complex associated with this. And we all, the internet, because everybody's saying it, our voices get loud. And our voices are going to be louder than the people in their life. They're going to be louder than her friends. They're going to be louder than everything. And now she's going to be walking around the world with this scarlet letter.
I get that. The reason why I'm letting you go on longer is because I want to be able to prize this issue. I want to be able to prize this topic off very instantly. So just as I totally agree with that, we have been indoctrinated, but I want us to be very, very careful. I mentioned this in the video when we talked about colorism. I want us to be very, very careful, because what can happen now is we begin to flow into an area where I can't say someone is not unattractive to me. Am I the most attractive person to everybody else? I know I'm not. There's going to be people that don't find me attractive. You have to be okay with that. Do you understand? Like, it can't be every single time they got colorist views or you've been indoctrinated. Sometimes you're just not attractive to people. It's okay. Like, all my girlfriends are dark skin, big nose, big lips, whatever you want to call it. All of them are like that because I'm from the West African. Do you know what I'm saying? So all of my girlfriends have that feature. So I'm not opposed to that. I just don't find Paige attractive. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, all the girls that I look like my mum. So if for the moment that someone tells me, because what I'm saying is, well, we have to be very careful, because what we do is then we go and start projecting into areas where someone just wants to say, I don't find that person attractive. We ain't got to defend it. If you don't find it attractive, go your way. There are other men out here who think Paige is the most sweetest thing since sliced bread. Let's focus on them, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, if every single time someone says that they don't find her attractive, it's not always indoctrination. But I do agree with you, Tunde. We do have some level of, indoctrination sometimes when we are picking and choosing when it comes to beauty. And so that I definitely agree with. I think we've spoken about this before, you Tunde, anyway. So I know you're a real one anyway. We've discussed this on. But that's why I wanted you to talk a bit longer, because I think you also brought a very good point when it comes to this aspect, that there is also the other side. As much as I'm saying my side, I also see what you're saying on the other side. So I really do appreciate you, Tunde, for bringing that other side for us to also consider and make sure that we're also not viewing it from that particular lens as well. So I appreciate you, Tunde. Thank you. Last but not least, we have on my list, Linda. You're still here, yeah?
I'm still hanging in there.
Still hanging in there.
Everyone's comments.
Beautiful, beautiful. You're my last person. Sorry, guys, who's in the background. Linda's my last person, and we're going to get Super Panel on. Linda, give us your final 2 pence. Choose a couple you want to go for, and we'll go from there.
Okay, I'm going to try to hit on 3 really quick. First is Paige and poison. I'm not going to talk about the poison, but I'm going to talk about the one that gave birth and put the poison out into our society so that we have to deal with it now. So the mom, had some nerve to laugh when her son was telling her that he was getting a divorce, and she looked like she was trying to hold back her smirk. To me, I mean, it's all about accountability, and it's all about having people around you that allow you to be the person that you are. And how you treat people when you think no one is looking says a lot. And how you treat people when the whole world is watching says even more. The fact that he could do that to someone and not give a care in the world just lets you know all you need to know. And that's about all that I'm going to say on that. And as far as Bri and Vincent, wanted to touch on her fear with pregnancy. Like, I understand that, women's body changes. I don't know if she's like, I know that the high blood pressure is one point. I also feel like she's probably just afraid of getting bigger, honestly. And like, cause she kept saying, oh, I'm afraid of my body just changing. I'm afraid of my body changing. I'm just like, okay, you're going to get bigger, girl. Like, at the end of the day, if you're someone who wants kids and you have certain health issues, I know that's one thing, but if you want children, you're going to go through with it anyway. If you want your own biological children, right? So long as it's not a life-threatening thing, the high blood pressure, it just puts you at risk, but it's not immediately life-threatening. So I think if she wants kids, she'll have them. With Clara and Ryan, I think they're definitely unequally yoked. If Ryan really values his Christianity and that's a fundamental value for him, Clara's not the one. I don't understand how you could be with someone. She even sounded like she was trying to convince him of how it could work with her not being religious. Like, she was like, my dad, I forget who went to church and who didn't. And she was like, it can work. And he's just like, nah, that's not what I'm about. Like, and you could just see it, the look in his eyes, like, no, like, that's not what he wants for himself. So I definitely think that is something that is holding him back as well from getting closer to her. And I also don't understand, really. Clara says that she loves Ryan and she's just waiting for him to like give the go ahead that he loves her too, so that they can. And I don't understand, like, what does she love about Ryan? Because I haven't seen not one affectionate moment. I haven't seen not one naturally loving moment between them. It's just been awkward to watch, and it's been her being frustrated behind the scenes. So I don't understand. I don't even see her love for him on the screen. I don't see it. So I don't understand how I think this is just she is love bombing herself. Like, I don't know what glitter is in her eyes, but she falls in love with everybody. So it's like, I also feel like, how is it going to be special for Ryan too? Someone who's never been in love. You're saying you fall in love with everyone. Okay, you love me today. You love someone else tomorrow. So like, what's really special about this?
Cut you off, Linda.
And what do you love about me? Sorry, that's it.
No worries, Linda. No worries. Thank you. Guys, listen, I'm so sorry. I know this week, normally we don't have as many people waiting, and we can get people talking as long as possible in the open floor session. This week we had so many people wanting to join, I had to even stop people from coming through, so I do apologize if you couldn't get in today. Guys, I really do appreciate everybody who spoke on this particular panel as well. I know it was one of those subjects and one of those topics today that, we saw Chris and Paige, and it was getting everybody riled up. So I do apologize. We couldn't get everyone to talk a little bit longer as well. I know it would have been good to hear you guys some more. I want to thank you guys for coming on, though. We are here next week as well, Thursday, for the live panel. Again, listen, I'll put the link out earlier so you guys can get hold of me earlier and send in, so you want to jump on quicker. And maybe we'll extend the time, and we'll start a little bit earlier so that you guys can have a bit more time if there's that many people wanting to wait. So I want to thank everybody for coming through. Yeah, Krista, Nai, Sid, Light, Nurse and Nerd, Linda, Yatunde, thank you so much for coming through. I do appreciate you. Hopefully we'll get to see you guys again next week as well, and bring you onto the show. All right, thank you so much, guys. I'm going to remove you all. Is that okay? Is that cool, everybody? I mean, you can't say anything.
Good night.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, man. Nurse and Nerd, I'll contact you as well, guys. All right. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. All right, cool. I'm gonna have to remove everybody. Apologies. All right, cool, guys. It's been crazy. Listen, it's been crazy. Nurse and Nerd, thank you so much. Well, I will contact you guys. Yeah, I'll email you guys. It's been a crazy night. You know what? I know everyone is excited about the actual show. I know people got different opinions, and I really love what Yatunde was saying, because we need to have these kind of conversations. This is very, very important for me. I think these kind of conversations, we shouldn't be dodging them. We should be having these conversations, and we should be open and listening too. As a male, I've also got to listen. And I said, again, a male from the UK, I've got to listen, because it's a different market in the UK than it is the US. So I've also got to bear that in mind. So don't take any offense to what we were talking. Me and Yatunde, we've spoken so many times, and we know how it goes. So that's why I allowed her to speak at length and to give a different perspective. So anybody who's listening, look, when you hear this kind of chat, this is how we go, man. This is how we flow. This is how we move. Do you know what I'm saying? And this is what we do on a regular basis. Now I know my super panel they're coming in. Sorry, because I know the guys probably would have gotten here earlier, but I had a backlog. The super panel will be here in a minute or two. But yeah, listen. We're about to go deep, guys. You know what I'm saying? We're going to go deep now, guys. This is where we're going to deep dive, okay? Now, the reason why we had time in the beginning is because when we get to the deep dive part, right, I allow these guys to marinate in the sauce. I allow these guys to marinate in the sauce, you know what I'm saying? And then to give us, some deep extracts, of what they felt about the show. So it's about to be a deep one. Grab your popcorn, grab your juice, go and grab what you need to go and grab. Come back ready for the show, because we're about to get violent, in a nice way, guys, in a nice way. We're gonna get violent in a nice way. Listen, this week, Team Jacob, I'm not gonna lie to you. I saw Jacob, I said, wow, he looking scrumptious. No. You know me, I can compliment men. I feel no way. He was looking scrumptious from the top. It just shouldn't have gone lower. Like, the camera didn't have to pan down, but he was looking good looking. You see the way the beard was all connected? He put me to shame. Haircut looking fresh. You understand? The grays were popping. You know what I'm saying? Like, brother, man was looking a spice through, boy. I said, Jacob, is that you, brother? With a pinstripe as well. I said, sir. You don't have to flex on them like that. And I said, now I know why the ladies are all like Team Jacob and that. I saw it today. I said, wow, Team Jacob. I see it now. The Jacobs, the Jacobites, or whatever you want to call them. What's it? Jacobians? They call themselves the Jacobians in my chat. They opened my eyes now to see it, guys. What you guys were looking at with Jacob, bruv. He was looking good. I said, wow. Go on, Jacob. You know what I'm saying? I know you guys think that Jacob deserves better. The panel will be on in a second too, guys. I know you guys feel Jacob deserves better. I'm just saying, he bland. I've just got to say it. He bland. It's so simple. Like, as much as I think he's a great, good-looking guy, a very nice guy, he bland. Can we keep it honest? I can't ask you a question and you don't know how to respond or give me that question back. You know what I'm saying? He's zaddy. Yes, some people out here saying that he's zaddy. Yes, he's zaddy to the eyes, but is he zaddy to the ears? He's not, is he? He's zaddy to the eyes, but he's not zaddy to the ears. You understand? Yeah, so you got to get him to ask some questions, open up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It can't be that you only talk about the 80s, bro. You know, you have to have a wider vocabulary of topics to be able to talk about. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? Let me get my panelists on there. The rest of them will join at the time. They need to join up. Don't you worry, man. Do you know what I mean? Someone said vanilla indeed. Zaddy to the zaddy to the soul. Like, you lot are outrageous out here. Out freaking rageous. So yes, I'm gonna get my people on and get it flowing. Do you know what I'm saying? Also, y'all didn't want to do nicknames, so you came with your proper names today, innit? You didn't want to do smoke artists today. That's fine, no worries. All right, cool. So let me bring on my first person to the stage. Obviously, she's new to the team, but you know she's fitted in and slotted in quite nicely, like a lovely jigsaw piece. You know what I'm saying? You know, this is our resident counselor, our resident therapist. You know, this is our resident person who gives us the calm and the peace. You know what I'm saying? I like the way that she meditates. Or is it meditates? No, mediates. I like the way she mediates the conversation. You know what I'm saying? She's not too and not too. She's just like, let me just bring it to the middle, guys, and just chill with the vibes. You know what I'm saying? And I like that sometimes because some of us are a bit opinionated, aren't we? Some of us are smoke artists. Some of us don't know how to do middle ground on this team out here. All right? They go straight to the left or straight to the right. There's no middle ground for some of them. So we need some people that are middle ground and keep it chill. You understand? So welcome to the stage, Candice, baby. Yes. Oh, girl. You looking all spicy, girl. Damn. Okay.
Thank you.
No worries, girl. Okay. Flexing them. I got no beef like flexing them. I'm with you. I'm flexing them. I like it. All right. Coolly, Yuli. My guy. Yes. He joined. Listen, this is your resident, this is a resident DG, Armani, Prada, Man of the Year. This is your guy that who when he talks we laugh, not laughing at him, but we're laughing at the jokes that he breaks down. He takes serious stuff and makes it funny. He gives us that nice little breakup sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But he also talks sense. Yeah, and he's your favorite person. I know you ladies always be in here like his voice. You know what I'm saying? His skin. You know, there's so many words that they put out there for this lovely young man who's filled with wisdom. Didi, come and welcome to the stage, baby. What are you saying, sir?
Yeah, peace and love.
You know how to big you up, bro. Gotta let them know, man, what they're dealing with. I hear you, bro. Alrighty. Listen. Look, let me bring my next artiste to the stage who's going to come and just break it down for me. Do you know what I'm saying? This person is one of my favorites because, you know, I'm married to this. You know what I'm saying? I'm married to this. Not to the person. I'm married to this. Before y'all get the wrong idea, right? Huh? I'm married to this, where the money resides, okay? This is what I'm married to, okay, at the moment, currently. And this particular person out here, you know, when she begins to break stuff down, I fear, you know, because I feel like sometimes she's going to read me and, you know, and read me out. Not even cuss me out, read me out. That's how I feel like sometimes when she be breaking the intellectualisms and the big words she be bringing out. Do you know what I'm saying? She's a smart woman, beautiful woman, melanated, chocolate, smooth, intelligent. I mean, what's the words I can use? I need to get some more words. I need to get like a Titron thing, just reading it down like that. Do you know what I'm saying? But let me welcome to the stage my girl, Kenny. Yes.
Hey guys. Hi guys.
Looking beautiful tonight, okay?
Hey, Kojo, how are you?
I'm fine, babes. I'm just glad you said hey to me. Do you know what I mean? I'm blessed like that.
Why wouldn't I?
Oh, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I just thought, you know, you're above me now. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, but still.
You're done out here, mate. You're done out here. Appreciate you, Ken. Let me bring on my next person to the stage, baby. Oh, yes. Big man's in as well. Fantastic. Love it. Yes. Let me welcome my next person to the stage. This is my British cohort. Listen, I kid you not. I fear everybody on the panel. I really do. I fear everybody on the panel. But this particular person, I fear them a lot. All right. When they begin to speak, I begin to quiver. Okay. Because the bars are vibranium. They're very heavy. I have to think before I say something, before I get launched one back. You know what I'm saying? This is my British cohort, colleague. Yes, colleague, guys. Listen, I'm working on my intros, guys. All right, yeah, you have to just work with me, all right? Okay, yeah. But this is my smoke artist. Okay, when she starts, she doesn't talk long. She's got that precision. She doesn't talk long. She just picks them out like that sniper. You understand? Max, welcome to the stage, baby.
Hey.
Max. Max, my beautiful queen. Are you ready to snipe today?
I'm ready. Loaded.
Lord have mercy. I pity whoever you've got in your sights. All right, cool. Appreciate you, Max. Let me welcome my next party to the stage, baby. Okay, you know what? She had to change her name today, innit? Because, you know, she said she was doing too much damage to the world out there. Do you know what I'm saying? This is your resident deadshot. This is your resident assassin. This is another person who moves in silence. But, you know, when they hit, they hit. They never miss. They never miss. They never miss. They don't know how to miss. All they know is how to shoot and to score. You know what I'm saying? This person here, you know, I love the. Do you know what? And I see the comments as well, because I'll be saying the same thing. It's the tone of the voice. It's you just be like, yeah. So, you know, I have to appreciate my smoke artist, my beautiful queen out here, Layla, baby. Welcome to the stage, girl. Welcome. Oh, girl. The hair. The hair. Yes, darling. Yes, stunt on them while you can. Stunt on them. Love it. Oh, we can't even hear you, girl. You better unmute. Oh, girl. We still can't hear. We better check it out, girl. I don't know what happened. You better not exit. I don't know who's trying to come in, but you better not exit. Someone's trying to come in. I don't know who. I'll mute you. When you sort it out in the background, don't worry. You sort it out in the background, sis. Don't worry. My next person to bring to the stage is my Ghanaian sister. You know, my adventurer, my buddy, you know what I'm saying? My day ones out here, do you know what I'm saying? This is my tiger of the group, man. Do you know what I'm saying? Whatever meat she sees in sight, you know what I'm saying? Anybody who tries it, you know what I'm saying, will get it. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? It's good to have people that are loyal like that. You understand? People that when the chips are down will always back you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to have people that in the corner. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate her loyalty, but I also appreciate her intelligence. You know what I'm saying? And I also appreciate her opinion. You know what I mean? And when she comes with a smoke, there's fire that is close by. Trust me. You understand? Adra, welcome to the stage, baby. Okay, girl. I see you. Girl. You do your thing in that, huh? I see you, girl. Guys, my next couple of people, listen, I appreciate them as well. You know what I'm saying? You know, she goes normally by the name of, you know, I can't believe it's Butter. Soda Caramel. These are her aliases as well. Cali Caramel as well is another one of them that she goes by. You know, this is your resident who, when speaks and you have earphones on, guys, be ready. You might have an eargasm because the voice is tuned to perfection. Okay, and it hits not just the tone, but the wisdom. You understand? Sometimes I'm not sure whether she's preaching, if she's teaching, if she's breaking it down. But I love the way that she speaks about Married at First Sight. In fact, any topic, I appreciate her when she speaks, you understand? So I gotta give a big shout out, you know what I'm saying? A big shout out. Welcome to the stage, Shanae, baby. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, man. Okay.
Thank you, Kojo. That was sweet of you. Good evening, everybody.
We appreciate you. Good evening. We appreciate you. My last two people to come up to the stage is gonna get mad in here. Okay, it's gonna get mad in here. Okay, cool. Listen, this brother, I like him. You understand? I like him. Do you know why I like him? Yeah, because he talks sense. And then he does stuff which is gonna get him shot and killed. And I love that too, because he always says, "Let me play devil's advocate." And I love it because I'm thinking it, but I'm never gonna say it. And then he says it, and I think to myself, amazing. Yes. big man like individual, David, yeah, is on my rosters today. Listen, I appreciate the guy. I'm only playing. It's not actually David, individual guy. Sorry, it's not. I just realized it's not David individual, guys. I'm gonna have to do my whole intro again, guys. I do apologize. I've kind of shot early, and we're gonna have to come back, rewind. David, sorry now. How do I recover this now, guys? Sorry, guys. We have David Adeyoke. Is it Adeyoke? Have I said it correctly? Have I said it correctly? I'm gonna have to get him to pronounce because I fear names. But listen, David's one of our residents as well. I appreciate him a lot. You know what I'm saying? He's been on the panel a few times. You know what I'm saying? You've seen him. You know what I'm saying? You've heard him. You know what I'm saying? And also, you know what? He often agrees with my last person who comes on the stage a lot as well. He tends to disagree with me and agree with the person who comes on at the very end, our smoke artist. But I love David, you know what I'm saying? Because he talks sense. So David, welcome to the stage, baby. What you saying, bro?
Brother, wow.
My guy.
You just put me on the hit list now. Some people will not be happy that I don't agree with you. Who's this guy that's disagreeing with? But good, always great to be on. Awesome to see you guys. Everyone looking like, you know, hot. I see you, Chalet. With all the.
Raw, is that you? Yeah. Yeah, David, trust you, dog. I hear you, done. Man said,
hey,
yeah,
bro. Yeah, looking great.
I appreciate my G. Appreciate my G.
Yeah, appreciate everyone.
Appreciate my G. Greetings. Last but not least, and we're going to get the show underway. Listen, resident smoke artist, our OG, okay, our top shooter. There is none like her, okay, because listen, all of us are shooters and we're smoke artists. But this particular person, listen, when giants appear, we send for this particular person. When giants appear, we send for this particular person. You don't listen. I don't, you know, guys know me. I'm not. When it comes to giants, sometimes I'm a little bit like, hey. But this person, when it comes to giants, she keeps the same energy. And she has proven it time and time again. So she has earned smoke artist legendary status on this particular channel. And she goes by the name of Lola, baby. Yeah.
Fire panel tonight, yo. I'm loving everyone. I can't go through the names. I don't want to take the time. But people, I'm humbled to be in your presence, man. I'm happy to be here. Be here. Thank you, sir. Good to see everyone. The ladies are looking fly. And the guy in the hat looking like the ocean. The lady killer. Okay, sir. But the honey's the honey's here tonight, yo. Okay, ladies, you're trying to look. That's okay. I'm gonna take my masculine energy and sit here. That's okay, because you're looking gorgeous. That's all right.
I'm so done with Lola. Guys, we're going to start strong. Do you know what? Because we've had our own chat. If you don't know, we have a personal chat that we have, and we've been talking and breaking stuff down. But I know we didn't want to go too deep too early, so I'm going to give you guys to start off straight in there. We're going to talk about Bri and Vincent, okay? Because there was. I know people have some different opinions about the financial situation. And also it's about also her being able to have kids as well. So let's start with the first part of obviously Bri and Vincent, the financial situation. I want to know what your particular thoughts were when you were seeing them budget and you were seeing them talk about their finances and stuff. What was your initial thoughts? So Candice, you're on my top right, so I'm gonna go with you first. Candice, talk to us. Bri and Vincent, what was your initial thoughts in terms of that regards to that conversation they were having?
Sure. My initial thoughts were Vince looked scared to death, like he was not expecting those numbers. He looked like it was something he couldn't afford. I just felt a little nervous for him. I feel like Bri can afford everything that she marked down, but I don't know what his financial situation is right now, but he looked like, oh God, I have gotten in over my head. And I don't think that she's willing to change anything on that budget. She acts like she is, but like, I think there was one thing she was saying, like, I can bring down the shopping from $450 to like $300. Bri, baby, $150. That is not gonna put a dent anywhere in that $9,000 that y'all mapped out. Like, I just felt really bad for Vince. Vince looked scared. That's all I can say. I think somebody put in the chat like that little P and Veal, I forgot his name, P and Peel and something like that. Anyway, it was when he was sweating and like water's like pouring down his face. That was Vince.
Pressure.
Vince, yeah. That's all I gotta say is all I thought was he looked afraid for his life.
Okay, I hear that. Layla, what are you saying? I mean, was it that deep? Like, I mean, like, because Vince looked like he was sweating. I ain't gonna lie to you. Vince looked like he was sweating. He went. Vince like this.
He was stressed. He was stressed for sure. He was not prepared to sort of hear the things that she was saying and the amount of money that they cost. I think it's one thing to be like, okay, I have these expenses. It's another to be like, okay, no, I think she's actually just like high maintenance, like forever. And in the future, it's going to cost a lot to just keep her. When she said my braids are $250, he was like, oh, because that was just like one hairstyle that she's had. She's had several hairstyles, and this one is $250. So he's like, during the time I've known her, she's ran through like thousands of dollars. Like, I think his mind was going through the calculations. We have to remember, Vincent is an entrepreneur. He is an immigrant. And he came to this country, I think he said 11 years ago, and he started his business several months ago. It's a pandemic. Like, the money situation is something that needs to be monitored at all times. Like, when you're coming from that mindset of so much uncertainty. So I think that I don't think I've been with any guy who would see that number and not have a reaction of like, there's just ways we could be more efficient. There's just ways we could cut costs. $400 or so a month on clothes. That's not a lot to many people. To some people, that is a lot. Whatever it is, I think that to me, my personal approach to it is when we get together, let's cut down on our individual discretionary spending so that we can do more things together. You know, like, let's set some goals together about like vacations or, you know, random things that we just want to do together. How many times a month should we be going out? It's just like, if we're saving towards a house, I don't know how much she makes. Some people said 109,000. Some people said 91,000. I also don't know the specific percentages of like cost of living in Atlanta. I know it's cheaper than where I live, but, you know, honestly, no matter how much money you're making, $9,000 a month, I mean, you're talking about like over $100,000 a year. You know what I mean? It's you have to really think about this. And this is after taxes. I don't know if they put taxes in the budget, but this is after taxes and saving. So it's a lot of money no matter what. And if you don't have a house already, if you don't have your cars paid off already, there are just ways to be better. I mean, she said she's not frugal, but she's living her life in a single way. So I think it's just get into a married mindset. Start setting goals for your family and your future.
Appreciate it later. Appreciate that. Didi, what you saying, bro? Man, them obviously saw that budget. Would you be shook when you saw that budget? Obviously, I mean, it's kind of hard to say because obviously, unless you earn that kind of money, it's difficult to put yourself in that.
I wasn't shocked because I just thinking from an irrational perspective. The cost of living. Let's look at it. It's for a man is more. But we're not like women. Women are built different from us. I'm not saying all women in general, but women like to may have themselves look pretty, like to pamper themselves. So then whatever they need to get done, it will probably cost around that amount of money. But I think Vincent was about to have a case of the meat sweats when he saw that budget because Vincent looked like he was about to have a big one. I don't know, but he kept on pulling the ring on, putting it back on his finger. But I don't even want to see if they get a house together and what would he think about when they have to pay the mortgage. But I just think it's the cost of living, like I said, it's a little high. Women have to take care of themselves. And just remember the last episode, he said he wanted a sugar mama. So that also brought light to him that he probably wants a woman, like, even if he's an entrepreneur and he has his own business, he wants a woman to take care of him and probably just run his business. So that's what I think about that situation. But the budget it's not bad. I understand where the cost is coming from. Because, I mean, the ladies on the panel, all of them look good. You know, so then they got to keep themselves looking healthy and good. So that's what it is.
Okay, no, I hear that. That's real. I mean, obviously, it is. When I look at it, it's £400 for clothing. That's actually 48,000. Yeah, 4,800 a year. So because they would obviously that's quite a lot of money for clothing over the course of a year. I guess maybe there's something that she can look at. It's something she can look at. I'm not saying that she has to definitely do it. I mean, again, we don't know her actual income, so you know what I'm saying. Like, it's hard to really be because we don't know her actual income. But Lola, what you saying? I mean, 9,000 a month, was that a little bit too steep?
So we don't know what she's making, but I don't think she's making all that. Like, I feel she's being a little unrealistic. Remember, there's a question she asked. Who was she talking to? Dr. Pepper. One of the questions she wanted to ask is, why is financial stability so important to him? I don't understand what kind of question that is. You want a man who wants financial stability to be important to him. You want that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, like, she's saying, so I get, okay, you're a woman, we buy outfits. Okay, so you might spend 300, 400. Okay, I'm even going to let that go. All right, so you want to do your hair. Okay, I'm even going to let that go. But then you go into, well, you still want to be courted. And so you want to spend that kind of, it's just that she seems unrealistic. She's also said something about how, she got married because she wanted to be excited, or she thought it would be exciting. She doesn't seem to have a realistic view or impression of what marriage is. This seems to be the key thing. She thinks it's all roses and kisses and like just everything is playing out now. I'm beginning to see things clearer. Like, first of all, they started the episode with her waking him up from bed. You try that with me, I'm going to crush you. Because first of all, it is what it is. And then when they got talking about it, she's not even ready to compromise. She wants him to run on her time. That's an issue. And the funny thing is, my young man here, he so wants to please her that he doesn't really want to tell her how he feels. He doesn't want her to touch her anymore. He wants to get his sleep in and then come up. But the thing is, when I see them together, in the beginning, I thought they would be great after the show. But when she came up with that baby stuff, that was like the final straw. So I might sound unsympathetic, but let me break it down why I feel this way. So she told Dr. Pepper that, the reason why she's scared to have a baby is because she's got high blood pressure. There's medication for that. We give pregnant females medication all the time. We didn't say she has preeclampsia. We didn't say she has eclampsia. We just said she might have high blood pressure. 1. 2, when she's breaking it down to her husband, she starts off with, oh, it's painful. Yeah, I know it's painful. That's what it's about. Oh, the fluids. And then she finally ends the conversation on blood pressure. And then, poor Vince, he's probably not someone who understands the science of things. So how is he going to be sympathetic? He doesn't really understand where she's coming at. But even if I understand what she's trying to say, but I'm still not buying what she's selling. So she's still kind of re-emphasizing the fact that she's, this princess, and it's okay being a princess, but there's a time and a place for it. You decided to get married, which means there's going to be joint needs here. You have to come together as one. You have to consider somebody else. The budget has to make sense. Your husband doesn't make $1 million, so you have to comply. You can't keep saying, oh, I want to have experiences. Fine, it's good to have experiences, but your husband just started his business, maybe 6-7 months before they started filming. So she's not being realistic. I'm usually in the middle with her, but this episode really had me looking at her like, I don't know if she knows what marriage is. She just wants to look pretty and look cute, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you definitely need to give this man support, because we know this gentleman here is quite insecure. He seems to be occupying the feminine role a lot, because usually it's the females who are scared to express their feelings and always want to please, whereas it's the man who always declares what he wants and it gets done. So I'm not impressed. I don't know. I mean, I really thought they would make it to the end. They probably will, but they're going to need some real counseling, and she's really going to have to understand what compromise means. But yeah, other than that, that's where I'm with her.
Thank you. Consistent smoke. Love it. David, what's your thoughts, man? 9K a month, baby. What are you saying?
Bro. I mean, I'm going to start by saying, finances is a big thing for people to have conversations about, because truth be told, you're an engineer, you make this kind of money, you live your life the way you want to live it. You don't want to sometimes be told how to live it. And sometimes you have to understand that, when you come into a marriage, like everyone has said, there are compromises and there are adjustments. I remember we had a show where we talked about, joint account.
Bro, your sound is Going in and out, bro. It's going in and out.
How about now?
The fact you said, "How about now?" Oh, sorry. Oh man, how about now? All right. Yeah, go again. Say again. Just quickly. Just want to say.
Yeah, sorry, a little bit of that Aussie accent coming in.
Yeah, if you stay there, sir. If you stay there, go for it.
Yeah, sweet. Sorry, guys, just a little bit of the Aussie accent and all that, but I'll try to make it a bit more. Yeah, but anyways, so it's like, I know we did a show where we're talking about joint accounts, and you were saying something about the fact that, are people okay with joint accounts? Are they not okay with joint accounts? And I think somebody made a mention of, like, for things like savings or things like that, when you're in a marriage, you can have an account where, like, each person puts money in every month towards the house or towards the savings and things like that, as opposed to this idea where, it's like we kind of like draw this thing out and, oh, you bring this, you bring that. So sometimes it's always good to come to kind of a compromise like that about finances. Obviously, Bri spends more. I mean, I've been in a relationship before many years ago where the lady buys like several wares and shoes and stuff, like what Lola was saying. And averagely, ladies tend to spend a lot more than we do because they buy several little things. We buy maybe 1-2 shoes. Yeah, fine, you might buy like a very expensive shoe and all that, but ladies buy a lot of little things that accumulate to make a lot of money. So I think Vincent has to be a little bit kind of a leeway with that, because I remember at the beginning of the show when it was just you were talking about the fact that he has to like up that dating account a little bit. Like she wants to still be courted and taken out for dinner dates and things like that, which is reasonable. No lady wants to just be a stay-at-home mom and all that kind of stuff, where not that stay-at-home mom is bad before some people come for me, but just say, like, you don't want to just kind of push out to the side like, yeah, I got you already, so no point doing all those stuff anymore. And then with the whole like baby thing and all that, I think ladies are the people who change their minds the most in life. It might be a blank statement, but I think it's quite accurate. And when I say that, I mean, like, a lady can tell you just on a surface level, she can say, I'm not eating. Bro, come back from KFC and she's already inside your chicken already. Like, it's like, come on, like, make up your mind. Like, what are we doing? See that we're there or not. And that's like the same thing. Like, she might say, I don't have kids and all that. She's not saying like she's not like gonna ever have kids. She loves kids, she's not there yet. She might change her mind with time. You're already married. If you're not married, we can start saying, bro, if it's a deal breaker for you, don't marry her. But now you're already married. She might change her mind with time as you guys talk about things, as you guys get into it. She might change her mind. She might want to have, and like talking to her about things, getting clarity, like what Lola was saying as well, talking to a doctor and then explaining to you, oh, you can take this medication for this, and she can change her mind. So don't be so stuck on and be a little bit like Eric, where it's like, if you don't do this, then I'm leaving or whatever, all those kind of stuff. She might change her mind with time. As you get more information, as you get more reliability, you change your mind based on the facts. So be a little bit soft on it, understand where she's coming from. Because trust me, man, having a kid is no joke. It's a lot of things women go for. And just to close up, big ups to all the ladies. You guys are awesome, even if you never had a baby yet, but trusting God will do for you too. And you guys are legends and you're doing a great job. So, yeah.
Yes, David, with the salesman pitch at the end. Love it. Matt, Kenny, talk to me.
Oh my God. The whole KFC analogy.
The KFC analogy finished me.
Just finished us. David just said, woman, drag. Oh my gosh. Oh, there's so much that has been said. I don't even know, like, I had my notes and then there's like comments that folks have said on the panel and like, all right, Bri and Vincent. I hate to say I told you so, but I knew it. I knew it. I said it. I put the disclaimers that I didn't want to be negative, but I peeped it.
I peeped it. It was, do you want to be or do you want to be? It was like, I peeped it. All right, let's get to the point. Okay, so 9K is a lot. I want to give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe 9K is not consistent month over month, because she's not going to wear braids all the time, or she's not going to buy clothes every single month. But I think this is also why Bri said she wanted to marry someone who was richer than her, right? Because she knew that she wanted a luxury lifestyle. Like, this 9K is not out of the blue. It's in line with how she's communicated herself. She wanted a condo, right, as opposed to a townhouse. Like, she wants a higher value living, right? So, like, yes, 9K is a lot, but Bri wants to live a 9K a month life. And that's why she wanted to marry accordingly. Unfortunately, the experts paired her with someone who's just starting. That's not a 9K life. That's one. Two, Vincent is happy that his wife bought him shoes. He doesn't know that that shoe expense is going to make its way into that 9K, right? It's going to be a line item in there. He's like twiddling his toes to pass the cow. He's like, she got me shoes. That shoe is a line item on the $350 a month. She's gonna make sure he upgrades. Like, he's not gonna be wearing too tight shirts, especially if he keeps gaining weight. She's gonna make sure he's meeting her on a level. So all to say, he needs to get with the hustle program. And I think, I'm not trying to cut Bri slack. I'm just trying to explain what I'm seeing. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. Like, I think 9K is a lot. I think, all this crazy stuff. But I think that also ties into why she was waking him up in the morning, because you're not earning enough for my 9K life. Wake up. Is pretty much what she's saying. I can't leave the house and leave you in bed when we don't have a kid that you're watching or a house that you're cleaning. Like, how am I going to be going to work and you're still sleeping in bed? I get how it looked like let the man sleep, but I'm sorry, if I was married to a man who is an entrepreneur and he's sleeping while I'm rushing out for my high value job and he's not bringing 50% of my paycheck, I will wake you up. I will wake you up, because you need to find another job that requires you to wake up earlier so that we can live that 9K life. I'm just saying.
Kenny, you're killing me right now.
I'm just saying. I'm just keeping it real. Vincent taking his ring on and off, that man was shook. He was shook to the point he said, we don't need to go out. Let's just stay in the house. Let's watch Netflix. Drink water. We don't even need sparkling water. So I don't think he really wants them to sit in the house. I think that was just his immediate shock response. Like, something's got to go. We're gonna take entertainment off the list. But I think with conversation, they may be able to find a middle ground. But I think the compromise is that Vincent needs to find a higher paying job. I don't think she's gonna let him entrepreneur as long as he thinks he's going to, because she's not willing to compromise on her lifestyle, because this is who she presented herself to be from the get-go to the experts from day one. Now, here is where I'm going to come for Bri's neck, is the whole baby thing. Now, unlike Lola, who's a smoke artist, I'm going to be a little sympathetic in the sense of women die from childbirth. I don't know the extent of her medical history and if she was just putting it, downplaying it for TV. So she's not letting the whole world know about how serious her medical history is. So she just said a little bit of, high blood pressure or whatever. I don't know how bad it is. So I'm not going to put it on her that it's treatable or it's not. But these are things that you should have communicated to the experts. If you had any hesitation about having kids, because kids, it's a big deal. Men don't have kids, so they'd be demanding those little runs. They don't have them. So they'll be like, I want to have 4, I want to have 5, I want to have a whole house. It's the women that pop it out. And it's the women that are generally more afraid. So if you knew you were even remotely hesitant, communicate that, stress it. But then I can also see how she wouldn't want to communicate that, because there is a stigma about women not wanting to have kids or being unsure about having kids. I mean, David, love you, but you just ended your whole, point saying, eventually all women will want to eventually have kids. Some women don't want to have them. It doesn't mean they're stabbing children at night. It doesn't mean they're serial killers. It doesn't mean they're narcissists. They just don't want to have kids. And that's okay. And going into a marriage, hoping someone is going to change their mind about anything is a recipe for disaster. You take them face value, and if they change their mind, it is what it is. but don't go in wanting one thing and hoping that they're going to change. You will lose road. You will get lost. Don't do it, people. Don't do it. Right? So I think it's okay for her to have hesitations in general as a woman. What is not okay is that it seems like this is coming as a surprise to everyone because she didn't communicate it ahead of time. And I'll just stop there.
Thank you very much, Kenny, for that. Max, it's getting hot in here.
Yes.
Max. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the thing. Vincent came into this process to find his other half. That is problematic from day one. When you come looking for your other half, you're looking for someone to complete you. The amount of expectation Vincent carried into this process almost broke his back. Yeah? The amount of expectation that he brought with him. And it's choking them. And I want you just to deep. Who remembers last week when was it last week when they were talking about the dates and he was listing off all of these things, right? He started sweet and he ended off with like, and I want to go to my family in New York. Is that a date? Is that a date? Why are you listing that here? But he brought all of this expectation to that relationship. Now, when they're now doing budgeting and she's putting the date amount, he's saying, oh, it's too much. Or he's insinuating it's too much. It's not too much when you want to go to Disneyland, is it? But guess what she says? She says to him, oh, but I want you to continue to court me. Did you hear what he said? He said, I've already done those things. I've already done those things. Why? Because if he's done it, it's not something he's looking for. I believe in two becoming one, not two halves becoming one. And this, for me, is the Vincent Brianna issue. And that needs to resolve because he cannot continue to see her as his solution to everything. I want children, it's through her. I want legacy, it's through her. I want savings, it's through her. No, it's not. That's all.
Fear God and then fear woman after. Yes. And you lot are coming with smoke, but do you know what? I actually agree with the smoke that you lot are bringing. I'm not gonna lie to you. I really do agree with it, because he was listing so many, like they had to cut it. He was going on and on and on. And then, bro, when they ask you to produce the finances, put the money where the mouth is, suddenly your mouth is dry, brother. You was liquidating talks in the bed. No way. And now it's too much for you. So I can't defend him on this one. I go for it.
And none of those dates fall under the budget that he is proclaiming for entertainment.
Disneyland is not 400 quid.
None of them. It doesn't. None of them. Maybe the zoo. Maybe the zoo, because the zoo was part of the Christmas list. So maybe the zoo. But that's about it. Everything else was higher than the budget that he brought. And the one thing that I also want to bring attention to is the fact that they don't know each other that well. So courting is a very important part of their relationship. He's looking at it like we just got married, we're married. No, but I still don't know you. And so we still have to find the things that we like, the things that we don't like, how we act outside. Like they basically are dating with a ring and a marriage certificate in their hand. So I do understand where she's coming from when she talks about, we need to have a bit of a hefty, not too hefty, but, a heftier entertainment budget. I get that. Now, so y'all know I'm bringing the receipts. So I wrote every single charge that they had on their budget down. And Kojo, you missed some, right? You missed some, but I'm gonna list it off. Gas is 160. Groceries is 500. That's a lot of food. Okay, that's a lot of food. We don't want to keep buying shirts for Vinny. Okay, 2 people in a household, 500. Anyway, Cookie gets a budget. Cookie gets $90 a month. I don't know. Well, I guess dog food.
That dog food ain't cheap, baby. Trust me.
Yeah, I don't have a pet, so yeah, that kind of
Wait till you go to the vet. Wait till you go to the vet.
Yeah, I guess she didn't add that on there. Okay, personal maintenance is 405. That's the hair and all that stuff. Electricity is 85. Insurance is 315. Phones are 250. Listen, get to Cricket. I don't care how much money you make. Go. Pay as you go. Internet is $80. Student loans, $200. That's just hers because he didn't go to college, which is okay. It's not a dig at all. But CC credit cards, $300. Travel is $500. I don't know where they're going with $500 as travel. Gas, maybe gas to and from work. That's probably it. Clothing, $357.50. Why is that so oddly specific? I don't know. I'm just like, why? Because I really thought during the conversation they got to like $250 or something. $357.50. That's what she put. And another thing is, I don't agree in buying clothes every single month. I didn't understand that. That to me was really weird, because as females, even though we like to have nice things, it's more about the mixing and the matching. You don't always have to go every month though. I don't understand. Like, Corona's out here. Like, what are you doing? Online shopping for that much? I don't get it. I don't understand. Savings is $3,000. I get that. Okay, I get that. So that's what put it a little higher. Entertainment again is $350, which obviously is different from travel, which I'm thinking is probably gas. Car note is $870. What kind of car are you driving? $870? What? That is half of their rent. Their rent is $1,700. That is half of their rent, and that's how they get to the $9,127.50. I mean, what? $870 for a car note? I do think I understand where Vince is coming from. I do feel that because Vince has this picture of, I want a family, I want a house, I want these things for us, I want us to be on a boat and the boat actually move, you know, because that is something that they want to do in the future. I do see where, you know, savings is very important to Vince. I get that. He wants to build a legacy with her. But just like Kenny said, I do think that the finance is tied to her pregnancy. I really, truly don't think she wants to have a baby. I don't think she does. She does not want to have a baby, because when she was talking to Dr. Pepper, she says, I do not want to let him down, which means that her true answer is no. Truly, I don't want to have a baby. I do get her fear of preeclampsia, because that is a true thing. And what she said was, no matter how much I exercise, no matter how much I eat, no matter how much I or I eat healthier, or no matter how what pills I take, my high blood pressure does not, doesn't get resolved. Now, I've never heard of that, and I'm not a medical expert, so I can't, refute that. Thank you, Lola. Lola said no. That's a negative. That does not happen. So I'm sorry. I don't know where you got that from, Bri, but I was trying to defend you. But the doctor on here said no. So I think you just have some misinformation, maybe need to do some research. But I felt the sincerity in her voice when she talked about the fear. So there is fear there. There's true fear there that she is really scared of. And it could be that she doesn't want to gain weight. I don't know. But whatever it is, she needs to figure it out, and she needs to get it resolved, or just tell him the truth that you just don't want to have a baby. And the reason why that ties into finances is the fact that she does not have any, there is no, in her vision, there's no kids. It's just her. So it leads more to the selfishness and the selfish nature of, sure, I'm gonna save some, because she says she has savings, but I'm about to live this life up because ain't nobody coming after me. I'm gonna spend it all. I'm not leaving it for nobody. Okay. There's a saying in my country that says that when you work so hard and you don't spend your money, you leave it for the fool who didn't do nothing. She doesn't want to do that. She wants to spend her money while she's here. And the fact that she knows she's not going to have a baby adds to that whole element of carpe diem. I'm about to seize my life, live it to the fullest. And Vinny was not having it, because at the point they had talked about finances already. So Vinny wasn't hearing nothing after finances. Like, baby, you can't have a baby. I can't even hear you right now because I'm sweating bullets just off of these finances. So with finances, I think that they need to meet in the middle. There needs to be a true compromise. She's too selfish, and he's just doing too much. He's just being too frugal.
Yeah, he's been too frugal. I admit that. He is. Got saver and spender situation all over again. Sinead, go for it.
Boy, I tell you, we all witnessed the fastest demotion in history. Baby went from champagne Vinny to Kirkland's signature bottled water Vinny. He was like, whoa, hold on. quite honestly, to me, I felt like what they were doing was just listing out their expenses. I didn't really see them creating a budget, right? And so I think for 26 and 27-year-olds, I believe that's their age. I could be wrong. That seemed like their very first time of ever really looking back out on paper how much they're spending per month. When I think about what I was doing at 26, it was like direct deposit hit, I'm in them streets. I'm not looking at stuff. I'm not calculating how much I spent this month versus last month. It was like money in, money out. That's all I had going on. It was just me, no children, no mortgage, I'm in them streets. Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? I'm right there. Like the song said, it's the first of the month, cash your checks and come on, because it's going down. So this was their like first time kind of shocked their systems. And I get that. And I think that there should be space made for that. They're going from being two individual single people, merging their lives now as a married couple. That's a heck of a transition, right? And so I feel like if they want to, they can figure it all out with the finances and be on board. But if not, then that is definitely going to be a huge area of contention. And for me, I thought this was really interesting with regard to Bri and what she chose to bring up about her health condition. I thought 26, 27 years old, she appears to be very physically fit. She mentioned that she eats healthy. I'm like, high blood pressure, sis? Now, I get that it can also be hereditary, but at her age, with the lifestyle that she's leading, I'm like, oh, sweetheart, this is treatable. It's also preventable at this point. So I just felt like, yeah, I'm not sure that that's the sole reason of your concern behind having children. But I guess this goes to show, like, never judge a book by its cover, because when you look at Bri, we were all talking about how snatched that body was looking when they went salsa dancing, and she's an absolutely gorgeous girl. We know she's eating healthy. That skin is glowing. But baby says she got high blood pressure. So you just never know, right? Don't judge. But they'll be okay. I'm not here to count their coins. They could do what they want to do. Because I know at 26, I was doing what I wanted to do. That check said payable, made order to Shanae Rich. And I said, spend, thank you. And that's what they're doing. Now, I'm a little bit older now, so it's a little bit different. I like to pull up my account and just look at my money. Is it still there? Okay, yeah, it's still there. All right, amen, we good. But that takes time to get there.
I'm with you. Let me make sure I put my charger in, guys, before it goes off. But yes, oh Lord. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely hear all you guys what are saying. I think you all made great points. There is no right or wrong with this. I think it's just simply we're looking at it from a perspective of there's a lot of money that's going out, but at the same time they're actually saving quite a lot. I'll be honest with you. Well, Bri is anyway. $3,000 is quite a lot. So actually, if you take $3,000 off the actual off the budget, it's actually only $6,000 she's kind of shelling out. So in that sense, it's actually a more healthier outlook. So she's doing still doing some good amounts of work. Whether she was saving $3,000 beforehand is probably the question we have to ask. Maybe that was a Vinny institution, but obviously, yeah, I can see how that can be excessive, but I also can see as well, like I said, she was single, living her best life and living like it was golden. It's just going to be a case of talking. But I personally didn't like the fact that, as much as I agreed with Vinny, I didn't agree with the whole budget thing of, if we're going to be doing, if you already know you're going to be doing expensive dates, you should budget for that. That's the whole reason why we're doing budget. Do you know what I mean? Disneyland is not cheap. Now, I know some people were saying he was joking. He ain't joking. He wanted to go to those places. That's why he listed it for so long. You can't joke for that long. He was properly joking for that long. He weren't joking for that long. Come on. He was being deadly serious. He wants to go to all these different places, and they actually cost a lot of money. So, your £400 per month, that ain't gonna cover Disneyland. I'm going to be very honest with you. That's not even covering your ticket. So, my friend, you want to rethink these kind of things and just be honest about it. Say, hey, look, do you know what? Let me be honest with you. It's making me sweat a little bit how much money we're spending. But, we did promise to go on these great dates. So, let's look at how we can budget towards that so that Bri also has something to look forward to, because it's a bit like Brett and Olivia all over again. Saver, spender situation. And, it's something they can work out, I think. That's something they can work out along those lines as well. Obviously, so then we spoke obviously as well about Bri and Vincent, so I appreciate that. Obviously, our next residents, obviously, who were also quite hot, was Chris and Paige on this particular episode. Dr. Pepper and Dr. Cal got their meats into Chris in this episode. They didn't spare him nothing. At all. Candice, talk to us, man. What are you saying? Like, what Chris and Paige, man? Like, what was your thoughts about their particular individual conversations with Dr. Pepper and Dr. Carl?
I really wanted Dr. Pepper to get Chris, because she does not mince words. She would have just laid into him, and I think she would have called him a narcissist to his face. But when I thought about it, I was like, Chris doesn't respect women, so it doesn't matter what she would have said. He wouldn't have listened to her. He would have just did his little stupid laughing and like rolling his eyes, and probably would have got up and left. So he got the right one. Pastor Cal did okay. Pastor Cal, I wouldn't have stayed when he was late, showing up 45 minutes late. I would have said, Chris, thanks for coming, but you can go back home. Or maybe the production wants to sit with you, but I'm not going to sit with you. Like, you're not running the show here. And that crap with it's her face. Like, I think you guys were talking earlier with the other panel about him not feeling like she's attracted to him. That's fine. She can not be attracted to him, but he doesn't have to treat her like he treated her. That's my problem. You don't have to think somebody's cute. I don't think Chris is cute, but I don't have to treat him like he is the trash out on the street. Like, the stuff he was doing to Paige was just cruel, and the fact that he said he doesn't owe her an apology. Chris is he is scum, and I feel like Pastor Cal probably could have went into him a little bit more than he did. But like, once again, Chris doesn't care. He's not listening. He just wants to feel like he is in control, and as long as he leaves feeling like he's on top, he's good. So
I hear that, Candice. Appreciate that. David, you've moved into that first section, so go for it, David. What's your thoughts? Chris and Paige, what are you saying?
Honestly, I think Chris just really showed himself to be this, like, I think a lot of people already made their mind up on, basically, and he just came out and confirmed what they said. And I think Pastor Carl just kept on getting like so frustrated and confused, and because you look at him, he's well spoken, he looks decent, he looks tidy up, and I think it really hurts Pastor Carl, because like, this is someone you spoke to, you interviewed, you saw the prospects. We all didn't do all these things, so we just saw them on the show and we're like making our own judgments. But he like spoke to this guy before bringing him on and all those things, and I've watched like Pastor Carl on different people's channel talking about the whole process they go through in getting people on the show and what you need to do to qualify and all those kind of stuff. Because trust me, a lot of people apply to get on that thing. I mean, like, several people throw in applications. So I think he just breaks his heart every time. Like, I went through all these things and you're just showing up, like, light. I mean, with the whole thing of she could have followed us to go and check out the car. He's just like almost going to fall out of his chair. Like, are you stupid? Like, you're not making any sense, And I think like Paige, honestly, the whole thing. Yeah, I think there was something I was going to say about the whole colorism and stuff. I think a lot of times people tend to, often in the Black community, people tend to get on people's back. Immediately they say something about, I don't like a Black woman, or I don't like the way she looks, or whatever. And I think Kojo was saying something about that before. And I think that's very bad, because you look at some of the rich Black guys who like maybe got in with a white lady or got in with a light-skinned Black lady. A lot of times people are like, yeah, that's what they do. When they make money, now they want to go for them and they want to leave us out. And I think that's not so true. Like, people have the right to choose who they want to be with and who looks attractive to them. Now, you don't have a right to treat them the way you're treating them, or the way Chris treated Paige. Everybody is against that. But, you can't just say, how do you mean you don't find that attractive? I have the right to find whoever I want to find attractive, and that's my prerogative. It's up to you to choose who you find attractive or not find attractive. So a lot of those kind of comments about colorism and stuff like that, to me, I feel like they're just an overstretch. He obviously did that wrong, and he shouldn't have done, the way he did that and all those kind of things. And, she's, and that's why Pastor Carl kept on trying to get him to realize, like, bro, you're focusing on the wrong thing. You're focusing on the body, on the face. What if she's the drop gorgeous and then she has an accident, or she has eczema? Is she like no longer your wife for the period she has that facial infection or whatever. It's like you need to focus on the important things and not focus on like the things that are just temporal. And I think it's a big message for us as guys. A lot of times, we focus on a big booty or whatever and all these kind of things. Like you need to think about the things that are really like of value. Yeah, of course, it's good for you to have a big booty and a good attitude and a good personality and all that. But yeah, of course. But the truth is, we have to be honest with ourselves. Everyone's not going to work for Shell the same way. Everyone's not going to get in with a Kim Kardashian or a big booty and wonderful attitude. So you just have to find what you can find in people and appreciate that and let that resonate. Let that show for it. Let's celebrate the lady in front of our friends. Let them know like she's a wonderful person, not because she doesn't have a beautiful face or whatever. Just focus on the main things that are key, and that's what matters. I mean, I think she's gonna find someone wonderful for herself with time, as she goes forward, and I just really hope that she heals from everything that's happened on the show. Like someone was saying earlier on the show, that the things that people are even writing online are things that are even hurtful for her, and I really look forward to her being able to um get over those things and move forward and just get someone lovely for herself. Yeah.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Sinead, go for it. And I know obviously some people disagree, some people agree, and it's good to disagree or agree. This is why we're here. You understand? So please go for it.
Absolutely. I agree. I wish, Candace, that Dr. Pepper would have had a chance to sit with Chris. She had so many quotables this episode. And one of them that really resonated with me was, honesty does not have to be cruel, or honesty is not cruelty. And that's exactly what Chris has been to Paige. He's been cruel. And when I think about it and put it in perspective, they met each other at first sight, they got married, and Paige said it. A week later, he wanted a divorce. How is it that someone you've known for 7 days, you've managed to build up this much dislike, vitriol, and just cruelty for? You don't even know this woman. That's a deep-seated issue that resides within Chris. And I think I said this before on a live. That young man does not like women. I'm not talking about his sexual preference. He does not like women. If we were to really get Mercedes to talk and tell her truth, we'd see a lot of similarities between how Paige is being treated and how Mercedes is being treated. If we could find this other fiance from some years back and ask her what her experience was like, again, lots of similarities. And it really is unfortunate, because when someone is that broken and that hurt, that's their filter. So everything that comes out of them comes through that filter. And so when Chris opens his mouth, everything he says comes out of this dirty, chalked up with black, sticky stuff filter. And it's nasty and it's vile. And my heart literally broke, because we've all met people that we may not have thought were attractive. I've gone on a blind date before, got there, and I was just like, but there's a way to do it. There's a way to handle it. And Chris has just completely mishandled and mismanaged this entire situation. There was no reason to sit up there on national TV and say the things that he said. That girl is getting publicly humiliated as every episode is being aired. To not even have the soundness of mind to consider that before you say and speak something. Again, he only knew her for 7 days before he wanted to divorce her. So where's the emotion coming from to be so nasty to this woman that you really don't know? I mean, you were inside of her on the first night you met her. But do you see what I'm saying? How the pendulum swings from one side to the other is just reckless. I can be inside you and I can trash you on national TV and feel nothing. It's very scary. It's very dangerous. And to me, Chris showed that he lacks the capacity to have effective relationships, not just with women, but effective relationships in life, business relationships, friendships, and relationships romantically, platonic. He does not have the capacity. And so Paige wanting to come to decision day and ask him some more questions about, well, why did you even come on the show? And why did you this? And why did you that, Paige? He does not have the capacity. You're going to have to resolve this one on your own and move forward. I loved what another quotable from Dr. Pepper. She said, well, I guess it's onward and upward from here. Absolutely, it is. Move on. You don't need Chris to say another word to you to bring you any bit of resolve. Again, as you said, y'all were married for all of 7 days, Paige, and then he wanted to divorce you. So why is it that you feel you need him to give you an explanation? Let it go. It's called shake the dust from your sandals and chuck the deuces and keep it moving forward and forget that you even know Chris, which is so hard for her to do, y'all, because it's happened on national TV. People will walk by her and be like, oh, ain't that girl that dude was, my heart breaks for her experience after this because it's not going to be easy. And I think Yetunde talked earlier about some of what's happening online. I haven't been seeing all of it, but I can just imagine. It's nothing nice. And the only thing I can think about for Chris is, the truth is this: you reap from what you sow. I pray that God has mercy on both of them, but every single one of us has to reap for the seeds that we've sown and the imprint that we leave on people's lives when we encounter them. Chris has to remember that.
I hear that, Shanae. Thank you very much. Layla, what are you saying?
When I was watching Chris and the confusion on his face as he tried to process Pastor Cal explaining common decency to him, it was clear that Chris is tacky. He is classless. He lacks grace. He lacks humility. He's arrogant. But I started to wonder also, like, is he stupid? Is this like a lack of intelligence? Is this just, what am I seeing here that is, it's almost like logic and just societal norms. It escapes him. It's beyond him. He came to that meeting disrespectful and entitled, attempting to scold the producers and Pastor Cal for not doing a better job for him. All these beautiful Black queens, white queens, Latina queens in Atlanta, and you couldn't find me one that I was attracted to? Really? All these halfway decent men in Atlanta, and they brought Paige Chris. And he doesn't even see that he is the sack of dirty laundry that got dumped onto her bed. He thinks that somehow he was burdened with the dog-faced girl. When Pastor Cal was like, but they're beyond physicality. Like, what could it be? He's like, no, that's it. That's literally it. Just like Candace said, just like Shanae said, he doesn't like women. He is a misogynist. He does not value women is precisely what it is. He does not see a value in women beyond what he can objectify, beyond their physical beauty and their ability to facilitate his own narcissism in bringing him a child that reminds him of himself. So because she is not attractive to him, she instantly had no value. She turned the corner and he was done. And the reason why people say he's a colorist is because you couldn't see her from that far. There's no way you could have seen her. So you knew she was dark skinned. You knew she had on a wig. And you were just like, no. A week was too long for Chris. Chris feels like he did her a favor in staying for a week. He only brought Mercedes around. He only brought Mercedes around to say, this is the type of woman that you should have been. And how dare you even attempt to call yourself my wife looking the way that you look? He's a narcissist. And I know that people keep saying like, oh, we're overusing this word. It is because there is an epidemic of narcissism in society today. It has been fueled by reality TV. It has been fueled by social media. It has been fueled by corporate America. It's been fueled by Wall Street. It's been fueled by all of the isms in our society that encourage you to think only about yourself. It's also been fueled by all these absentee parents who are letting other people raise their kids and not understanding that that's ruining their children. And Chris is caught up in that web. Now, I don't care why he is the way he is. Once you're a narcissist, once you're a misogynist, that's you. Work it out with Jesus. You know what I mean? That's your journey. Nobody really can save you because those are character disorders. That's about how you see the world and how you see yourself in the world. That's not about hurt feelings. That's not about past trauma. Really, not it is, but not really. That's about how you see the world. And the way he sees the world is women only have value to the extent that he can access something that they possess. And it is disgusting. And I have a lot of jokes that I could say about his face and his body and his knit blouse that he wore to the meeting with Pastor Cal. I had a lot, but I felt like, you know what? I'm not going to get on the internet and trash him and somewhat validate his trashing of Paige. Do you know what I mean? Like, he thinks it's okay to do that. He doesn't know what he looks like, but I'm sure the internet has told him and told his parents and told everyone he's ever dated and told his whole church. He's been hearing how he looks. I'm sure he doesn't believe it, but it was stunning to me to see it. And Paige, you have no more questions for him. He answered every single question you had when he asked you for a divorce. When he left you at the airport to pick up his bags from the baggage claim, there's no more questions. You should just be thankful. Don't be asking God, why me? Be saying, thank you, God, that I escaped a relationship with a narcissist in only a couple weeks, because it would have ruined your life. Thank God he wasn't attracted to you, because he would have dragged you down into his own personal hell and fed you to his demons, and you would have been there for years. So just be grateful that you escaped. Why are you trying to ask him questions? What could he possibly say? What could he possibly say? So I don't know any previews. I haven't read any spoilers. I don't know why people keep saying that Paige is like waffling on decision day. I don't even want to know. Paige, I've seen her on Unfiltered. It looks like she's had her glow up. It keeps going. She's been looking better. She's been dressing better. The hair has gotten better. The makeup has gotten better. Somebody got a hold of her and said, look, girl, I love you too much. Okay. And I appreciate whoever did that. She needs some self-esteem. She needs to see herself on TV looking good. She needs to hear compliments from people. And she needs to, like, everything that Dr. Pepper told her, that was therapy, girl. That was therapy, onward and upward. You didn't do anything to deserve it. He made choices and they have nothing to do with you. You are valuable, you are worthy, and nothing that he has said or done to you or about you can change that. That's it, Paige, okay? And you know, that's literally all therapy is. You keep going until you have literally internalized it. That's all therapy is. Until you believe it, until you put up those boundaries that your therapist told you to put up, you just keep going. And once you've done it, then you're done. So Paige, I mean, I don't know how many times you got to hear it, maybe 1,000, but let's hope that we are at least on time 100, girl, because you gotta let go of this idea of closure. That there's no such thing. There's no such thing with a narcissist. Just you escape with your life, girl. Just keep running.
Appreciate it, Lilo. Appreciate it. Didi, what you saying, bro? Chris and the Paige thing.
Remember the last episode? I remember I called it. Pastor Carl said, "Chris, what planet are you on?" Mm-hmm. Because I am lost for words with Chris. I can't look. Lila said everything in a bracket about Chris, because Chris is a very huge narcissist. Like Dr. Pepper called him an extraordinary narcissist. I really do not know. He came to Pastor Carl's meeting late, which is very disrespectful. The man took his time out of his day to have that session with you, and he came late. And then he was in the session smiling and laughing like it's a joke. Like, Chris takes nothing serious. Paige, I still feel sorry for Paige. I don't know. I guess I was soft heart for her. I just hope it gets to a point that if she ever moves on past Chris, that she learn from that experience and probably do better with herself. As we can see, she's starting to dress a little better. She's starting to look a little better, but it's just that I think Chris broke Paige so much that Paige is just feeling like I said, he's a gaslighter as well. So he has Paige feeling that she is nothing. Like she's not of value. She's not of substance. And I don't find Paige is ugly. No, Paige is very attractive. But she's not an ugly woman. I cannot understand how he speaks about Paige's face, but every night he wants to jump into bed with her, which makes no sense to me. If you're not attracted to a woman, why you want to jump in bed with her so much? So at this point, I think Layla said it. For me, Layla said it best about him. And just to piggyback off of it, I don't know, like that man just needs to reevaluate himself or maybe fix himself before he actually comes or decides to jump on any show. I think he brought Mercedes, like Layla said, to just bear comparison to show Paige that that's what she needs to look like, because that's a trophy wife he wants. Also, like, the way he talk about Paige, like, Pastor Carl asked him, what really are you, like, what really did you give her a chance to so you can be attracted to her? He's like, yeah, he gave her a chance. What chance Chris gave Paige? Because I'm really lost as to what chance. He didn't give Paige any chance for him to get to the point where he literally liked Paige or physically or anything about Paige. Like, he's spiritually attracted to Paige. I still trying to find the definition of spiritually attracted to a woman. I really do not know what that means. I cannot get past that spiritually attracted to somebody. But Chris, I think at this point I'm just tired of Chris, and I just pray for Paige, and that's about it for me. But we all know that show, Everybody Hates Chris. Well, we've seen a remake of that show on Married at First Sight. There's nobody likes Chris.
Appreciate you, bro. As always, man. Appreciate you, bro. Always bringing the slappers. I love it, man. All right, cool. Let us talk to us, man. What are you saying, man? Don't smoke it too hard now, okay?
Now, you know what? With this couple, what else is new? But what the order of events. So we had Dr. Pepper come first. She spoke with Paige, and the first thing she said was, "Oh, you know what?" And that's the first thing they've said it on the air. She said he's a narcissist. Clear, fair enough. They go through that. But then after she do their little thing, then first of all, Pastor Carl is sitting there, for 45 minutes? He has no respect for somebody's time. So he starts demonstrating the traits. So they give him the name and then they show us the definition. 1, he's late. 2, he's sitting down with this inflated sense of self. He thinks he's hot stuff. He really isn't, but I'm not going to say anything. Then he's talking about somebody else. So now he's making digs at her and talking about how she looks. It's a physicality for him. But he was able to, sleep with that physicality, twice a day for the week. Had his fill of her. So used her. Lacks empathy for her. And then as soon as he was, it was confronted, because then Pastor Carl started trying to tell him about relationships. And with narcissists, they can't maintain relationships, whether it's, a love relationship or a friend relationship. We can see how he's broken everything down. Pastor Carl is breaking it down. Well, you need to be careful. You've had 2 failed engagements. Now you had a failed marriage. As soon as he's been told what he is, he wants to shut down. He's talking about, I don't understand the point of this. So he literally was, if you didn't understand the definition, you would feel like, people are throwing the word out there. They gave the word, then they showed the definition. This was like, show and tell. So that's what I kind of noticed about that. So that's it with him. We know what he is. I hope he gets his. I hope he really gets his, but until then. But one of the things I noted was with Paige. So we know all of what's gone on. We know he said all the things he's told her a million times. I don't want you. I don't like you. But do you notice in one of her monologues as she was packing up her stuff, she was saying, oh, I wished my marriage hadn't ended like this. I feel like her word should have been, I'm relieved that God saved me. But I'm still astonished because those were her words. I'm sad it ended like this. So she still isn't clear on how the Lord saved her, because all she had was a week with that clown or with that demon. I don't know what to call him. And she's acting like this. Can you imagine in real life what some females have gone through, been trapped in that web of deceit and lies and abuse for years on end? And she got a week of it, and her Holy Father separated her from that clown. I hope she can look back on it now and really see that she was saved. She wasn't punished. And that's all I have to say about her, because, I said I'm not going to be talking down to her, but I just want her to realize and look back on some of the things she says. Because she literally said that. I'm like, yo, sis, you just got saved. Praise the Lord. I know there's that. And there's the big thing is because it's in front of a camera, you start replaying it. You start feeling a certain way. Some of us might, crack jokes and speak loosely. And but then at the same time, when she's on her knees at night opening up her Bible, she needs to see how God saved her. The Holy Spirit protected her on this one. And that's all I have to say about that couple.
That's real. That's real. That's real. You ain't lied. You ain't lied. Ken, talk to me, man. Chris and the Paige and thing. What are you saying?
Look, a lot of what needs to be said has been said, but I'll just say this. I think what we're watching Paige go through right now is the 5 stages of grief, because nothing is making sense. And we're just like, why is she waffling? And we feel like we're also on the emotional roller coaster. And we're like, we didn't buy tickets for this. so free us, Paige. But I think what she's going through is the 5 stages of grief. And let me break it down. The 5 stages of grief are denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and eventually acceptance. And it's not a linear process. So it sounds like it's one after the other, but it's really not a linear. You can go from denial to anger to bargaining to anger to denial, like before you eventually get to acceptance. Sometimes you never even get to acceptance. People get stuck in one of the stages. So let me explain by giving examples of what we've seen from Paige, and you guys can tell me if I'm off the cuckoo's nest or if I'm onto something. Denial. From the very first night that Chris said, I am not attracted to you, Paige refused to believe him. And he told her, I am spiritually attracted to you. We all know there is no such thing. She refused to believe him. You know, he told her, I don't want to take care of your dog. She said to him, you want me to take care of your outside kid, but you don't want to take care of my dog. Again, she knows, but refused to believe what he was telling her. Anger. We all saw the producer recording where she called the producer and was cussing out and saying she's going to expose him. She's going to do this. That was the anger. That was the anger. Bargaining. When we see her with her family, when we see her with a therapist and with her family last week, she said, if only he could get to know me, that he didn't even try. He didn't even leave a note. That was the bargaining, because she felt like if he could just get to know me, maybe this could have worked out. And just to be clear, she's not grieving Chris. She's grieving her idea of marriage. I probably should have started with that. She's grieving her idea of marriage, and she's already said it. So what we're watching is someone going through the grieving process, and it's driving us nuts, but it's textbook, right? And then depression. Why me? And last week we were all like, what do you mean, why me? That's what it is. Why me? She's succumbing to a sadness, a sorrow. And she hasn't reached the point of acceptance. She always sounds like she has when she says it's not serving me anymore. That sounds more inclined with like how she's feeling angry, as opposed to like, I truly accept that this is over and it's time to move on. So we're going to keep seeing her oscillate between each of these, stages of grief. And I don't know that we'll ever get to the point of acceptance, because she's letting go of a huge deal, right? She was taking on the role of breaking a generational curse. She was taking on the role of being a whole wife. There's so much that she's losing her image. She's being embarrassed. She's also being emotionally abused. So there's a lot she's grieving. So we're going to see her oscillate. And, that's just a breakdown of what I'm thinking that she's going through.
That was sick. I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't get a chance to do the pip. Do you know what I mean? Because it was a pip moment. Like, yo, I never thought of it like that. And the fact that you brought that into the play, this is why the panel's here, baby. Right? For stuff like that makes you think different. Like, I never thought about that. Never thought about it. But the way you just broke it down, I see what you're saying. 100%. Appreciate that, Kenny. Thank you so much, man. That was awesome. Max, go for it.
Yeah, just taking in all the wisdom. Honestly, there's been a lot of good points. Just to offer a few other things. One of the things I believe Chris is struggling with is self-restraint. And we see it in how he communicates, right? He doesn't know when to stop. He doesn't know what is and isn't appropriate. The show will air on TV. He's on Instagram posting things. He's not able to stop himself. But that is not just in his discussion, right, and in his speech. It's also in his in his sex life. Because I don't know if you guys remember when they were at the bachelor party, and he was like, "Oh, are you guys gonna have sex? I don't think I'm gonna have sex." I think he even says, "Oh, I was fasting, but I was masturbating." And I said, "Hold on a second.
hold on a minute. If you're going to abstain, why did you have to masturbate? Why? So the thing is, even though he said, oh, I'm not going to pressure my wife, it's all down to her if she wants to have sex, whatever, he comes into that marriage and he needs to offload. He wants to be sexually satisfied. Again, no self-restraint, because the truth is, he's articulated time and time again, he's not attracted to her. So he's accepting he used her. He used her for his own sexual satisfaction. That is what it is. And again, it's the lack of self-restraint, because other people, for example, will say, okay, if I'm not into her, let me at least respect her by not being intimate with her, right? But he's not able to do that because he wants to fulfill himself. Another thing about Chris is I think he's committed to the surface of things and how things appear. And so as soon as he didn't see her as pretty, his commitment level is regulated by that, right? By what he sees. So as soon as he didn't see her as pretty, the commitment went straight down. When he told the mum, oh, mum, it's not working out, she said, I'm not surprised. Remember, guys, he was a pastor. But I can imagine, as a pastor, especially in today's society, that's a beautiful thing, right? You've got all these women, all this attraction. You're a motivational speaker, some churches, let's be real. You've got a huge following. Now, when it gets down to, Pastor, I need someone to pray with me. Pastor, you need to visit hospital. Pastor, you need to, oh, no, I can't do it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm here for the service. I'm here for the speeches. I'm here for the clout. So for me, I feel like he just continues to commit just on the surface, because Pastor Cal says to him, hold on, you said you wanted to be a power couple. You said you wanted to work the room. Why? Because he wants perception. He wants you to know, guys, these are my life goals. When they went out for the basketball date and he's saying, oh, what's your year plan? Or what do you want to do with your life? And, when he brings Mercedes, everything is for show. Everything is surface with him. And I think his parents knew that, which is why I believe his dad gave Paige the advice of, oh, just have sex with him. Because I believe that they knew this guy cannot commit. So just keep him distracted and keep him fulfilled. And I think that is a real problem when your parents are your enablers. That's part of it. And also the fact that he didn't deal with his demons and deal with the things that he knew would hold him back. He's been engaged multiple times. So what, is this marriage supposed to solve it? Is coming on this show supposed to solve it? No. Deal with yourself before you make someone else deal with you. I mean, that's completely selfish. And the last thing I'll say is about what we've spoken about in terms of grieving, right? And Paige has spoken so many times about God speaking to her and so on and so forth, which, as a Christian, we can all accept God does speak to us. But to be in God's will and to be in alignment, you will also have God's perspective. And the way she's handling this situation is problematic because she's grieving something she should be celebrating. God has literally just been covering her. This is not a battle lost. This is a victory won. And if you can't see that, you're not in alignment.
That's a heavy bar. Heavy bar. Do you know what it reminded me of when you mentioned that, Max? There's a scripture in the Bible. David was grieving his son that had died. And they said to him, and his lieutenants were saying to him, are you nuts, bruv? Like your son was out here trying to kill you and the land, and he's dead. You better celebrate. And they told him to fix up, get with it, get with the program, because you're out here crying and grieving over this son who was going to kill everybody, and now they've got rid of him. You're now grieving. They said, listen, get up, get out of that funk. So what you said is reminding me of that scripture in the Bible as well. Sorry, did you finish, Max? I don't know, because it went out a little bit.
No, just to add to that again, David, when he had slept with Bathsheba, right, and she becomes pregnant, and God lets him know this child will die, and so he's pleading with God, and when the child dies, he gets up and worships. This is what alignment is. You're not saying God must give me everything I want, but I will accept and I will celebrate what he wills. And so for me, as we're seeing Paige respond, it's uncomfortable because I'm like, is she really in alignment then? I'm not saying that she should celebrate something that is painful. And I'm saying I understand that it's painful, but even in your pain, you can see the purpose when you are in that alignment. And so that's just something I feel like is missing here. And yeah, it kind of is showing there's something wrong in her understanding potentially. Yeah.
Good points, man. Good points. Took it there. Adjoa.
My spirit is literally on fire right now from everything everyone said. Like, it's just burning up in me because, like, I wish I knew what she was during this taping. I would drive there and pull her out of this whole situation. Yeah, crazy. But for Chris, the song that came to mind was "Baby Narc to do 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 do, Baby Narc to." Like, he's a narcissist. Okay, and I know we've been calling him a baby narcissist, but yeah, I think he's growing wings. He's growing wings because he sees the effect of the things that he's been doing, and so it's making him a little bit more confident in his narcissism. The one thing I want to say, though, is that when he came over there, he came on a mission. He wanted to light Paige up. He wanted to embarrass her. He wanted to make sure she knew how low on the totem pole of attractiveness she was. Like, he was on a mission, and not only for Paige, but also for the MAFS producers and the MAFS people. Because he said, out of all the people in Atlanta, y'all found me the one person that I'm not attracted to. I mean, how much of an exaggeration is that? You're saying everybody else in Atlanta you would have been attracted to other than that one person? No. So he came on there on a mission to try to annihilate Paige and any little type of self-esteem, anything that's left over that he didn't like break, he was trying to do that on TV. And the thing that makes me so sad is that Paige came over there. Paige was a little shattered, right? Paige has all this history. You could tell the divorce in the family. She has all this weight on her shoulder. And so she was a little bit shattered by life. And Chris came and stomped all over her and just broke her, just straight broke her. And I feel so sad for her. And I think when Kenny mentions all those stages of grief, especially the depression part, it's written all over her. Because when I saw her with that wig, and this is not like to be funny, but when you can't see how crazy you look in the mirror. Listen, any woman who has, or any man who has gone through depression, there was a video on YouTube of this lady who did not comb her hair for 2 years. 2 years. Because of the level of depression she was going through. And when I see the way she was looking on that camera, sis was broken down, depressed, couldn't even see the flyaways and anything that was going on that wig. And it saddens me. It really does. It saddens me so much that she allowed a month worth of trash to drag her down this road. Another thing I want to say is that Paige really got a gift from Dr. Pepper, okay? I don't know if you guys know this, but in high school, the book like Reading for Dummies or Math for Dummies or Geometry for Dummies, that little tiny book, Paige got Therapy for Dummies, like the best efficient therapy for dummies in that little segment that she had with Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper told her everything she needed to know. For every question she has, Dr. Pepper gave her the answer. Because she wants to hurt you. Bring up a question. Why would Chris do this to me? Because she wants to hurt you. Why would Chris sleep with me when he's not attracted? Because she wants to hurt you. Because he wants to. Every single question you have, Paige, has been answered with that line. Why did Chris not moving with me? Because he wants to hurt you. Why did he bring Mercedes over? Because he wants every single question. What else do you have to ask Chris? If your answer was blank in your face, what else do you have? What else do you have to ask him? Other than you want an opportunity to bargain again with him. That's it. You just want an opportunity to be able to bargain with this man who has dogged you because, as Kenny said, the trajectory of 5 stages of grief is not linear. You can go and come and go and come. So let me just have an opportunity with you to have a conversation to see if there's a slimmer little tiny bit of hope that I can like weave myself in and try to negotiate why you should come back to me. That level of self-esteem, I don't understand, because the thing about not having self-esteem is you allow people to tell you what your value is. And for someone who has high self-esteem, when someone tells you that, oh, someone is trying to hurt you, the first thing you go to is it's an insult. Like, how dare you? How dare you try to treat me like this? How dare you talk to me like that? How dare you do this to me? She has none of that in her. She has none of that in her. She went straight to sadness because her how dare you has turned into why not me? Tell me why. What can I do better? What can I do to change your mind? That's how you know someone has low self-esteem, because she's begging and bargaining for the attention that this narcissist will give her. And it just breaks my heart for her. It absolutely breaks my heart for her. And I pray to God that she's able to, I don't know, recover from that. It just breaks my heart.
And I hope that, you know, sometimes we see on these reality shows where someone has like a bad run, so to speak. Sometimes we see them come back, like they get a second opportunity, right, to do it again. I really hope that for Paige, she doesn't get picked up by another show or brought back on Married at First Sight. Like, I don't want to see her on Ready to Love. I don't want to see her on The Bachelorette. It's not because I don't think, you know, she needs to take some time and really heal. I'd love to see her be surrounded by people that love her, where she's getting intense therapy, but not go back through this loop on reality TV again. How many reality TV people have we seen just on our screens, toxic and sick? And all they need is someone to just love on them and help them get to a place of healing. I want that so bad for Paige. So I'm praying we don't see Mavs give her a second run on this show again.
Well, with that stupid show on Matchables that they always do afterwards? I hope not.
Yes. If I see her on there, I swear I'll just like, no.
No,
at this
just give
point,
one of
I
those
feel like
Sinead prayers will stop that.
We can all collect some money for Iyanla to please. We beg her for just one episode. We will pay her. We will pay Iyanla to please
Iyanla got to give her that mommy hug.
Please let her lay on the ground. Let her lay on the ground so her soul and her spirit can be one with the ancestors and feel the energy.
Looks like Kojo doesn't agree.
I mean, she said, everybody will contribute. I'm like, no, I won't be, but I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, not Kojo, but I'm sure a lot of us will contribute.
Yeah, I'll contribute. My budget is not including that right now. It's on
I'm
Vincent break.
I'm not mad at you.
No, I appreciate that, ladies. You broke some stuff down. You know what I mean? You broke some stuff down. Yeah. So obviously, then we've hit Chris and Paige. We've broken it down beautifully. Let's talk about Ryan and Clara, because obviously, because it's a bit mad right now with Ryan and Clara. I'm just going to say this line. I mean, he didn't know. Apparently, he didn't know that she was burning. He didn't know that she was on fire. You know, and not for God either. So, what do we? I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. So what's our thoughts around with Ryan? He's no longer just stealing sex now. He's now absent-minded to the fact that his wife is on fire, which is really odd for me, because he's saying that their marriage is absolutely perfect. There's nothing to change about their marriage. So if I start with Sinead, I'll go around the other way. So Sinead, talk to us. What's your thoughts on Ryan and Clara?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. My thoughts on Ryan and Clara. Yeah, sure. So yeah, sure. I'm sorry. I have to do it now.
They already said they want to see impersonation, so you're good.
I literally could not believe that he was that absent-minded. No, I think Ryan's far more sinister than that. I think he sat down with Clara prior to both of them going to their individual meetings. He laid out the script. They ran through it a few times, made sure she was rehearsed and right on par, because he has full control of this narrative, and that's what's happening. Get up there and tell the same lies. This man said, we have such a magnetic connection. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Magnetic. So where the magnets at, Ryan? Can you point those out? What are the two things that just get smash together? Because I'd like to know. I mean, just this boy is just, I can't. I really can't. In all seriousness, I'm kind of starting to feel like if a lot of the other things that we've already brought to the table with regard to his sexuality are not the case, is there possibly some trauma there that is preventing him from engaging in intercourse with Clara? Because I don't want to make this about like they're not having sex. I get that on the previous season, there was a couple that went the entire 8 weeks. They did not engage in sex, and that was great. What's different about them and Clara and Ryan is, but Clara and Ryan are engaging in some other sexual activities to the point where Ryan is receiving all of the benefits and Clara is dispensing and distributing all the benefits. So if they were just not doing anything, then I think we would understand what's going on here. But the fact that they're doing something is just, it's quite jarring and bizarre. That is Ryan just really that selfish? Is it just like, is he just really that self-seeking to the point that he would not think that his wife would not want to benefit as well from what they're engaging in? I noticed how when they filmed the scene, when he came back in from his meeting, he kissed her on the forehead like she was a friend. I was like, y'all ain't even pecking on the lips, kiss on the cheek. But as Clara said it, she's getting him off every night. Like, make it make sense for me, because I'm not getting it. These dollars are not making any sense. And I just need it to come together for me. So Ryan's probably never going to be truthful on camera. And I don't know where that's coming from. But I would hope that Clara would at least recognize that, you're in the driver. You can be as much in the driver's seat as you want to be. Right? So you just met this man all of 30 days ago. Why are you letting him tell you what to say? Y'all are a 10 out of 10? In what? Like, girl, come on now. And I find it interesting that she even said that she was in love with him. I was just like, okay. So what do you love about him? A man that will receive pleasure from you, but not pleasure you back. What do you love about him, Clara? What makes it tick for you, sis? Make it make sense. I mean, I'm just like, is she so used to just absolute scum that she thinks that Ryan is a blessing? Because I'm not sure I get it. And I know she said for her, sex is just sex, but it isn't. And there might be some trauma there as well as to why she even feels that way, because that's also very unhealthy, right? Like, no, sex is an extremely intimate part of your marriage. So why would it not mean more than just sex for you, Clara? And if that's the case, then don't expect it in return from your husband. If you don't feel no ways about it. But see, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting lost in all the lies and minutia that I really can't even take it at this point. And I just don't think we're ever going to get the truth about Ryan and Clara. But my last point I do want to share, there was a tweet that was on Twitter that just tickled my soul. The tweet said, Ryan's shirt say Black Lives Matter, but his mustache say January 6th. So insert casket right here, because I'm dead. I'm dead.
Bloody heck. Oh. Adwa, go for it. She knows she's bad for that. She knows she's bad for that.
Wow.
She knows she's bad for that.
My thoughts just scattered when that last word dropped on your sentence. Whew. Okay, so I have a theory, y'all. I have a theory.
Oh, Lord.
So I'm thinking, okay? And this is a theory, and because it's a theory, I probably need to add allegedly at the end of this.
No, you need to add it at the beginning. No, you need to add it at the beginning, Adwa.
Okay, let's go all the way in.
Add at the beginning. Okay. Allegedly at the beginning.
Oh, allegedly at the beginning?
At the beginning.
So allegedly, I'm thinking, this is my theory. I think Elon Musk sat there and was like, you know what? How can I create an AI? And, just like have him infiltrate, like, real, like Ryan's a robot. Ryan is a robot created by Elon Musk and was like, you know what? Tesla is doing so well. Let me see what I can do with real people. Let me see if I can fool them. And if they can't tell. And I think he planted him on maps. That's it. For real. Like, what is going on in that mind, in that head? I don't get it. I have tried every single angle. I have tried the closet. I have tried outside the closet. I have tried the fact that he's like he has a schedule somewhere and like an Excel spreadsheet of all the things that Clara's doing, the pros and the cons and everything that his parents said he does, you know, just to make a decision. And you know, I guess I have to come back to that, because if he's not a robot and he's real, then that must be it. He has the schedule, and the schedule has a deadline of decision day. And because it's not decision day yet, he hasn't made, like, he hasn't summarized the schedule yet. The schedule of what his parents say he does to make a decision. They said he's very thoughtful. He has pros and cons, and he has pros and cons for the pros and cons. So I'm thinking that's what it is. He has the schedule somewhere, and he's updating it on a daily basis. And of course, poor Clara, she just keeps messing up all the time. So he could never figure out what is going on with her. I think that he doesn't want to have sex with her because he's not sure what his decision is going to be on decision day. I really think it's that simple. I think he does not want to have sex with her because he's not sure. The level of restraint, though, okay, we've all been Christians, okay? And there is a line of no return when you're Christian. And therefore you don't get to that line. And if you do get to that line, then boy, you better just be ready to say a prayer, because you know how that's going to go down. Like, does he not have that? Does he not have that? And if you don't have that, then it makes sense why you have never fallen in love with anyone, because you don't have that connection between the feelings you're feeling in your body, the sensations that are going on in your body, and how it registers to your brain. Because we don't have control of that connection of, I feel good, I feel these endorphins, I feel this, I feel that. And I mean, it's human nature. This is what happens to us as humans. We feel things and it produces a certain response. So he may have a break in that, where mentally, medically, something's not going on in the brain, where he's not reading these, you know, these good feely experiences and translating it in the brain as, oh, this is what this means. Because even for next week's episode, he says, I don't want to keep saying I love you, or whatever it is. I mean, I don't know what that means, because he's never said it. So I don't know. But I really do think that there's a disconnect between what he feels and his brain. And that's why he's never fallen in love, and he probably never will. But if he says I love you, he's probably lying, because he probably just may never fully fall in love. People who work in the brain, I know we have a psychologist and, you know, resident doctor on here. Y'all could kind of break it down a little bit more, but that's what I'm feeling. Another thing that I want to call out is Clara. Clara, you just said that you have sex and that's how you feel love. How did you love Ryan without having sex?
Yo, I never deep that.
I'm awake, Clara.
That's a good point.
You're waiting for the sex because that is the gateway to love for you. You still haven't gotten it. You over here in Bri's house or somebody's house, and listen, the way this conversation happened in this person's house, whose house was that? I don't even know. I'm gonna say Bri. The way this conversation happened in Bri's house, did y'all check the dog? The dog was walking around. Then the dog jumped in Paige's lap. Then the dog got off. She was still talking about not having sex. I'm like, how long were you talking about this? The dog left. The dog was walking on the other corner, and she was still going up, and like everybody looked like, dang, really? Like at this point, we just want to have sex with you. Can we have sex with you? And you okay? Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's a mess. But I do feel like they're gonna stay together, because I think the thing that Ryan does for Clara is that he gives her some level of comfort. Because the thing with Ryan is he seems very attentive, not sexually, attentive as in like in a very friendly way. Like they probably are best friends, and that's why they think it is a 10 to 10. he seems like he's there for her. They have, they talk. You can tell in the way that they communicate that they have a good relationship and like a friendship type of relationship. So I think that's what she feels, and she thinks that that's a good relationship, and that's why she gives it a 10. But yeah. And Clara's the one who's starting the sex. Ryan isn't, because every time she talks about the sex, she says, I do. Not he asks me, but I do. Stop it. I'm done.
Like that. Max, is there a level of desperation from Clara that is a bit much? You know what I'm saying? Like, my old girl out here just seems to be just begging it, bro. I'm just going to use that word in English when we say she's begging it. She's really, like, after him. Like, do you know what I mean? It's a little bit too much beggy. I mean, is there any difference between her and Paige at this moment? The way that they're really begging for this unrequited love.
But this is the thing, though, with Clara, she's already clarified, at least to the cameras, that sex is a form of validation for her. Because of her past relationships. So I think she's really desperate for that validation. And it's really interesting, right? Because I don't know what everyone else thinks, but she's not submissive, she's subservient.
Yeah.
And it's quite worrying to see, because even it seems like her personality is changing, at least when she interacts with people. When she's with the girls, then she's, going off being Clara. But when she's talking to Pastor Cal, she's not even really saying what's on her heart. And I'm thinking, she obviously knows she doesn't know that we've seen her talk with the girls. So we all know that it's cap. But when she's talking to Pastor Cal and she's saying, oh, it's amazing, or whatever she says, I'm just thinking to myself, this isn't you. Before you would articulate yourself, before you would express your frustration. And I kind of think that's how Ryan communicates with people, very, kind of not very deep and whatever. So I think she's kind of adopted that from him. And I don't really like to see that transfer onto her, really and truly, because there are some people you're in a relationship with and they can kill your light. It's very, very dangerous. You don't want to stay there very long. So even if Ryan isn't, the kind of dangerous in the sense of Chris, he's a danger to Clara. There are some people who are not dangerous as individuals, but as a partner, you cannot form a partnership. And so that is something I think as individuals, we all have to think about. Some combinations are toxic. Some things are explosive. Mentos and Coke is explosive. By themselves, they're snacks you enjoy. So you just have to think about combinations. You have to deep that stuff. And when it comes to Ryan, what I think is quite strange is he grew up in church. And he grew up in a 2-parent household. He grew up with his parents being ministers, but he has no concept of love. How, sir? But so what did you see in your home? What did you see in your church? If your church has never preached about love, how is that possible? If your community has never shown you love, how is that possible? How is that? I don't understand how that is possible. So for me, there's mass confusion in the person that we identify as Ryan, because maybe I'm leaning towards Adjoa's understanding. Do you know what I mean? Because it's getting a bit crazy now. It's so confusing, him as a person, but he's very self-serving, because when Dr. Pepper says that to him, he says, oh, I should ask. What? What do you mean you should ask? So it's not even that it's a yes or no. You didn't even care to ask. You're not even concerned about if she's being fulfilled. You're not concerned about that. And that is very scary for me, that you want to be in a partnership with someone, but you're not even concerned about their needs. And how do we know he's not concerned? Because he's sexually satisfied and she's not. So it just plays throughout everything they do. And I don't know, I'm very disappointed with Ryan, to be honest.
Bars. Kenny, what are you saying?
Oh my gosh, Max, get out of my notes. Get out of my notes, because you literally just said exactly what I wanted to say. Ryan is incredibly performative. We go back to the cupboards. He is literally like his cupboards. He is a mess inside. Now, everyone just hang in there with me for a second. Ryan, how he's moving in this marriage, to what Max is saying, is incredibly abusive. Now, whether he intends to be abusive does not negate that what he is doing is abusive. See, what Ryan is doing is, to us, it just seems like he has these boundaries. Like, he doesn't want to have sex. He wants to wait until he loves her or whatever. But what turns it toxic is he's not communicating. He's not communicating. So he's having Clara spin circles in her head, wondering what the hell is going on. And he's not asking her nothing. He's not communicating. So it's this power play where he is using sex as the chessboard. If he doesn't want her, leave her. If she doesn't get what she wants, she needs to leave. She also has autonomy to leave. I don't want them to stay together because she's slowly, like, she's in a place where she can't really, like, she's saying, okay, she's frustrated, but she can't really put her finger on saying the fact that he's withholding intimacy from her, and he's not communicating to her. And the more vocal she is, the more we see her as being the problem, when the problem is you're married to someone who is not communicating to you why they will not be intimate with you. The couple that we saw last season that did not have sex, they had an agreement. We don't have an agreement here. We have someone intentionally withholding sex and not communicating why, and shaming someone else for wanting it, and having this person who wants it also then shame themselves. It's purely natural to want to have sex with somebody that you're married to. It's purely natural to want to have sex with someone you're attracted to. It's purely natural, especially when you both agree to this process and you have precedence before now. Have a conversation and agree that you are both withholding or not, and separate. But what Ryan is doing is toxic, and people do it. And it's harder to pinpoint because it's all under the guise of boundaries. Boundaries are healthy when they're communicated. It's passive aggressive when you don't.
Love that. Love that. Lola, what you saying, G?
Yeah.
Kenny, you... Oh, so was it Lola?
Was it Lola or
Layla? Lola. Sorry, Lola. Yeah, sorry.
With the L to the O to the L.
Sorry.
Okay, all right.
It's my bad.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. I'm okay. I could be mistaken for the pretty girl to my, what's she more, right or my left?
You're right.
So anyway, okay, so going to this couple. So when Ryan was talking with Dr. Pepper, he mentioned something about, the connection and the synergy they had. So if they had so much connection and synergy, why isn't he getting down with her? I don't know. I think it was Ajoro who said that maybe they sat and had the agreement. So I'll tap into my prior analogy when I said that he was the choir master and she's the drummer. So she keeps going along with whatever he's suggesting. So he suggests this stupid routine for them to do, because if you think of it, when she's talking with Pastor Kyle, she's like, yeah, it's a 10 out of 10. But when she's saying that, she's fidgeting and she's literally flushing, which makes no sense. She's sitting there, her loins are on fire, and she's still saying everything is 10 out of 10. That's the confusion. Of course, they play her by showing that video about her complaining about her, getting him off and stuff like that. And that's the part I don't understand, because I know many females don't even have to be petty for them to have stopped giving him those favors way before this time, but she still keeps doing that. So at this point, the question is, what's going on with her? Will they stay together? Honestly, I don't know. And I think the only reason why they might not stay together is not because she's going to be done with her loins on fire, but because I remember there was a time when they were talking about children. She's saying, yes, I grew up in the church, but I'd rather not force my kids. And he didn't tell her. He's telling the confessional that he don't like what she's saying. That doesn't make sense, that he wants his kids, roped and capped to the church building. So that might be why they might break up. I'm not sure what's happening to her or what happened to her, or is she tapping into a prior experience? But she literally is becoming less independent and more dependent on what he's saying, what he wants, and what they're doing as a group. So he might be doing her a favor if he says, I'm done with her. And the thing with him accepting the favors and not giving anything back, I've kind of cycled through different theories. In the beginning, I was like, nah, he worried about the church. He want to backdoor out. Then I cycled to, okay, he's asexual. Now I'm like, well, he's getting off, so he can't be that asexual. She's doing it that frequently. So what is he planning? I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be some kind of da-da at the end. Actually, I'm a girl. I don't know, because what's she getting off? So he must be. I'm literally confused. But every time I look at that guy, Didi, it's your fault. I keep seeing the Wolverine. And then with that little joke that Shanae said about his, January 6th stash. I don't know, but I'm kind of almost done with this, folks. I want to come save Paige, not Paige. Oh, see that? I called her Paige for a reason. But no, I definitely would like to save Clara this time. I'm like, she definitely, if you look at the video of the first day and her now, the life in her, the buoyancy, it's not there anymore. I don't know, it's because her loins are on fire, because she usually likes to get it lit. I don't know, but she doesn't appear to be the same person. Now, could this be editing? It could be, but she's changing right before our eyes. So I don't know. I mean, I never was for the Wolverine to begin with, but less more so now, because I definitely agree with Kenny when she said this is becoming toxic at this point, because she's literally just following him. I thought for a second she was getting herself when she got a little snappy with him in the donut shop. But yeah, she's back to the closet again. And then the fact that she said that 10 out of 10. Like, Pastor knew she was lying. 10 out of 10? Your lines are on fire. How are you having a 10 out of 10? But yeah, that's about it. I don't know what to do with these. I'm waiting for some big reveal. I think they're the couple that I'm still kind of wondering what's going on. There's something I don't understand. And when you don't understand something, that means something's missing. But yeah, that's it for me with those two.
Okay. So obviously, I see a lot of Ryan is this, Ryan is that, and I agree with you. Well, when you not gonna start giving Clara the badao out here, fam? Because I'm sorry, she is not innocent in the slightest, blood.
We're not saying she's innocent, but now
but can you give her a little bit of a badao then, bro? Because you've been giving Paige badao for the past few
No,
weeks.
she needs to leave. I said it. She needs to leave. She needs to take autonomy and leave.
Not just leave. She needs to stop
She's at fault.
with the
You're
sex. She needs to
saying
stop with the pursuing of the
Exactly.
brother. There's
Exactly.
way too much beggy behavior. Listen, as a manipulator, as a man, right, who has manipulated. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie. You already know. I've played girls before. She is a prime example of who you're going to take out. You will go for this girl. Because there is no self-esteem there at all. Forget Ryan.
Let me do a Kenny. Oh, dang.
Do you understand? Before Ryan gets there, Ryan's being nice. Listen, if your mind is on just having sex, you will give Clara the sex and just keep her on a string. And she would have it, because what you're giving Ryan right now makes no sense. Like we are giving Paige so much gumption, but I'm like, Clara's been giving this guy the sex week after week after week, and then she's complaining that he's not giving nothing back. And I'm like, yeah, I hear that, but then at what point are we going to say, Clara, when are you going to get together and not play this game with him? I'm not saying he's not a manipulator, by the way. Chris is a manipulator.
Yeah.
Chris is a manipulator.
Ryan is too.
But and Ryan is one as well.
Yeah.
So Ryan's getting his just desserts. He deserves it, mate. But also at the same time, when are we gonna, get on Clara's neck and be like, Clara, can you get it together?
Layla, can I jump in real quick before you and get on Clara's neck?
Oh, go ahead. Let's hear it.
I shared this theory earlier, but I'll share it with everyone. So when Clara initially started the process and said that she was very specific. She said she wanted a racially ambiguous partner, correct? Man. So she got that. And could it be possible that Clara was fantasizing and maybe assuming that a racially ambiguous man was going to have a high sex drive or possibly be more well endowed than the frat boys that she was used to patronizing with? So she gets Ryan. And Ryan ain't giving up nothing. And now she's having to rethink her whole thought process because, wait, no, I'm not getting what I thought I said that I was going to get. And and that's why you shouldn't play. I think Lola said you shouldn't play kid games because you get kid prizes.
Stupid games and you win stupid prizes. You play stupid games and win stupid prizes, yo.
That's the quote, sis. That's the one. So Clara comes into this playing her own set of games. She's not innocent. She's definitely coming in playing her games. And why would you want somebody racially ambiguous? Everybody knew that was code for she wanted a mixed race man. And I can just imagine about possibly the reasons why she wanted that. And now she has it, right? But I bet you after this experience, she'll be scurrying right on back to them frat boys that she's used to, because she wasn't ready for Flatiron Ryan. She wasn't ready for that. Oh, she wasn't ready for that Flatiron, baby. That Flatiron said, no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I don't even laugh at that, guys. I shouldn't even laugh at that. Layla, and then I'll get Didi on. Go for it.
Yeah, so I think that Kenny said it. She said exactly what I was going to say. I think Pastor Cal pegged it when he said that there is a theme of insecurity and inequality in their relationship. The insecurity, Clara brings that. She's been insecure. It came across even in the first few episodes before she even met Ryan when she was just hanging out with the girls. There was something about the way that she talked about Brianna. There was something about the way that she even talked about herself that said that she had problems with self-esteem. And there was a sad little, like she would, she's kind of very giggly and self-deprecating, but it would always end with a little kind of like sad smile. And I was like, okay, Clara. And then the freak out when he actually wrote her that nice letter and she realized, oh, this might be something real. Somebody actually might love me and I'm probably going to ruin it. I'm probably going to fail. That was a lot. And so I think that Clara has a desire to succeed at this relationship. And that desire to succeed is sort of like making her go along with these things that Ryan is pushing on her. I believe that he has these coaching sessions. I don't even know if he is conscious of his own actual motivations when he's doing it. I don't know that if he actually is consciously being like, I am manipulating this woman into maintaining a front with me. Clara told Pastor Cal that he has been in relationships for months and years where there was no sex. So we cannot keep saying that Clara needs to relax and Clara is the problem. Yes, she does. I've said every single week up here, that is not sexy to me, that you're hounding me for sex. That's not attractive. It seems desperate. It seems thirsty. And it makes the whole act of sex unsexy, right? So I completely understand that. But now we know that he would be content to just let this rock for years at a time. She is in a place, and she said straight up, Pastor Cal said, well, would you be comfortable with things staying this way? She said no. Honest, direct, straight up. She knew that right away. No, I would not be okay with that. And nor should she be. Ryan has real intimacy issues. He has real problems. He can't say, who are these women that he was dating for months and years where there's no I love you, there's no sex. And I know if he's not having sex after years, he's not doing anything else, because honestly, to be honest, some of that is way more intimate than the actual act of intercourse. Like if you have problems with human to human touch, like he ain't doing nothing for these ladies. Not even verbally affirming his affection for them. Just some hand holding, a pat on the knee, a kiss on the forehead. Who are these women? And Clara, he's about to make you one. He's about to make you the next one. He said, I got to just bag her straight up. She just got to be my wife day one so that she can't run after she realizes for 2 years that I just been wasting her time. Because it's not getting anywhere. She's literally scared to tell him her feelings because he has created a dynamic where she now has internalized, if I tell him my feelings, I'm going to push him further away from the action that I want. And he knows exactly what she wants. And so he has now created a space where it is not even acceptable to ask me about it anymore. Replace sex with any other thing, necessity, want, desire in a relationship, and it's abuse. Replace sex with food, replace sex with positive affirmations, replace sex with acts of service, water. When you set up a dynamic where me asking you for something I need is now, I get punished for it, and you have now hypnotized me into accepting that and praising that, it's a 10 out of 10. Literally nothing could be better. It is 10 out of 10. Literally, it's perfect. It's perfect. I mean, I was just snapping the other night, and actually, I'm not allowed to ask him for that thing that he's not going to give me. And he has told me that it could be years until I get it. I'm not allowed to ask, but everything's perfect. Good job, Ryan. Good job, Ryan. He really did that one. He really did that one. It's a good job. And I think, to Shanae's point, I think she is more willing to accept it because of her fetishism. Ryan, I think Clara fetishizes Black people. And it may have come upon during the whole Black Lives Matter movement, during the summertime, because I know she made sure that we knew she was active in that. Just the way that she was with the Black women in the group. I think she fetishizes Black people. I think she just knows her limitations. And she was like, we need to take that edge off. He needs to be not pure Black. You know what I mean? Like even the comment about the last name, I just wanted something that was easy to pronounce. You can't be like Black. You know what I mean? You can't be like from another country Black. What? You have a different culture? What? You don't eat casserole? She wanted a Black that was diluted. So I don't even know if she's like, it's specifically racially ambiguous men that she fetishizes. I think it's Black people. Like, I think it may even be Black culture, but I think she just knows her limitations. So yeah, Clara is he will never emotionally fulfill her. I'm saying that for the third week straight. He will never emotionally fulfill her. We now know he will never physically fulfill her. He needs to go to therapy for those intimacy issues. It is deep. It's deep. Trying to trap another one in the web, but good on him for sneaking past so many people.
Diddy, what are you saying, my guy? Thank you very much, Layla.
So, Lila, to answer that question, when you said he's been with a woman, he can be with a woman for a year or a couple of months, and you don't like he's not having sex, what is Clara doing to him? So that should answer your question. He's still being fulfilled, but the women are not being fulfilled. And I think he uses that to control them, in a sense. I'm wrong. I see Kenya and Lila shaking their head. But look.
It's
diabolical. You're right. I'm saying I don't like him. I don't like him. You're right.
Huh?
You're right. You're right.
Okay, yeah. That's what he's using.
My head like I don't like him.
He's been with them, and then he's not having any sex, but he's being sexually fulfilled. So then he can stay with them. And Clara Kojo brought it up, and that's the point I was about to bring up. I think Clara has a part to be blamed in this, because instead of spending every night playing how many leagues does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop, she should have a conversation with him. That's what she needs to do instead of doing that every night. So if instead of doing that, they have that conversation, because that's the problem they have. The communication is not there. She's not really telling him how she feels. She's not telling him about her emotions. Like Clara, it gets to the point that the side effects of being sexually frustrated, you start to get delusional. Because I'm starting to think Clara is delusional. There's definitely something wrong with Clara. Clara has two sides to her, if you guys notice. Talking to Pastor Carl, she has one personality. When she's Paige, Chris, and her girlfriend, she has a different personality. So where is all that feistiness and all that like all that energy she had when she's talking to her friends? But when it comes to Ryan, she's like, okay, well, baby, I love you, and like, come on, Clara. That same energy you are talking to your friends, bring it to Ryan. Maybe Ryan might get the message. But she has a part to play in this. Like, I'm not giving Ryan all the blame. Ryan, I think Ryan is just a egomaniac in my opinion, because the reason why I call him an egomaniac, Ryan always gives himself self-praise. Ryan always praises himself. Like one time, for some reason, he thought he was a relationship guru. Just because he trained a dog. You train a dog, and now you think you can give Jacob advice as to how to probably make things work with Haley? Yes, Lola. Yes, Leila. I said his name, Jacob. But all I'm saying is, why does that man think because he trained a dog, he's a relationship guru? All of a sudden? Come on, bro. And like I said, Kenny said, his whole outside, this exterior is, to him it's polished, but on his interior he's very broken. That man is broken to the max. And he needs therapy. He needs to figure out what really that's having him feeling this way. But Clara also needs therapy, because I think Clara, in her past, her relationships have never been anything of substance. And that's why she values that marriage with she and Ryan so much because she has never had anything of substance in her past. The kind of men she probably went for, the kind of men she probably had in her life, were men that probably treated her like just one of the girls on the block. So now that she's in that marriage, she feels that she needs to make it work no matter what it takes, so she can feel that she has a marriage of substance, or she can have a man that can probably be something that will bring something to the table. But that's just my take on it. But then Clara really needs to stop doing those sexual favors every night and talk to Ryan. Stop fooling her mouth and talk to him. Because that's why you go to the point where you can't kiss her in the mouth anymore. You start kissing her in the forehead.
Whoa.
Because that mouth have probably been doing too many tricks.
Oof.
Have a nice day, ladies.
But first of all, you said how many licks does it take to get to the middle? I stopped there. I didn't go past there. You said a whole bunch of stuff, but I'm still stuck there. How many licks? All right, sir. Thank you.
You took me out. I was out. I was like, wow. Give me a wow.
Wow.
I had to turn my camera off. I had to turn my camera off and recompose myself.
No, I don't know if you guys remember when I was growing up as a child, there was this ad with a lollipop and an owl, and the owl would say, "How many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop?" And I was like,
Didi, we
Clara.
know.
Didi, we know. We know, Didi.
We know. That's why the cameras went off, and that's why we didn't know how to act, because we know.
You are a savage, and I'm so glad we get to meet you on this day.
Today, Didi has taken it to another level.
Said,
today.
how
He's
many
magnified.
licks?
How many licks does it get
to the center?
I hear you, Didi. You came with the smokes today. All right. Yo, David, I see you want to go next, and then we'll get Candice on. David, go for it.
Oh boy. That time people were saying that I needed to be more PG on this show.
You're good.
Oh man,
I forgot.
It's like a setup. How do I go after Didi? He just dropped all the bombs. It's mad. Like some people have been saying, like, Clara needs to sort of tone down with all the sex demand and all that kind of stuff. But I think, people need to also understand that sex is a very important part of relationship. Mm-hmm. It's a very, very important part. For a woman, for a man, it's equally important. And, to downplay that is like you're not really getting the whole concept of what a relationship for adults is all about. And I think there's something that a lot of people do, and I've been guilty of this before. Like when you're in a relationship with someone, when you're talking to your friends, you get so expressive and explosive about the issues you guys are going through. But when you're talking to them, you want to sort of color it a bit. You want to sort of go around the circle and not like, because you don't want to be so like hit the person hard and all those kind of things. And in the midst of doing that,
David, can you just move a little bit away from the mic, just a little bit, because it's a bit heavy on the. It hits hard, so just move a little bit away from the mic, just so that it doesn't hit as hard, because it's catching sharp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll stay away from the middle of the Tootsie.
This is bad as pigeon hills. All right, go on.
Somebody said Didi for president. I second that one. But yeah. So on a serious note, so I think like it's a very important part of a relationship, and I think a lot of people, when they like having conversation about issues that they have in their relationship, they tend to sort of like make it soft, with their partner, but then they go explosive. And like it's the same thing with like what's it called, Paige with the camera crew. She's so reactive. Same thing with all these other guys. And then when they come to like the Pastor Carl and all these people, they like try to form like, oh, we're good, we're so sweet, we're everything is great, which is like totally off the point, because you're not trying to solve the issue if you're doing that. And so it's the same thing that happens every time. And then like this Ryan guy is like, I'm the best partner and all those kind of things. It's like, he doesn't really get the point. And I think the most important part of their relationship is the whole religious part of things. That's a very, very big part of things in the aspect of he wanting to raise a kind of, Christian family and all that kind of thing. And I think people like always say, if you're not happy, you can leave and all those things. I think it's been said before that these guys are going to get paid. So obviously, some of them are not going to want to leave. They might definitely leave after they leave the show, after they cashed out. But for the moment, they will just kind of keep appearances and keep things going on and, what have you. It's okay, like people said before, that you can say you don't want to hold out on sex and all those kind of things. But then for you to then be getting like, not to say the lollipop again and all that, but for you to be getting all that going on and not giving anything, that's like just wickedness. And so, a lot of people have made most of the point, and big ups to everyone who said the main thing. So I'll just keep it pushing so we move forward time.
Appreciate that, David. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that, man. Candice.
Yes, sir. So
you can bring us back to, you can bring us back down. You know what I mean? There's kids out here. You know what I mean? The kids on the panel out here.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best. So Ryan and Clara, I'll start with this. So there are a few things they said that kind of just made me roll my eyes. Number one was when Clara said she felt that she's in love with Ryan now. And Dr. Cal said, or Pastor Cal said, have you told him yet? And she's like, well, no, I can't tell him. He'll be upset. He'll be upset if you tell him that you love him. Like, I don't understand. First of all, like we all said, I don't know how you're in love with him when there's been no connection that we've seen, but you swear you're in love with him. Okay. But why is you telling him that you love him a problem? Why can't you have that conversation with him? And then Ryan, saying that he, okay, I don't know if you guys saw the Unfiltered. I watched the Unfiltered, then I watched the show. In the Unfiltered, they showed the clip where Clara was talking to the girls and saying how much, she's doing all this stuff for Ryan and she's not getting anything sexually. And so they come back and they say, Ryan, did you know about that conversation? Did she say anything about that? And he's like, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about everything. Yeah, we talked about it. Yes. And so when I watched the show and they asked Ryan, and Ryan's like, no, maybe I should dig a little deeper into that. Like, no, we haven't had that conversation, basically. I was like, you liar. Like, I thought y'all were having all these deep conversations about the sexual stuff. And here you are saying, now you got to dig a little bit deeper. Like, I'm having issues with the lies that Ryan keeps trying to throw out here to portray that they're this perfect couple. And then Clara coming in saying they're a 10 out of 10. Sweetheart, you are struggling. Y'all are a 5 out of 5 at most. Like, and I'm giving you some grace with that. Like, y'all are struggling. And that leads me to this. The issue that I have with Ryan and Clara and with many other couples on this show this season and with some past seasons too, is this. So I'm going to start by saying, when I have a new client come into my session, one of the first things we discuss after they tell me their life story is I tell them, look, I'm going to walk with you through this process. We're going to try to get to the other side. We're going to try to get to some healing. But what I need is honesty from you. You have to be truthful because there's no point in you coming in here, paying your money to me. I'll take your money if you want me to, but I prefer to take your money and you get something out of it as well. So you have to come in here and tell me the truth. So if they're coming to this show where you have 3 experts, and they're not just like regular relationship experts, these are like therapists. You have a therapist at your disposal. Why would you come in there and lie to them? Like, this is your opportunity to get some free therapy and get some help on how to improve your marriage. So the point of lying is just ridiculous to me. And then I think about, like, the therapist kind of got on my nerves too, because I think about the people that they're matching. Either the people are coming in lying, and I think it's a little bit of that. You need to come in here. If you know you only have 8 weeks to determine if you want to stay married to this person, please come in and tell the truth. Like, there's one thing to be like, well, I don't really know what I want in a husband or a wife, but there are some foundational things that I know I need to have. Ryan, you need a Christian woman. That is very important to you. Why would you come in here acting like that's not something that's a do or die for you? It's important to you. That's why you can't connect with Clara. Clara is not, that's not important to her. You want to raise your kids in church. Clara's like, don't push that on my kids. My kids are going to make that decision on their own. And you're sitting there like, Like Ryan, speak up. That's important to you. Let's go to Vincent and Bri. Bri, you don't want kids. That's important. Why are we coming in telling the experts that I'm sure she said kids is an option? Don't say that. It's not really an option for you. Eric, you don't want an extrovert. You don't want a person who goes out and kicks it in the streets all the time. You want a woman who's going to stay at home. Say that. That's important for you to say. And I feel like the reason I have a problem with the experts is y'all aren't asking deeper questions. Like when Chris said about the facial, like Pastor Kyle said, when we asked you, you said you were open. I need y'all to dig a little bit deeper. So Chris, if we bring you in somebody who is not attractive to you, can you stay in the marriage? Is that something you can work through? So that when he comes back and says, no, I wanted somebody who's fine, you can say, Chris, let's replay this, because when we had the conversation with you, you said that you could work past not being attracted to that person. That's not an issue for you. It is important to you, Chris. Clara, it's important to you that the person you're married to has a high sex drive. Say that. These are not like bad things. I don't know why they're acting like they have to withhold this information from the experts. Like, okay, so I don't mind if a person, my favorite color is black and their color is yellow. That's dumb stuff. Like, lie about that if you want to. I don't care. But don't lie about foundational stuff. And this is why they're all struggling right now, is because there are foundational things that they have withheld from the experts, and now they're struggling when it's in their face and they have to make this decision in 2 or 3 weeks. So at this point, I'm just a little bit irritated with all of the couples, because I'm just like, y'all were not honest, and experts, y'all did not ask the right questions. I don't know what's on that questionnaire they send out. I don't know what questions it is when they're in the sessions with these people before they get chosen, but y'all got to do better. You really got to do better.
And Candace, do the couples forget that there's cameras with microphones installed in their units? Like, I can see how they can possibly forget that the cameras are around, but like, you're constantly being monitored. So it's like your lies are not going to be able to be, like, you're going to be found out. Like, how are you forgetting that? Like Clara's whole vent session, did she really forget that the cameras were still there? Even though the camera crew was gone, they got cameras all in this apartment on y'all. Like,
I wonder if they tell them that the cameras are not on at all times, but we've seen past shows, at least I have, and those cameras are always on.
Mm-hmm. Microphone too.
I'm watching whatever I say.
It's almost like Big Brother. Like, how can you forget that?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they do forget. Because she was really going in.
Yeah. What do you guys think of, like, because they're on the same season as Chris and Paige's craziness, that they're all fixated of not being them, not being Chris and Paige, not being depicted as that craziness? So they're all swinging to the extreme of lying about everything that's happening, so that they're like, at least we're not them, at least we're not crazy.
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah.
All they have to do is wake up in the morning, breathe, look over, and say good morning, and they're no longer going to be compared to Chris and Paige.
Some people want to sleep in.
Just, yeah, and then if they want to sleep in,
like, yeah, people say, like, in the land of the
Hello? Hello?
He wants to say, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. I love that saying.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, good saying, David. We got that thing.
The thing took him out.
Yeah,
quick.
that was a good line.
I was like, you know
what? Another thing also is
film. No, go for it.
Dr. Pepper. So Dr. Pepper, when Dr. Pepper was talking to Paige, when she said like that, it just made me so mad. And I don't know why they think people would keep going. You know what? But then again, they attract the crazies. I think they just attract the crazies, because if you have some sense, you would know, for the expert to say that we didn't even know he had this craziness going on behind, just went off of what he told us and what was on the piece of paper. What kind of research are y'all doing? How should I trust my mental and my physical? You have to understand, y'all. I am putting my whole body into a space of another human being who I have never met in my life. I don't know what kind of spirits they've been in contact with. I don't know what's going on with them. And you're telling me you're going off of what someone's telling you and what they wrote on a piece of paper. No homework was done. No research was done. Y'all are taking this word experiment to a whole nother height and literally throwing people into a fetus dish and seeing what they turn out. Are y'all giving them counseling after? Are y'all giving them, like, come on.
Y'all are breaking people's spirits
for $50,000. That's what.
I mean, tell me you didn't know what was going on in the background. I bet you they didn't even know he was engaged twice. I bet you they didn't.
They didn't.
I bet you they didn't.
They didn't.
I was infuriated
Adjoa,
when
are
I
we
heard
just gonna
that.
chalk it up to the fact that it was, COVID and everything going on? And I mean, honestly, the casting seems like they really just phoned it in on this one. Like, no one was at the helm. No one was at the controls. It was just like, let anybody apply. Let these folks just text in the application.
Sure.
I mean, just
I'm sure it added to it. I'm sure it did. But the fact that they have been dropping the ball since like maybe season 5, like they have literally just like let this whole experiment go up in flames and just do what it do. Because why would you put, minus COVID, why would you put total polar opposites together just to say they're gonna pull each other in the middle? Like, I have been very upset with. Yeah, of course. And that's what I'm saying. They're taking the word experiment to a certain height that is causing literal trauma to people. Are you going to give them counseling? Are you going to give them counseling after?
Probably not.
Can I make a quick point? Joe, just remember what Candy said, because those people might be lying on those applications. So it's still a bit tedious when you see you like trying to get people to come on the show. I'm just saying, just look at it. You have to look at it from all angles. Candice made a very good point. That
Didi, that's my point.
Huh?
Like, get a private investigator.
No, that's too much. But
is it too much? Is it too much? I mean,
they have a team.
To your point, I mean, they are trying. It doesn't seem haphazard. It doesn't seem like, oh, we just didn't do enough research, so we got these people together who were ill-suited. It seems like you picked my nemesis. Like you picked, like, because when you were talking, I was like, no, actually, I think Clara would find herself in this type of relationship if she met this type of man over and over and over again. I think Paige would find herself in this type of relationship if she met this type of man over and over and over again. They didn't place these things in these people. They didn't, like, Chris came this way and Paige came this way, but they put them together and he's the worst type of person for her. Ryan came that way. Clara had been in a relationship with somebody who refused to have sex with her. Then they pair her with a person who refuses to have sex with her. It feels personal. Like, it feels really personal.
I feel like I think they told people that they do like an extensive psychological background thing with these people. There is no way I can sit with Chris for 10 minutes and know he's a narcissist, because narcissists don't try to hide that they're narcissists. They like being the center of attention. They like feeling like I'm bringing something. So I'm sure Chris was in there like, yeah, I make a lot of money and I do this and I do that. And, I take it. Chris, he went to Pastor Cal and said, I bought this lady a car and I'm going to buy her a house too. They don't try to hide crap. They like to feel like they're doing something important. 10 minutes and you can tell he's a narcissist. Kick him out. You don't need him on the show. I don't understand what the point is. So I'm with you guys I feel like they're putting people together for the drama, and it's cruel because you're really hurting people in the midst of these connections that you're making. It just makes sense.
But remember, one more thing. Remember Pastor Carl said, Chris and Paige look good on paper.
Yeah.
You understand? So that's what I'm trying to say. They look good on paper because, Candice, you'll be able to tell it. But for me, Chris is a sheep in wolf's clothing. Chris will come and probably maybe the what you call that when you're applying for a job, the interview. He must have come there like acting like he's a very nice guy. He's empathetic. And we fill in the application, when they speak to him, what he put off is not what he is. So then I'm just saying, sometimes you need to look at it at all angles. Chris is most likely is an actor when he wants to get what he wants, but when he gets what he wants, then you see the real Chris. I'm just saying.
I think it's also like the producers, also like the professionals. I mean, they might be like genuine people trying to work things out, but producers in general are looking for things that are good viewing for TV. They're looking for things that people want to see. They're looking for drama. They're looking, because like, truth is, if everything is perfect on the show and people are like being respectful to women and gentlemen and all that, some people would say the show is boring and whatever. So producers are all about ratings and getting the show to have. So they also like are looking at like, you know what, this is gonna be good viewing, and they also might want to feel like, you know, like let's make it diverse. You know, these are things that are going around. These are things that happen in real life. So let's make it happen on TV as well, and people see it as well. So, and I agree totally. Like people lie on their application and things like that, come up with different kind of stories and show up to different people, which is why Pastor Cows and all these people, they look so disappointed and mad at Chris and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think obviously as well. We kind of saw this for the last three seasons though. Like we saw this with. It's just that it's hitting home because it's black folk. I'm gonna be very honest with you. This has been happening for the last few last few seasons. We saw this with what's his name, the workout guy. What's it, the Zach? He did the exact same thing with Mindy. He kept on coming in and going out. He'd be like, "Look, I don't want to do too much. I'll come in and I'll talk to you." And Mindy feel a little bit happy. And then he would like, when it gets too much, he goes away. He never moved in. He would do little by little. But the thing is, we are seeing a perfect storm. We are seeing a literally perfect storm, right? Because like I said, obviously Zach and Mindy was one. There was Derek and the girl Katie too. She was a madman. There was Amber and Matt was another one where he was gay and moving mad. But I think we're seeing a perfect storm here. We are seeing, like I said, we're in this particular, we're in this particular series of events. Paige is perfect for Chris. The perfect victim, absolute perfect victim. And that's what makes it even more harder because for instance, when we saw Zach and Mindy, though Zach was an absolute prick, Mindy had some level of wits about her that when it got to a certain point, he said, "Do you know what? F it, you're not getting me." Like you're out in the streets texting the other girl as well and the castmates. Do you know what? Go and live your life. Do you know what I mean? I'm not, and even though she was open to it, she made sure she had some boundaries. What we're seeing with Paige is, and that's what I'm saying about Paige, that this is your lesson. Why you? It has to be you, because you have to learn this lesson. Because this lesson that you're learning right now, right, is about boundaries. Because you've got 3 experts on the show telling you, Paige, it's okay. You've done your job. You've done enough. You can walk away. You can walk away. Producers told you go back and tell him you don't want nothing to do with him. You went back and went back into it again. Even now. At the end of things, you're still trying to go, I want to know why. And also as well, you know what? And I think in her mind, I really do in her mind, she's trying to work, she wants to work this thing out. And she can't understand, even though she's heard the word narcissist, she still doesn't understand. So it's like, what we're seeing is an absolute perfect storm of somebody who is perfect meat for somebody who's a narcissist. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing the rabbit with the tiger, bruv, right now. Like, that's what's happening. And it's hard to watch in that respect. And yes, the producers have a role to play, and the experts have a role to play in this as well. But, again, Chris might have, this season especially, it's they had to do everything by Zoom. So, again, it's also not the most perfect system to be able to look at someone as what they really are. You're basically watching somebody on a screen. It's a bit like watching actors on the screen. You won't know their narcissism until you actually see them face to face and be like, I talked to him for 2 minutes. He's a dickhead. Like, do you know what I mean? But when you see him on the screen, he's amazing. Freaking hell, he's great at his job, innit? And it's when you get to see them face to face that you get to see them. So I think they lost something this season, especially in COVID season, not seeing them face to face through the rounds and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? And then getting to see them at the very end. By then it was too late. The narcissist slipped the net. I think they normally allow some douches, but I think they were not. They did not. I don't think they planned to have this level of douche come through. I think they control normally the level of pricks that they allow in. This one was a major whale of a prick. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like, do you know what I mean? And I think they will regret that happening. Do you know what I mean? And this is what happens when you play fire. You play fire. Eventually you will get burnt. Like, it took 12, 13 seasons to get there. We've been seeing toxic relationships for a long time. Do you know what I mean? But it's just come and culminated at this particular one where it's blown out. I doubt we'll probably see another couple like this again. I think they'll probably get stopped before it gets to that point again. But, this is the perfect storm of what we're seeing. And I think that's... you know, it's a two-edged sword. I think as a society, it's also good for us to see it. Unfortunately, it's Paige, I know, but it's good for us to see it, bruv. People are going through this every day. That's, you know, people are asking the question, are they acting? Nope, that's what we see on a daily basis. People see this and then they're like, I don't know why it's happening, and this is why. So I think it's a lesson to learn from it. I definitely agree with you. There's some questions in there they could have definitely asked that I think they didn't ask, and that's evident in the way they questioned Chris. Really appreciate the conversation, guys. Very, very candid, and I know everyone's passionate about it, so I appreciate you guys as well for giving that. Obviously now we've got we're gonna talk about obviously Eric and Virginia, because I think that was really, really interesting watching them, especially that little tidbit where they're in the kitchen when they come back from Dr. Carl and come back from Dr. Pepper. That whole conversation, I'm gonna say it again. I said it last week. I said Eric is a controller, but I said at the same time, Virginia got some controlling industry as well. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. Virginia got some controlling industry. How can you have 4 weeks in a month and every weekend you want to see your boys? Not even your girls, your boys? Can you imagine? Let's go. I'm going to switch up the order a little bit. I'm going to go to the middle. Lola, talk to me, man.
So I agree with you on that, and that's why I kind of got distracted and I didn't see Eric as, you know, one of the MAGA people. So he's one of them. He's got a little red hat in his closet. But the problem too is this girl, like she has some of the Karen tendencies or the sense of entitlement. You signed up to get married, but you still want to be floating and rolling like you're single, and you're wondering why he actually isn't accepting what you're selling. So even with the dog thing, so I grew up with dogs, so I'm not a dog hater. I actually like dogs, but I'm not going to have a dog chewing my stuff and misbehaving, and then your partner, who is now your husband, brings your attention to it. And would you say something about, well, it's not your dog. I thought they were married. I understand the example that Dr. Pepper brought, because she really did give it a good angle. Imagine this was actually a real child that came into a relationship. You don't automatically have equal rights, like 50-50. You kind of work your way up. But if that dog is chewing my stuff, you know what we do where I'm from. That's all I'm going to say. So yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. But the thing is, with Eric, I think, you know what? At first I thought they were going to make it, but so he asked for an independent female. And I'm happy he asked for someone, so he can't override her completely. So yes, he asked for that, but that's not what he really wants. He wants someone he can control. But she has just enough spice in her to always kind of fight back and not take everything. So yeah, he's coming up with all these things. And at the end of the day, I understand why she doesn't want to have children. But at the same time, I don't know if they've sat down to have a real conversation with each other. And she did say something that made sense to me. She says that Eric and his dad have the same social and political views. She's trying to say that they fly that red flag. Like, they got the red hats, they got like the white cape in their closets. So that's not, she's a little scared. So do I see them kind of lasting through this? Guys, I don't see it. I don't see it, because the biggest thing that I see that makes me sympathize with, what's her name, Vodka, is that she said something is key. She said her fear for having children is that she's scared that she's going to be a bad parent. That's a valid fear in every language. I think anyone who has children in their presence, about to have children, that's a fear we go with, we think of, we continue readdress. I think of my kids like every other day. My daughter's about to go to college, like, have I prepared her? Da, da, da. So that's a valid fear. And I don't know if she's ever sat down to express that, or maybe he doesn't want to understand that. So with that, I can see that. But it seems like that's the one real thing she's saying. But everything else, she's kind of dips back and forth between reality and then being Vodka. So sometimes she is Virginia when she's talking about, because that is so true and so key and very relatable and understandable. But then the other part, she's talking about, like you said, going away. If you're married, you go with you, and he's right. I mean, you can say everything you want to say, but it depends on how you say it. He's right. There will come a time with your spouse, if there's something needs to be done, you would have to cancel those plans. I would expect you to cancel those plans, but she doesn't get it. Now, I don't know if she doesn't get it on purpose or she's just pretending. So I get where he's coming from, even though he's got his MAGA hat in his closet. So them kind of gelling, I don't know. I mean, if they have the therapist, they might, but MAGA people are really hard to deal with. So yeah, I'm kind of seeing both. I'm still kind of sympathizing more with Virginia, but yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, because I think she's seeing Clara. But yeah, guys, I don't know. I'm going to leave it with that. But yeah, I definitely understand her point. I think she should run at this point. But we'll see. They might end up staying together. I don't know. But yeah, that's it I have for them.
Max, talk to me. What are you saying, man?
I think people hear Virginia, but they don't listen. Because if you actually listen to what she's saying, she's not irrational. She just has trauma. That's it. And if you actually break down everything, it adds up. She's not saying she's not willing to cancel plans for Eric. She's not saying that she won't give him a weekend. She's saying, don't tell me that last minute. I'm a planner. Those are two different things. She's just saying, don't come with your basa, mad, disorganized and discombobulated self and try and ruin a plan that I made 3 weeks ago. That is logical. So that's completely fine. And I don't think she should have to have a disorganized life just because Eric flies here and there. That's got nothing to do with, no, sorry, like, I really don't. I really think she gets such a hard slack. The alcohol is an issue. However, we need to look at why she's drinking, not that she is drinking. And the truth is, if she was with someone more stable, she would have experienced much more growth. I'm sorry. Because you're already seeing, personally, I feel like she's calming down and we've seen some good traits out of her. But because Eric is so, I don't know, explosive, I don't even know for Eric, it just brings the worst out in her. Because even when he goes to speak to Dr. Pepper sits him down and she's like, you know, the dog is like a child, and she breaks it down to him and he gets it right. And he goes home and he's expressing it well. And then he just goes rogue and he's like, and that's why you need to cancel your plans for me. I'm like, Dr. Pepper never said
it's the way he said it. I'm not lying to you.
Dr. Pepper. I'm thinking, where is he coming from? Like, he literally just went, he just took one turn and we lost him just like that. And the thing is with Eric, everything he says, he weaponizes it. And I don't understand why. Because if you're going to deliver it in love, why is it coming with such danger? Why is it coming so spitefully? Why is it coming so dangerously? And I think it was quite telling when the sister said, can I trust him with my kids? And she didn't have an answer.
Ooh.
I mean, it was early days.
And I think everyone tries to say, she's not got valid reasons for this and that. She does. Her valid reason is that she lives with him and she sees the things you don't see. And all of those things make her act the way she does. Remember, Eric is a master manipulator. They were arguing the night before. He comes on screen. We're so in love. We're doing so well. And he's like, Eric, I can't do that today. I can't lie. Today, I've got to keep it real. You're really triggering me. You're triggering my anxiety. And he's like, me? How? How am I doing that? And he's slurring his words. And I'm thinking, Eric, get a grip, mate. Get it together, yeah? It's ridiculous now. It's actually a joke. Because do you think that everybody's stupid? There's cameras everywhere. We're literally seeing scenes of you screaming at her behind closed doors. And I feel like that's indicative of how they are when no one else is there. And I feel like she is very, honestly, I think we need to give her way more credit. And just with the discussion you guys were having earlier in terms of like, are people lying? Are they not doing, good research? Eric comes and says, I asked you for someone independent. Oh, but she's too independent. I said, sit down somewhere, please. Can you just come off the screen? Like, you don't know what you want. So now, is it supposed to be their problem that they listen to you? All they can go off is your words. So what do you mean? You now receive the person you want, but she's too independent. I feel like she doesn't need me. Yeah, what did you think independent meant? I don't understand. Like, Eric, for me, he makes me tired. He makes me tired. And I just want to say, Team Virginia, please join now.
I hear you, Max. I ain't gonna lie to you. I hear you, Max. I ain't got no beef with him. You know what I'm saying? I just think, honestly, that I get. He does weaponize a lot of things, so that's what I'm saying. He's got his own problems, right?
They both do. That's the problem.
And that's the problem. That's what I'm trying to say. Because even in that exchange, that's the problem. Even though she said a good compromise about how her compromise was 1 day in the 4 weeks, that in itself was problematic. That's after.
I agree.
No, but okay. But a sound mind goes, why would I not spend time with my partner 1 out of 4? He's begging me for 1 out of 4 weeks. Can you imagine?
I would
know the sorcery. He's forcing me. He wasn't begging. He didn't ask.
No, but
Listen,
it's not begging.
I feel like
It's common sense. This is what I'm saying. She did the exact same thing with the whole. Because even again, she was coming to mention again how she wants to be on somebody's couch. Did you not hear her? She did it again this episode.
Max,
she wants to come and be on someone's sofa again.
Please.
But it was one weekend. It was one weekend. It was one weekend.
There's no weekend.
It was a weekend. It wasn't one day.
We don't need. There's not a weekend. There's not a day. This should be happening. You are with her
but
husband.
She's gone half the month anyway. So basically, it's only 2 weekends.
Go to your house, sleep on your couch, on your own couch.
That's a problem.
With your dogs.
It's a problem. Those little tweaks kind of take away her being above him, because that's the truth. I think anyone who's been married knows there'll come a time when you have to break your plans. I don't care if you're a planner, because he's a pilot, right, and works for, I don't know if he's still in the military. So his plans may not always be fixed. Things may change. It may be fluid. So she would have. He's preparing her. He's not saying do it right now, but he's preparing and saying there will be a time where you would need to break your plans. So he's not saying do it right now, but be prepared. That would happen. And I don't see a problem with that, even though I'm not feeling him that much. So you know what? I still throw my hands up in there. I'm not sure who's worse. I sympathize with her more, but I'm not sure who's worse.
David wanted to go next, and I saw your hand, Kenny. I saw your hand after. Yeah, go on, David.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just gonna say that I'm kind of like in between of what Lola and Max are saying. I think this is one of the reasons why people like to go for people who are a bit more mature than they are, because maturity is very important. And it's not just about age, because we know like maturity is not just about age. I think Eric needs to learn sort of like how to communicate better, because delivery is really king, especially when you're working with someone who's like younger than you. You can sort of say like Virginia's got this kind of rebellious attitude, and that's kind of like because she doesn't want to be ordered around or told like this is what you have to do and there's nothing that's going to change about it. And if we're talking about someone, we have to look at their history or their pattern. And Eric's pattern in this show has been sort of like, this is it, if you don't like it you can leave, this is it, if you don't like it then whatever. And that makes the person to be on the defensive whenever you're making a comment, even if it's reasonable. And so she's now at this point where everything he says, except it's like totally black and white, she wants to go against it. So his delivery has really been like a problem. And that's why she's like so kind of defensive. Yeah, childish people, if you're dating someone who's 16 and you're like older or 18 and whatever, and they're not as matured, you need to learn to be the bigger person and not be petty about things like they do this, then you have to do the same thing back, or they do this, and then, you have to learn how to work with people at where they are. And she's coming from somewhere that she's got a lot of hurt. She's seen the way her parents' marriages and how everything is. Even her sister is like saying the same thing, like, we don't really have a good example where we're coming from, our parents' marriage. So putting all of that into perspective, you need to understand how to sort of deal with her and communicate to her so that you kind of soothe a little bit of that hurt and reassure her that, you're not just going to be a dictator. And Eric really has a little bit of that going on with him. I take it back again from that moment in the pool where he's like, guys and girls can't be friends, and that's it. It's either you're gay or what, like all those kind of ideologies are kind of like a bit. And when you're kind of saying things like, this is it or nothing, that's like you don't even want to hear what the other person is saying. You're just kind of stuck on your ideas and whatever it is. And to Mac's point about, like we have to look at why she's, into the alcohol and things like that. I think that's a very credible point. And I think Candice was saying something like that, people go for sort of therapy and things like that, and they need to like open up and tell the person what they're going through and be willing to take the advice and willing to take the improvement so you can actually get better and not like sort of be on the. And I think Dr. Pepper was also like checking him like, when you were bringing the conversations on, it was when you guys were both wasted. How do you have a reasonable conversation with someone who is out of it? It doesn't. There's delivery, and then there's timing as well. There's a way you communicate with someone. When she's drunk and you are drunk, or one of you is drunk, then you want to have a conversation. There's no way that's going to fly, because you're not coming from rational point of view. You have to come to a point where you guys can really reason and talk, and you make it like a point of conversation where you're not ordering her or telling her like, this is it and this is what I want and this is how it should be, or based on my marriage or based on what I know about marriage. Again, your experience is no credible because it wasn't such a good marriage in the first place. So so you have to come with her or come to her in a point where you guys are being reasonable. You're not kind of like dictating to her and telling her what to do and all these kind of things. And honestly, I feel like they really don't have a strong chance in their marriage, because Eric needs to really get more matured to be able to deal with someone who's that young and immature in some cases, because I must say some cases she even exudes some more maturity than Eric himself. So he needs to really learn how to handle someone who is that young and how to like deal with her and come to that level where they can have some reason. And then she obviously needs to deal with her issues, the issues of her parents, marriage, and then our own issues personally as well.
Totally hear that. Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much. Was it Kenny was going to speak next on Virginia? Speak carefully, okay? Speak carefully, all right? Yeah, choose the Eric's. No, joke.
I'm like, you don't even know where I'm going with this. You don't even know what I'm going to say.
I'm joking. Go for it.
Okay, so in all the conversations, like in watching it, the thing that I wrote down was, why are they together? Like, why do they want to stay together? Why do they even like it? Do they like each other? I don't understand. Like, I don't understand what they're fighting for. Like, I feel like a lot of couples on this thing are fighting for the institution of marriage as opposed to their partners. I don't understand why these people want to be with this person. Like, in the space of 4 weeks, 7 weeks, you're not happy. You really want to spend the rest of your life like thugging this out? Like, I don't understand that. So that aside, Eric and Virginia, because this is entertainment, every time we watch every episode, we discuss it in isolation. But for Eric and Virginia, let's try not to do that, because we're asking a woman who has talked to a man who's like, I don't give a fuck what you think. If you want to leave, leave. You're asking her to dedicate 1 week of her freedom where she could do whatever to this man who has pretty much told her he doesn't care, give a rat's ass about how she feels. Kind of goes back to my original statement as in, why do they even like each other? Like, she's not going to. She doesn't want to spend any time that she's not contractually obligated to spend as a wife. Like, as far as she's concerned, Virginia is a homosexual, okay? And Eric is her landlord. That's what's happening here. She's getting accustomed to a certain lifestyle, and she wants to maintain it. And Eric is, to quote Max, bringing his basa basa. Is bringing his basa basa and is trying to, mess up her plans. So she's like, I don't want to hang out with my landlord. Just give me the house, give me the security, and keep your trash. So if we look at it in the context of how he treats her like he wants to control her, not like he actually wants to spend time with her. What she hears when he says, "Can I get 1 weekend?" is, I'm trying to tell you what to do. I already told you I don't want you hanging out with these people. I don't want you being friends with men. I don't want you sleeping on their couch. So she's not seeing it as, oh, I love you. I care about you. I want to get to know you a little bit more. So I want to spend time with you. She's seen it in the context of all the other episodes that we've seen. Now, if he had come to her and said, okay, I've been gone for 15 days. I miss you and I want to spend time with you. Different result. But he's come and he's just trying to isolate her from her boys. That's it. And if you're being frank, that is it, because he doesn't really like her.
Thank you, Kenny. I agree that, to be honest. Yeah, I agree that. He don't like her. Yeah. And why would you expect him to? She's drunk half the time. What would you want him to do? You're asking this guy to do miracles. You want him to love the drunkard? Huh? 4-day binges and that.
But he too is a drunkard.
I know.
Okay.
with a level. Okay, and you're absolutely right. I agree with you. I mean, both of them are hella bad.
Coach.
Both of them are hella
Come
bad.
on. You know good and well that Eric is one step away from Denzel Washington in flight. Let's not act like, oh, he got around Virginia and now she's corrupting him.
No, she hasn't corrupted him. He's
Eric's been drinking to deal with his lack of success as a man. And that's why he's really upset and mad, because he's not a happy man. He's not happy with his life. He's not happy with himself. He's got this privileged life all been set up for him by his family. But truly, when he looks at himself, he ain't about nothing. That's why he had no problems taking that plane on January 6th and flying all them people to the Capitol.
You are not going to do my boy dirty like that. Eric is... do my boy Eric dirty like that. He's a good lad. No, he's not. He's terrible. Him and Virginia. Later, go for it.
So I think what Dr. Pepper did this week was what I've been looking for, that I've been missing in sometimes in like the chat, and sometimes like when I hear people talk about this, it's like Dr. Pepper was able to successfully call Eric out on his controlling behavior. They didn't get into the manipulation. They didn't get into the gaslighting, and they didn't get into his angry outbursts when he's drunk. Or the budding verbal abuse. They didn't really get into the major issues that are actually brewing in their relationship. But she was able to call him out on the things that she knew for sure, while also holding Virginia accountable for her drinking. These are two separate swim lanes. Kojo, every time you do this, I get so surprised, because I'm like, when it was LaToya trying to talk about her cheating and then throw in the abuse as kind of like a blanket, it's like, no, keep your swim lanes. This happened and this happened. You're responsible for this. He's responsible for that.
Agreed.
Eric is responsible 100% of the time
for his behavior
when he is being emotionally abusive. That is his responsibility. It is not because Virginia acts like this and that. It is not because Virginia is inexperienced and has an alcohol problem. These things are all true. But if we're talking about Eric, they have nothing to do with his decisions to be abusive. When Max said he weaponizes everything, he does. He weaponizes her childhood trauma. He weaponizes her words, her emotions, her anxiety. He weaponizes her abandonment issues. What do you use weapons to do? To hurt people. That is abuse. If your intent is to hurt me, to get your way, you are abusing me. If you tell me straight up to my face, I don't care what you think, and you continue to steamroll, that is you abusing me. See, what happens sometimes when you're in these types of relationships is that you can get convinced that you standing up for yourself is you also engaging at the same level. So when she goes, I'll punch you in your face, or she goes, no, you can't control, you can't make me do that. We're now going to put that stone on the other side of a scale and say it weighs as much as his 18 stones, and it doesn't. So there's just the balance. It's not a seesaw. They can both be guilty of things. We saw Virginia's face when Eric brought up possibly we should stop drinking as much. Her face fell. And then she was like, I'm not talking about it. Ooh, girl, you should talk about it with a professional, though, not Eric. But yeah, I think the issue with the weekend visits, 1 weekend a month is not enough to spend with any romantic partner. I would be very upset about that. But that's not necessarily what that conversation was. Virginia said, I'd be happy to have several days a week that are just set for you, where we don't make any plans at all, and a weekend. But what she's saying is, because she knows he's controlling, because she knows he's possessive, she's saying, don't be coming up here and feeling entitled to me canceling plans that I've had because you feel like doing something right now, when you didn't feel like doing anything before. Like he said, he just likes to stay in the house. So don't be coming now when I have plans with my friends and trying to pull a trump card and tell me what to do, because it ends up being you just yanking me around. So that's what she's saying. That's why she's fighting for the right to plan her own schedule, because she knows how he is. That's why she's fighting for the right to keep her apartment, because she knows how he is. And people just keep brushing it under the rug. But the last thing I wanted to say is, Eric is a person, Pastor Cal said this correctly. And I think actually Adjoa and I, like weeks ago, had said this in one of the group chats. You know, most people who are abusive learn that model from a parent or from a dynamic that they witness. Pastor Cal said he's working off of a paradigm that he sees, and he's blending that with what he's experienced, and he's come up with an average of like, this is the perfect marriage, right? And that's what he keeps throwing at her. This is how you need to be, because this is the perfect marriage. Eric thinks his parents have the perfect marriage. Eric also chose to do the same profession as his father. Most abusers are following the pattern of their father. They are following the dynamic that they saw in their household. For Eric to think this is his second marriage, and he says that his parents have an amazing, beautiful relationship. And on your second marriage, you're a month in and you're gaslighting, manipulating, and threatening and cursing people out. This girl's 8 years younger than you. That's a puppy. You have no sense of like patience, no sense of, and it's not that it's like, you guys think it has to be like a constant, unrelenting, abusive tirade for him to be what he is. He's not a Disney villain. No man is a monster. There's always going to be moments of redemption. There's even going to be moments where he's right and she's wrong. We see them. She's not perfect. Let her go ruin a relationship with someone who isn't going to abuse her in the process. Her issues will still be there, even if she frees herself from Eric. She's still going to have a drinking problem. She's still going to be emotionally immature. She's still going to have anxiety, and she's still going to have abandonment issues. But all of that is in a separate bucket from his decisions. And that's all I'm saying. So yeah, it's not, even if they stay together on decision day, they very well might. Emotional abuse is potent when applied carefully. They won't make it like more than like a year post decision day. I don't see that. At least I don't. I hope not. I hope Virginia's sister will probably get to her if he doesn't completely isolate her by then.
No, I appreciate it, Leah. Appreciate it. Let me clear up my statements, guys. So, if I've made it sound like his behavior is dependent upon her behavior, that is not what I meant. What I was saying was, I will hold them accountable on each thing. I said it from weeks before. Virginia also has controlling tendencies. You just don't see it because he's a better controller. That's what I said. I said if she had a weaker man, she would do that. Her behavior of being passive aggressive, of going to her boy's yard, will be the level of control you'd see. We'd be calling her a controller. But we don't see it because Eric's the better controller in this particular instance. So I'm not saying that he gets away with it. I'm not saying that he's even influenced by his behavior. He was going to do what he's going to do anyway. And Virginia was also going to do what she was going to do anyway, irrespective of whether it was him being a good guy or him being a bad guy. Her drinking got nothing to do with him either. She would have kept on drinking. Got nothing to do with him either. Before they went on the show, the very first video she had on, I said it will be a problem. It didn't need Eric to be in there. Her wanting to stay at her friend's yard has got nothing to do with him. It's got everything to do with her. Her wanting to keep her friends separate from him, got nothing to do with him. It's to do with her. So they both have these tendencies which don't require any of their behaviors to influence how they behave. That's why I'm saying both of them are controlling. He's very overt with it, and we can see it naturally because of the way he comes across, the way he says things and everything that he does. Bruv, I do not like that, bruv. The way he does certain things, even the way he switched in that conversation was concerning for me. At 1 minute he was like, listen, we have a weekend together. Next minute he's like, no, but you need to be taking it. I was like, whoa, bro, listen, what? Whoa. It was going so well. Why did you go to that? And that is where I say that's where he's very overt. So you start to see if he doesn't get his way, he will bang the door until he gets his way. And that is horrible. Do you know what I mean? That is where it becomes very scary, because that kind of level of abuse goes normally to physical. Because if you can't get your way, now she says no, you're going to be like, well, I'm going to drag you there to no. Do you know what I mean? So I definitely hear that. So I hope I didn't make it sound as if his behavior is dependent upon her behavior. No, I was just saying that it's also at the same time, if he had been a good man, he'd have been suffering. Because this relationship, if he was a good man, he'd be suffering. You're asking him to want to be patient with somebody who's a drunkard. Come on. That person needs therapy. They don't need a marriage. They don't need someone to be patient. They need therapy. There's nothing to save them. No one should be saving anybody. Trust me, I've been there. I've done it for you. It don't work. All right? You're not Lois. You're not Superman. None of us are. You need to let that person go to therapy. She needs therapy, not a relationship, not a marriage, not a patient man. She needs therapy because she's using drink to cover up the pains and the wounds, and he makes it excessive because he's just like her dad. That he makes it even worse for her because he's just like her dad. She's getting triggered every day she's with that man. I'll be honest with you. Every day she's with him, she gets triggered. And I don't know how even what was going on because when the sister came, I think the sister came over, and I'm sure there was probably more triggering that was going on because he had to leave that yard, and his views are similar to her dad as well. So, yeah, I definitely agree. Both of them have got huge problems, and you're right. It shouldn't be that. So if I've made it that way, I do apologize, guys. It shouldn't be that his behavior is dependent upon what Virginia's done, and that's why he's reacting. He's not reacting because of that. He's doing it because he wants to do that. So I appreciate that, Lena. Thank you for checking me on that. I appreciate that as well. I love you later. Who's next up on the batting pound? Yep, man. Who's on a batting paint? Who's up next? Who will open their mic and go next?
I'll go.
Okay, Didi, go for it.
Remember when they had the month anniversary, he gave us some coordinates in a picture. I think them coordinates wasn't the first place they made. These coordinates were telling her to run for the hills, because these two people, they are not compatible. They're not. I think Eric still has that Air Force mentality, where the way he dictates to Virginia is like he's a sergeant. You don't speak to her as a person. And that's where he goes wrong, because I really don't like the way he approaches her and the way he speaks to her, because you don't speak to a woman like that. If you want to bring your point across, you need to be a little more subtle. And also when Dr. Pepper spoke to him about the dog, I tend to disagree with Dr. Pepper a little bit when she told Eric to drop that issue with the dog, because the dog is out of control. And they're married, they stay in the house together. So then, to him, his dog is disciplined. He's just trying to discipline her dog as well. But the way he came across with the message to Virginia, like I said, he came off like he just played off as if Dr. Pepper told him to not to deal with that issue. And to him, like, he wanted to reciprocate that since he dropped that issue with the dog. Like, he wanted to reciprocate that when she have to spend time with her friends on the weekend, that she can just drop everything for him and just do what he wants, which I do not like. I think he's wrong in that aspect. He should, like she said, she planned her stuff. I understand no man would not want their wife to be laying on somebody's couch, dead drunk. Yes, but the thing is, she plans her stuff. So for me, if you guys have to do something together, it needs to be planned, and she's right. He's very calculative as well, because what he does, he never liked her friends. I saw from the very first thing when you see that episode, Ed, he never liked her friends. But he's very calculative, because what he does, every time she wants to go out, he starts an argument. When he starts that argument, so that she would not go out. So then, he can always throw it in her face. That's why when he got to the point where he told her to get out, like, if she don't do it, get out. No, that's not how you deal with situations like that. His communication skills is very, very poor, in my opinion. He needs to work on that, and he needs to know how to speak to her. And what he does, he feeds off her brokenness. That's what he's doing. You can see he literally feeds off her brokenness, because he looks like he's enjoying what he's doing to her. And eventually she'll just be walking in that house or in that apartment on eggshells. That's how it will lead to eventually. Where she will just not feel comfortable. She don't want to talk to him anymore. And it's just getting to the point where, for me, the two of them, I don't think they would last. And I think they should just get a divorce, because the two of them, but sometimes I wonder if she used to make that dog drink, because that dog's so high strung. the dog and Virginia have the same personality. But anyway, that's all I have to say about the two of them. But I think I don't like him. At the starting of the episode where I started looking at him, I didn't like him a little bit, but I'm to the point where I think he's kind of like a psychopath, but he's just playing it down. But I really don't like him. That man is very, very calculative. He's very manipulative. He's controlling. But the only thing I'll say about Virginia is Virginia need boundaries because, like I said, when a sister came to the apartment also, and the sister said, "There's Eric, is Eric good with kids?" It came up a little bit as a sister is an enabler, because why would you ask that question? Why would you ask that question? Like, I understand, yeah, okay, that's your kids, but to me, she asked that question to be kind of, okay, well, I don't think, like, from the kind of vibe she get from Virginia, like, she don't think he would be a good father, or she wants to know, would he be a good father? Like, no, you don't ask those kind of questions. If Virginia didn't trust him going outside with the kids and the dog, they wouldn't ask him to go outside. So why ask that question? So I think the sister and her family are probably enablers, where she probably grew up with no boundaries. She was just a free-spirited girl, and right now she's in a relationship, she's in a marriage, but then the thing with her is she just never had boundaries, so she don't know how to deal with being in a relationship like that. But no, he's a no to me. He's the red flags all over, and he's a no.
I hear that. Go for it, Sinead. Yep, go for it.
I think it was the sister that said when she got over that, she had like a brief confessional, and I believe she had said that this was Virginia's first serious relationship. And
yes.
that like sat with me for a minute. I was like, wow, this marriage is her first serious relationship. Like, you pray that she doesn't take the framework from this and try to rebuild like this ever again in her life. But this is her very first serious relationship. So I'm sure it's going to leave an indelible mark that leaves me extremely concerned for her. She's 27, right? 27, 26?
Yeah.
Completely, like, it just hit me like, oh my gosh, when I was that age to be going through what she's going through. I hope it doesn't make her gun shy, honestly, after this, because Eric is scary. He is very scary.
So I kind of jump in here. I wanted to respond to Dee Dee right quick, because there are a couple of things that I disagree with and a couple of things that I'm going to pull it back around and agree with you on, okay? So one is the dog situation. I kind of agree, not kind of, I definitely agree with Dr. Pepper with that. I feel like, let me tell you why. I feel like it's not about the dog. The whole session, Eric was sitting there acting like he was like the best of the best, cream of the crop. He does nothing wrong. It's all Virginia. Let me tell you, everything Virginia is doing wrong. Then he brought up that dog. And then Dr. Pepper's like, something's kind of off about this dog thing. I'm feeling like you're being controlling. Why are you making such a big deal about this dog? Let her have her little dog. It's not that serious. Like, you guys have bigger issues. I'm sure she didn't say that, but that's what I'm thinking. You got bigger issues than a dog, baby. Let her have her little dog, and you mind your dog, and that's it. I'm going to bring it back around, Dee Dee, because you're right. The dog is crazy. He just needs to let Virginia take him to training. Like, why don't you say, Virginia, your dog is trying to kill my dog. He's biting my dog. I'm going to need you to take your dog to training. He don't have to take the dog to training. Let her do it. Like, let her handle her dog if that means so much to her. But Eric has to have his hands in everything. He's so controlling, he can't let her even have her little dog. And Virginia is going to fight back. I told y'all this. She's going to fight back every time Eric tries to like squeeze her and make her do what he wants her to do. She's not going to have it. He needs to figure out a way to talk to her, because otherwise it's going to be a fight every day. Even on the dumbest things. I feel like Virginia fights over silly stuff. We know, like we said before, you don't need to sleep at your guy friend's house. Come on now, be drunk and stuff like that. That's common sense. She knows that. But if Eric says left, Virginia's going to say right until Eric comes at her the right way. And Eric's not going to come at her the right way ever. Eric's like, you're going to do what I said the way I said it. And that's why I don't think this relationship is going to work at all long term. I think they'll try to make it work and say yes at the ceremony at the end. But like I said, 6 months tops. It's not going to work. But I definitely feel like Layla and Max, y'all said some things. I can't remember exactly what it was you said, Layla, and I'm mad because I wanted to talk about it. But Max, you said that a lot of the situations that they deal with, there's underlying issues. It's not about the issue that they're actually fighting about. So I feel like if they can just get some type of therapy that would help them break down the real reasons behind their issues, they might be okay. I really feel like they might be okay if they can just get somebody to help them see the reasons why they're doing the things they're doing and fighting the way they're fighting. But I'm with Dr. Pepper. She was right about that dog. Let her have her dog.
I hear you on that still. Who's next? Who's up to the paint? Who's up to the paint? Is it you, Aj? You up to the paint, yeah? You want up to the paint, yeah? Come up to the paint, mate.
All right. Okay. So, Kojo, I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree with you on this Virginia thing, because the thing about survival is so real. Virginia, as much as we like to call her a drunk and everything else, she really is a lot more emotionally intelligent than we give her credit for. Like, she's very self-aware. And so she is feeling everything that's happening. She's understanding everything that Eric is doing. She just isn't able to act on it yet. So she hasn't matured to the point where she can actually act on it, but she knows what is going on. She feels it. And so her way of fighting this so that it doesn't fully infect her spirit is to hold on to a part of her life so she doesn't fully lose herself. And yes, that part of her life she's holding on to is toxic, because all of her life was toxic to begin with. So it's not necessarily a controlling tactic. It's more of a survival tactic. I don't want to lose all of myself in you because I know you don't have my best interest at heart. So they both need therapy. They need couples therapy together, and they need therapy individually because they trigger each other. The thing, though, about Eric, and I said this last time, Eric is worse than Chris. Eric is worse than Chris, because Chris, you can see who he is. He's a straight narcissist. It's in your face. Eric is a covert narcissist. He does it under, so you don't get to see it. When he was talking to Dr. Pepper, his body language was like, can you feel my pain? This is what I'm going through. She's putting me through so much. And like he does it with every single person that he talks to. Oh, I love her. And I really love her so much, just to make sure that all the negativity that he's painting, you don't quite see. It is so scary to watch. It's so scary. I can only imagine what he does when the cameras are not there. I can only imagine what he does. So that, to me, I feel like Virginia is seeing that. So yes, she doesn't want to lose her independence. She doesn't want to lose her home. She doesn't want to lose her friends. She doesn't want to lose. You're gone 2 weeks out of the month. I get it. Virginia should probably, give a little by maybe having him enjoy those other 2 weeks with her. But she doesn't trust him. She just doesn't trust him. In the beginning, Virginia was trying to let her guard down. We can tell. She stopped drinking. She stopped being so frantic. And then I think what really did it was that conversation about moving in. I think that's when she was like, yeah, you really are bugging. Like, you want to leave me just because I'm saying I don't feel comfortable living in your house. And the thing about it, she mentioned, she's like, I know you're going to get upset with the cats because you don't like the cats. Like, there's so many different things that are happening for her that doesn't make her feel comfortable. You keep talking about my cats are going to be stuck in the closet. I know you don't like these cats. They may scratch your things up. And if you're complaining about my one dog, what happens when my other cats come and they scratch your things up? Right? Because they are a little undisciplined. She's undisciplined, and so her dog and her cats are undisciplined, yes. But the way that he talks about it is very insulting and very degrading. And so it doesn't leave her any room to even recognize it and say, let's fix it. Because he wants to come and say, this is terrible, and because of that, you are terrible. And then let me come and let me save it because you guys need me. Who are you? Who are you? You're nobody, right? You're living this life just like she is. You're nowhere over her. Like, you guys are trying to figure it out together. You trained one dog. She said one dog. It doesn't give you any license to have to train her dog. One dog you trained. So anyway, that's my rant about that. Another thing that I want to say is I love Jen. Jen is the sister. I loved her. I loved her coming on. I loved her energy. And it made sense because you can kind of tell that Virginia has that same energy. It's just that something has kind of dimmed that and killed it a little bit. But she has that same level of energy as her sister. I think she took the trauma of their dad a little harder than her sister did. But when that sister said, "Can I trust him?" that spoke volumes to me. Okay. This red hat we keep talking about, the red hat really signifies a lot, especially after the last 4 years. After the last 4 years, a lot of people have really stood firm in where they stand. If you are on this side or you're on that side. And with him still choosing the red hat, it lets me know the kind of character he holds. It lets me know how empathetic he is towards other people or certain people that you can't relate with. Like there's so much. This politics is not politics anymore. It's not just voting anymore. It's so much about social issues. It's so much about integrity. It's so much about a lot of these very convoluted issues that people are just drawing this very thick line on, a very thick line in the sand on. So now I'm going to have babies with you, and you don't have empathy for the people that I have empathy with. How is that going to work? And there's a reason why when we see someone with a red hat, we're like, oh, that's them. Because that's what it's become. So I think it is problematic. I do think that she needs to leave him because it tells a lot about his character, and he shows it. He shows it in the show. I'm scared for Virginia. I think she needs to leave. She does. And even the sister said it. The sister was like, if you think that it's not gelling, and she knows her face that she made when he said he has the same viewpoints as our father. Run, girl, run. The sister really said that. Run.
Let me just say this too. I'm going to say that I'm a little bit upset with Virginia though, because I didn't like the conversation with the sister when the sister was like, how are you guys doing? And she was like giving this look like, I'm not doing the best. Can I trust him with my kids? Like, Virginia, I don't think that we've seen any situations where he would be a danger to kids. Like, please tell me, if he is, then that's a real big issue and she needs to run. Because if he's a danger to kids, there's no telling what he'll do to you. But I don't think we've seen any instances where he is dangerous to kids. So I feel like she shouldn't have made that face. Just be like, they're fine. They're going to walk a little dog. Come on now. They're fine. But we have some issues. Just say that. Like, I don't like that stuff. Don't make it seem like Eric is some crazy maniac with kiddos and stuff.
But we don't know what he said about her sister. Maybe he's made very weird comments about her sister, especially with her sexuality. And so is that going to obviously you think my dog is like me, and now you're like projecting your feelings of me on my dog. What are you going to be projecting of my sister on her kids? And with that question, they both looked at the camera. They were both like, should we be worried? So yeah, I think that might be where it's coming from.
Yeah, just to even add to Adjoa, that's exactly what I was thinking. Not safety as in he will harm them, but the same way when he's with Rocky, he's trying to become the master of Rocky. He's trying to now get him to be trained. He's trying to take all this initiative that he's not been called to do. It's the same way where you're taking out the boys literally just to walk the dog, and they'll come back speaking about you don't even know what. They'll come back with all this new information. So I just think, can he be trusted? That's a very far-reaching statement. It's not necessarily, he can't be trusted with young boys because he might do something. No. Can he be trusted with their young minds? That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, so we're quite an intelligent panel here. Would that be the natural message that's going to come across? I think that's what the point Candice is making. That the natural message is not going to be trusting their young minds. I agree with you, Max. That's not the message. That was, I hate to say it, it's a Karen move. Like the way they did that is that sly little manipulation when they throw you with the tears. That's exactly what they did to that. Your name is about to be rubbished out, blood. Because when you make those kind of it's the same thing with Latoya. Forever did the same thing. When you associate people with certain behaviors like that, listen, we can call him covert narcissist, I can rock with those things. But if we start labeling next, like he's now a danger to kids, you are going into a totally different bracket. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so you have to be very cautious with that kind of thing. The mere fact that even that she threw that question in and the cameras caught it and put it there, that's kind of shady from production too, because that's a very heavy label to throw on somebody if there is no truth to this thing that you're saying. We can joke with everything else, you know, or I don't even say joke. We can put everything else and say, yeah, covert narcissism kind of things there. But with kids, we shouldn't be playing with that. So if there is a danger to them at all, production should be involved there, skitting and scatting and getting him out of there, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? Forget Virginia. They should be involved too as well, because it's a danger to the kids. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I would say. In response to what I just said, because I'm here to defend, you know, the situation here with, you know, the Virginia and the Eric thing. Again, I want to make it very clear, Eric is Eric. We know that already. But y'all be cutting Virginia way too much slack. And then you be saying, oh, her trauma. I don't care if it's your trauma. You got the same issues a lot of us have got when we have trauma. You cannot be excused for your behavior, right? That's why I said it's controlling. You're saying, obviously, she separates herself because she's scared that she'll merge herself with Eric. I'm like, no, darling. When you want to sleep on people's couches, that's got nothing to do with your trauma. That's to do with you wanting to do that. And you have to think, if Eric's not Eric, Eric's a kind man. She gets Miles. Miles is dead. If she gets Miles, she becomes a toxic one, which is what I'm saying. Don't give her the bly because she's got trauma, because her behavior becomes abusive and it becomes controlling when someone else is not as strong as Eric. If he's soft and like, oh, well, you want to go to your friend's house? I don't think that's the best idea. Well, I'm going. We'd all be cussing her and saying, this is controlling behavior. What are you doing? Why are you just going to the man's house and not saying anything? When Karen did it to Miles and didn't turn up the next day, I didn't want to call him, didn't want to message him. We were all, well, some of us were cussing. Not all of us were cussing. Some of us were cussing. We were cussing. So it's like, I'm not saying that Virginia is the worst out there. I'm saying we're giving her a bly. We're kind of scooting past saying it's trauma. You know, when your trauma is being triggered up, yeah. And so, but your behavior is appalling. It's abysmal. It's abysmal. Of course you can push back. Push you back now.
All right, okay, Quinta. So when was the last time we heard her talking about this couch? We haven't heard her talk about the couch.
This episode. This episode.
Exactly.
This episode.
Exactly. Because this episode, she said to whoever was interviewing her, was it Pastor Cal? She said to Pastor Cal, this week has been horrendous. This situation is actually trying to break us. So yes, she reverted. She hasn't talked about the friend's couch for over 2 weeks. We haven't seen her with the drink. Yeah, but she hasn't. But Virginia doesn't hide.
We really sorted that issue. Pastor Cal really said that's not a no-go. It should be a no-go. So the mere fact it's coming up again is problematic. You're pushing buttons again. That doesn't. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it got brought up not because it was a flashback. It got brought up because she wanted to do it again. She wanted to go on a couch again. Sis, why you want to go on a couch? What's the couch doing for you?
Because Eric is moving mad. Eric has been moving mad.
Her slack now.
Eric has been moving mad this week. So she's like, well, let me one up you too. I'm going to move mad. I'm going back on the couch.
No, I get what you're saying, Coach. I don't disagree with you. And I'm not cutting her slack. I just think this week I was able to see the human side of her. And she really expressed her fear of not wanting. But I'm not cutting. I mean, she's still, the only thing is that she's neck with this guy. The only thing with him is you see these covert things, these little things that are flashing. So me swinging to being, I'm not necessarily Team Virginia, but me swinging to the side is
Lola, your thing's cutting.
She was authentic in that moment. Oh, can you hear me?
Your audio is cutting.
I said she was authentic. Can you still? Okay, hold on. Let me try something else.
Yeah, because it's cutting.
Because this is important. I was saying,
she seemed authentic just in that moment. But I'm not cutting her slack. She still is who she is. And she's not weak and she's not a victim. She's strong enough to at least go neck and neck with him. At this point, we'll see. I don't know how far it will go. So, no, I mean, everyone does have a different opinion. But my thing is, I'm sliding towards her this week just for that one thing. That's it. That's it. Because she was authentic and honest. But the rest of it, you know what? They could both be wearing red hats at this point. I'm done.
Let me leave her neck a little bit then. It's a bit sore. All right. Wait, who hasn't spoken on Virginia? Wait, have I heard Kenny? I might have gone to downstairs because I have to go into. Have I heard Kenny on this topic? Yeah, Kenny, have I heard you yet? Oh wait.
I think so. Yeah, I talked about her.
Oh, who hasn't spoken then? Hasn't everyone spoken about?
I think David.
David, have you spoken about Virginia? And everyone's done it, even David.
David says he's not interested. David says he's not interested. Like, can we go to my honey now? Can we go to my honey?
All right, let's end on the last one then, guys. I really love the conversation. Thank you, guys, man. It's been a good conversation, man. Jacob and Haley, obviously, the Jacobians are in the house. The Jacobians are in the house. Their man was looking spicy today.
Oh, baby. Zaddy
oh, Lola, you want to talk for the team? Go for it.
Oh, Zaddy was looking hot, yo. He was part of the beard gang. He was looking right. Then he had a little suit jacket on. I don't know what the bottom looked like, but he was like, look, Didi, you can hate as much as you want. Zaddy was looking nice this week. Like, I blinked twice, like, you know how you've been hanging? Oh, really? Didi's gonna put up his camera? You know how you have a friend and you guys get on really well and da-da-da-da. And then you blink twice, like maybe like a year later, blink twice and say, oh, that person's kind of attractive. Like, I've always said he's attractive, but this week, Zaddy was looking nice. So anyway, let's go past the physicality of it all. So, I mean, he's still consistent. Clearly, even when I think he saw Dr. Pepper, when she asked him the questions, she asked him if he still wanted to continue. Or she asked him what was good. He says what was good for him is that he still found her attractive. And yes, he is still willing to continue to see. Now, what was brought to his attention was that he hadn't really made an effort to, maybe bring her in to attract her. And in conversation with her, he, honestly said that she gave off these vibes after she kind of switched off the hot cold thing in Vegas, that she just gave him vibes like she did not want to be disturbed. And I get that. It's like, because if you think about the man-woman thing, yes, men definitely do the approaching, but the woman has to have the warm smile. She has to look enticing. She has to look inviting for him to come in and say, hi, hey, girl, what's up? Hey, baby, how you doing? And she wasn't giving off those vibes. So he sat tight and didn't try and interact with her. So he explained that. And then, with her little interview, and I hate to always come down on her, so I'm going to be really light with her. But the little tears she was giving really didn't move my emotions either way. I'm just looking at her like, Karen, what's your point? Oh, I feel like you've been a failure. You didn't try anything to be a failure, so I don't understand what she was upset about. So once again, I'm not feeling her, but I just want to talk about Zaddy. Zaddy was looking nice. Ajoa, I understand. I know you're trying to come through. I ain't going to block you or anything. But sis, may the best woman win.
Hey, let's go, Jacob. DMs are open, Jacob. DMs are open.
Jacob, we on you like ride this week. Yeah, so that's all I have to say. I'm loving how Zaddy was looking this week. The beard gang was really looking good on him, and I'm just here for it. Like, I want him to be done with Haley. Then he can come talk to a real woman. Boom. I'm done.
I'm hearing that. Let me hear from another those who are not of the Jocobites, the Jacobians. Let me hear from resident opposite team. Didi. How you feeling about Jacobtis today, man?
Oh yeah, Didi, smoke me. Let me hear it.
Look, talking to Jacob is like talking to a wall. You understand what I say? Look, Haley brought up some good things about him, saying like he's very reliable, he's very successful, all this and that and the third. But how can you be with a man like that and you cannot enjoy your life? Because you tell him something exciting that happened, like the highlight of your day, and Jacob will be like, yeah, well, I had some meat sweats today. Like, like I don't know, like Jacob emotions. Yeah, it's true he don't like Haley. I get that. But from the starting of this season, Jacob have been all about like talking about giving those corny jokes, talking about himself. And let's not even talk about the time Haley had to get drunk to actually try and see if she liked Jacob. And for me, if a woman have to get drunk to see if she like you, there's something definitely wrong. If not even that, he did well. Because then after that night in Vegas, it got worse. Things got worse. So yeah, I think he needs to. I think if maybe probably he listened to Haley a little more. I'm not saying Haley is the best, but I think if Jacob paid more attention to Haley from the starting of the season, I think things would have gone differently. Because Jacob, they still try to smash. Why is Jacob still trying to smash? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is Jacob still trying to smash when he and Haley doesn't have a connection? They don't have a connection.
That's true.
And it's all through his fault.
But don't blame it on him, though.
Well, tell him. I mean, those neon lights he had in his apartment was a real like all that turn Haley off. Like you have that big neon light. Who wants to come in the house and see some neon?
Uncle D.
No, Jacob is turning Haley off day by day. Yeah, he made an effort by trying to change clothes and stuff like that. That's what she wants, but it just didn't work out the way she wanted. For me, if I'm going to court a woman, I'm going to listen to what she has to say. I'm going to listen to what makes her cry, what makes her happy, what makes her sad. And then I'm going to listen to her language, her body language, listen to, you have to do those things. But then that's where he fell short. And then he's still falling short anyway. That's all I have to say about him.
Okay, Daddy, but one quick thing, Didi, let me ask you this. You made a perfect point. I love the flowery stuff you said. You're going to listen to her. The ladies in the chat are going wild right now. Okay, but listen to this, sir. If you're talking, you approach a woman. If she seems frosty and she don't want you, you're going to keep talking or you're going to keep listening? Nah, sir, you're going to move on to the next chick. Sir, like you're just making everybody's heart palpitate.
But just remember, Lola, it's a marriage. It's not somebody you met. It's not somebody you met at 7-Eleven or at Walmart. It's a marriage.
But they're still strangers, though.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. He to me didn't put enough effort in getting to know Haley. He was just.
I will take that from you. Maybe he didn't put enough effort in, and that's something in him too. He has some insecurities. It's not easy being a man, right, Didi? It's not that easy. It's not easy taking the lead. It's not easy being head of household. I won't take that from you. You're right. Okay, you're probably smoother than he is. We're not going to take that from you. But please, my Zaddy, he's doing okay. I have a problem with him. I found him attractive from day one. He hot. Zaddy.
Ruined.
Okay, you want me to be honest about Jacob looks? Every time I look at Jacob, you know what I see? The Joker. In Batman, but like he looks exactly like the Joker. All he missing is just paint his face, put the little lipstick, and he's the Joker. Jacob is, I don't know what you're attracted or what attracts you all to him, but
Didi, that's how you're gonna play my man.
Come on, Didi, we can admit today. He looked good. Come on,
say it.
Come on, Didi, we can say it today.
Zaddy, repeat.
Come on, just today, bro.
What Jacob was missing was that purple suit to look like the Joker. I'm telling you, Jacob, no.
Just
Jacob,
say, hey, Zaddy. Just say Zaddy one time. Say one time, Zaddy.
No, Kojo, no.
He was smoking. He was the beer gang.
Come on, man.
Come on now, say it. Say it one time.
Okay, bye.
You know what?
Hater.
I think Jacob is a fabulously good looking guy.
Thank you, sir.
But he doesn't listen well.
Kojo, my advice to you.
He's still stuck.
Kojo, let me give you.
Go for it.
Kojo, change your glasses, please. I think your glasses. I think it comes to a point where you need to change your glasses, Kojo. I'm sorry. I am sorry.
Didi, you're feeling
listen, he's a good-looking
guy.
He is a good-looking guy.
Period.
It's I just feel like he could use a little touch of color in his personality. It's a little black and white at the moment. Just need a little touch of color to his personality.
We can put some color.
He's really not a good listener. He's not a good listener, and he doesn't know how to stem conversation, and that's problematic for someone like, for instance, and both of them seem like people who are going to listen more than actually talk. They need someone else to kind of vibrate off. So it's making, they're at a stalemate basically at the moment because he's not a stimulator, she's not a stimulator.
Yeah.
Both of them, they need that.
Yeah.
That's why he works so good with Bri, because Bri's a talker. So it's like that, and he can just kind of bounce off that. So he needed someone who was going to give him that energy to be able to then see more of Jacob come out. So it's unfortunate. It's a stalemate, but he's not just quiet. It's a little bit bland. I like Jacob, but it's a little bit bland. Just a little bit. It's a little bit bland. It's like it just needs a little bit of a seasoning just to make it go.
And we can add seasoning, and that's no problem. Look.
Maybe you guys are the seasoning. You know what I mean?
The Maggie cube will just make it,
Kojo,
thank you.
Kojo, we all have Jacob in our house. You know why? Because we can talk to the wall and we're talking to Jacob. Jacob is in everybody's house.
Didi, you're
He's
a hater.
In the chats.
Didi, you're
And right now he's in everybody's house.
You're my brother, but you're a hater. Like, you hating on my man. You're a hater, sir. Sir, there's love here, but you're a hater. You need to take that stuff back and say Zaddy one time. Say Zaddy just one time. Zaddy.
Oh, freaking hell. All right, listen, Layla, talk to them, bruv. What are you saying? You're middle ground normally, so go for it.
I am middle ground on this. All I can say is, you know, if we could drink the tears of Karens worldwide, we would solve water scarcity. The victimhood is too much. It's too much. Like, why are you crying now that you've been called out? Dr. Pepper says, it seems like Jacob isn't willing to change a lot for you. It seems like you haven't been willing to change anything for him. It seems like you want a man who's just going to slot into your life as it is, which is basically an accessory. And then we get tears. Girl, I mean, she's the only problem I have with Haley, and I'm going to get to Jacob afterwards. The problem I have with Haley is that she takes no accountability for her role in the dynamic.
I agree.
Yes, Jacob is dry. Yes, Jacob is awkward. But he looks like he's at a loss it looks like he's thinking way too hard about what he should say next. And then you see him just give up, and then you see him settle in giving up, almost like, well, whatever it is, what it is. In the preview, the way that he said something like it's awkward, and she just jumps up and like runs out the room. She's waiting for a way to just be like, it's him. Look, I tried. Look, I just tried. Did everybody see me just try? And then do you see what he did? So it's his fault. I just don't know why they keep pretending that they're going to keep working at it. I don't know why they keep wasting our time. I would much rather see Haley talk this through with her friends and family or go to therapy. I would much rather see Jacob, you know, talk to his friends and see if they can hook him up with someone else. I don't need to see them trapped in this dynamic that neither of them is able to break free of. It's just not interesting. But yeah, to the point of Jacob, you know, I would be very frustrated as well if he was not giving me anything. Her condescending attitude and tone is very easy to pick up on. It's like an air of superiority. It's an air of, I'm better at social skills than you, so you're beneath me. It's very middle school. It's very, you can't sit with us. And I think he picks up on that every time. But she's not willing to admit that she does that, so they're not going to move past it. But yeah, Jacob has been exposed the last couple episodes for his part in this. If she's going to tell you her stories and you're not going to react, if you're going to act like you answering a question just head on and then just leaving it there and just letting you both just sit in the silence of you being done answering your question is acceptable, if you're going to act like that, then you have to take responsibility for that as well, Jacob. You know what I mean? Because that's not pleasant, just as far as an exchange between two humans who share the same living space. So, you know, I like I said, I'm done watching them. When they said, let's try, when he said, I'm willing to try, if you will, it's coming from a place of fear, desperation. I'm getting older. I don't want to die alone. This is it for me. Why does he think it's his last chance at love? I don't understand that. And they gave him a 28-year-old and she's just exacerbating his fears of aging. So, you know, blah.
Thank you very much for that. Candice, you're also a residential outside of the Jacobians as well. So would you like to give your verdict?
Yeah. Sure. I hopped on the train last week and I got off at the next exit.
I was about to say choo choo, and then you said the train. Didi, don't even say anything.
I'm waiting at the next train station, but I don't think I'm hopping back on. Jacob, trust me, Haley, like I said before, I am not a fan of Haley at all. Haley and her tears and the drama, I have no words for her. But Jacob he's still all about the sex. Even when they were talking, he was like, okay, yeah, I didn't know you wanted me to flirt with you or to hit on you or something. She doesn't, Jacob. She doesn't want you to hit on her. Like, let that go, sweetheart. Like, it's like it's going over his head. Any conversation they have where she's trying to pretend connect, he takes it to some kind of physical something that he thinks she might want. She doesn't want anything from you, Jacob. And I wish she'd just take his toys and leave. Pack your bag and leave the house and just walk out with some dignity. Because Haley, I'm just through with her. But I had to hop off that train, guys. I'm sorry. I got off. That's all I got because they were kind of boring to me this episode. Yeah.
Hi, Candice.
Hi, Dee Dee.
Please, Candice, don't encourage him. Candice, don't.
I'm sorry, Lola. I had to hop off. Poor Jacob. I don't think he does it intentionally. I just think that he's just a little bit clueless when it comes to that. So I think deep down he's a sweet guy. That's all I got.
Ken, I know you don't particularly feel for Jacob in that way. So what was your kind of thoughts on Jacobian? Nothing to say? Totally understand.
What? Kenny, you're not down with the swerve? Kenny,
Less said
Maria!
better.
Oh, Maria has something to say. I know she does. Maria, don't worry. He's coming to you because he wants your smoke. I know you got some hot to say. But Kenny, you don't have anything for him? Not even a little zaddy, like zaddy?
She doesn't have anything.
No way. Yeah.
Hasn't got anything. Nothing at all.
That's a no. Not even the beard, Kenny. Not the beard or the tie.
Okay. Y'all are going to drag it out of me. You are going to drag it out of me. All right.
Scared.
Come to me.
So in our other private chat, Jacob has some nice legs.
Ooh, go ahead, sis.
It takes one part. It takes one part of the body to pull you in. One part. We'll take the legs. We'll take it.
I'm not looking at his face.
The legs.
I'm not looking at his face. Just he has some nice thighs.
We'll take what we can get.
Take what you can get. Take what you can get. He has some nice thighs, and because I'll break it down just a little. Humor me before I go to Maria, who probably has serious commentary. But y'all dragged this out of me. I was trying to keep it respectable.
Come on, break it down.
But men usually skip leg day, but Jacob looks like he has a balance. Monday, Tuesday top, Wednesday, Thursday bottom, Friday, Saturday rest. He looks like he balances both of them out in the gym, so I'll give him that, and he'll make a woman happy, not Haley. So I'm just bidding their time. I don't really care about them. So
thank you. It's that keto diet. That keto diet keeps your muscles.
Yeah, he looks like he needs a better vocabulary as well.
Didi,
Didi is just on his neck.
Shay, he won't release his foot.
Release him.
Release him.
Release him. David, what's your thoughts, man? What's your thoughts on thing? If you haven't got much to say, we still need to hear from you, sir, man.
Definitely. Hey, shout out to Maria. Welcome back on the show. I was just gonna say that I think the truth is that Haley doesn't really like Jacob. She doesn't really like the dude, and she's kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place. She can't really tell him that she doesn't really like him. So every time she's kind of stuck, she just starts crying, and she's like, "I'm trying," and whatever. And Dr. Pepper kind of God had to see that because they show these whole clips of where he's doing things to actually make her happy. We talk about all the AT stuff. He's buying shirts. I mean, she bought him shirts. He's wearing them. He's not shutting it down. She's telling him what to do. He's doing it and trying to make her happy and things like that. And Dr. Pepper is like, "What have you done to change to make him happy? What have you done to?" And it just goes along. That's the behavior of someone who feels like you need to do all the changes. I don't need to do any changes. You're the one who has the issues. You're the one who needs to step up. You're the one who's not good enough. You're the one who's stuck in the 80s and what. I think we need to put in perspective, these people didn't look for each other and get married. They kind of just skipped that whole process and they're married already. And that's why it's kind of like how I wish I can change something about him, how I wish I can work it out. And I think that's kind of what like Chris was saying, although he's not qualified, to be brought into the example, but he's just like the person, he's like saying the same thing, like, if I was looking for a woman, I wouldn't look for Paige and all that kind of rubbish he was saying, which is totally off the point. But the whole idea is like she's kind of stuck because she didn't look for Jacob. She just got into this position and she's stuck with him and she can't do anything. And like Jacob is trying to do everything he can to like measure up to what she wants in the standard. And no matter what he does with his clothes and whatever, it's still not enough. So it's almost like you don't want to be in that relationship where you keep chasing and chasing and chasing for someone's approval, but like you can't get it. Childbearing. Yes, it's like, it's kind of like a tough one, but I don't think they're really going to last. I think they're definitely going to stay apart on that day, because like I think Jacob is not up for the whole gig of let's keep on. He's not like a Paige who's like, let's keep on pushing it, let's keep on just doing it. He knows it's not working, so he's like, you know what, this thing is not working. She doesn't want to make the effort to level up with me. So I think on that day he's gonna like also like walk away, and they're eventually gonna walk away, because it's obvious she's not the kind of man that he's not the kind of man that she's gonna be looking for and that kind of thing. But I think it's just kind of like the Paige stuff, because like they asked her like, can you tell us like what you like about him? She couldn't say anything really about him. She could only talk about his accomplishments. He has a big house. He's done well in his career. He has done this. He has done. Like, tell us about the guy. Tell us he's sweet. Tell us he's nice. Tell us he's kind. Tell us he's involved. He wants to be with me. He loves me. Or he's making an effort. She can't say that. She's just all about he's got a good career. He's doing well in his career and blah, blah. That's like you're not really getting to know the man. You're just all about like, So to me, it's like he's not gonna like meet up with her, so he's just gonna like give it up and just move on.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that, man. Sound like it. Sound. We've got last few people that are left on, which is I think we have Adjoa and Maria. We have left on the panelists in terms of. Oh wait, have you spoken, Max, on Jacob? You haven't. Okay, Jacob.
No.
Max, what are you saying about Jacob, man?
Yeah, Jacob and Hayley, really, for me, I think Hayley potentially has grown up attention seeking and potentially being in a position where she always believes she either has to be the prize or she is the prize. And so we saw that when Jacob and her went for that, what was it? What's the name of this thing now? Race karting? My head is gone.
Yeah. Go-karting thing.
Go-karts.
Get out here.
Jacob finishing me.
Yeah. We'd be like one auntie, go-karting. And they were having their competition, right? And then, when she won, she was like, oh, I had to win that because, my family's always had these competitions. And if I don't win, da-da-da-da-da. And then even how she handled being a winner, right? No grace at all. She was like, yeah, like she was just so extra with it. And it just was so ridiculous. And even though it was playful, it was quite telling. And even when her family said to Jacob, oh, if she's upset, just kind of leave her to it. She has to have her space. She has to do this. She has to do that. It's the kind of person who you're always pandering to. The world, you've taught them that the world revolves around them. So when she now goes and has a conversation with, is it Dr. Pepper? She's like, oh, this is the most I've cried in my whole life. And it's like, yeah. What about Jacob's feelings though? How do you think he feels being rejected? How do you think he feels being with you? But it's all about you. The world revolves around you. And I think it doesn't help that she's with someone like Jacob, because Jacob's insecure. And Jacob is her enabler. Last week, most of the panel was saying, oh, Jacob's done with her. No, he's not. You could tell he wasn't done with her. He's not done because he's looking to be validated by her. When he's talking to Pastor Carl's like, any questions? Oh, I still need to know what happened, why things went wrong. It's like, really? Jacob still held up on that? Yes, because it's eating him away. It's eating him away. So for me, Jacob has a lot of insecurity, and he is enabling Hayley to continue to behave the way she is. He should have patterned her from day, but because, again, of the insecurity, he's not been able to do that. So ultimately, I just don't think they're well matched, because I think he'll continue to enable her. You know, he keeps telling her, because in his mind as well, he believes that she's really pretty, which I actually think she is. But I think the problem is when you look up to someone and you like adore them and you're thinking, wow, she's out of my league, she's young, she's this, she's that. And when you project all of that and you put yourself down and you put them up, I think you kind of cripple yourself in a relationship like that.
Fabulous points there, Max. Absolutely. I think he worships the ground she walks on. All right, no, that's a bit too far, but he definitely finds it attractive. We are left with our last two people on this particular subject. We are on opposing sides. This is like Darth Maul and, what's it, Obi-Wan Kenobi. This is, that end scene, of legendary status. We have Jacobians and non-Jacobians out here, who are going to give us their particular viewpoints on the actual show as well. So I will let the batting non-Jacobian team to step up to the plate and knock one ball out for a home run and see what happens. Maria, talk to them. Nice to see you here as well. What's your thoughts on Jacobian, man?
Hello, everybody. All y'all looking awesome tonight. Okay, let's get it. Jacob, I'm tired of all of y'all Jacobites out here acting like he can do no wrong. Like, y'all know good and well he has some accountability in this whole scenario, okay? He is responsible for self-sabotage, okay? Like, when you go into a relationship, or like when you're trying to get someone to connect with you on a physical level, you have to present yourself as someone who is attractive to that person. How can you expect someone to want to be physical with you and you are not making any type of connection to that person on an intellectual level, okay? On a personable level? Like, Jacob is doing the mannequin challenge all throughout this relationship. Okay, he out here like, pause, can't compute. Like, dude, laugh, like, wiggle around, like, do something. Like, I don't know. But he's just like so stiff. He's literally so stiff. And I feel like it speaks to his like entitlement to feel like, oh, just because we're married, now we need to be having sex. And he doesn't want to put any effort into actually making that something that is appealing. Like, what have he actually done for Haley? Like, to like woo her or romance her or like make her feel some level of attraction to him. Like everything that they've been arguing about this whole time is the fact that she doesn't want to have sex with him. And he keeps saying how he wants this relationship to work out, right? So I hear the Jacobites like, oh, he's just nerdy. He's just being himself. Like, let him do him and da-da-da. Like, okay, yeah, let him do him for 40 years. And that's why he never attracted no woman to like marry him. That's why he's on this show. Because he knew he had an issue attracting women to stay with him, to be married to him, to have sex with him, all this stuff. And he wasn't willing to learn how to make that happen. So he's like, if I go on this show and they, force me to get married to somebody, then it'll be guaranteed sex forever. Like, that's literally what he's thinking. So all I'm saying is, yes, Haley is a Karen. Yes, she's out here with the alligator tears. Yes, she's making it all about her. Yes, we can acknowledge that Haley is who she is, but let's also not turn a blind eye to Jacob. Like, he needs to have some level of self-growth and development. Why do you think he's stuck in the 80s? Because he doesn't like to change. He doesn't like to change who he is. He doesn't like to try different things and do things different. But you need that when you're trying to be in a relationship with someone and try to connect with that person. Like, miss me with that. Sex is not something that Haley should be giving up if she's not attracted to him. That's the issue that we had with Chris. Ryan too, like, y'all had, a lot of smoke for Ryan, but honestly, like, if you're not feeling it, don't have sex with the person. But Ryan's a whole nother bucket because he got some other stuff going on. But I'm just saying, like, So all I'm saying is, how do you expect her to be attracted to you? Yes, he was making some changes and now he's realizing the facts, but it might be a little too late. We don't know.
I mean, that was a very, very strong, pitch there. I mean, it's going to be hard to beat. That's what I'm saying. Like, Team Jacobite is going to have to come strong. I mean, she mentioned a lot of good points there. So,
go ahead,
Adjoa, we saved you to the last. So,
Adjoa, go ahead.
Do your team proud.
I think that the people who are supporting Haley, I think they're missing the point. The point is not that he needs to do something to make her attractive. That's not the point. The point is that when you meet someone that you are not attracted to, you need to be able to stand in your truth and say, I am not attracted to you. See, let's break it down, right? Jacob is a dork. He is a geek. He is who he is. And yes, we are going to say this. From childhood, he's probably had this issue of people not being able to say, I don't like you, or him feeling isolated or ostracized in school. So you come and you meet this girl and you feel like, okay, I have an attraction to this girl. You stay in, you go through 3 days of the marriage and then you have sex. This is where it gets tricky. Right? This is where it gets tricky. I have now given my body to you. If the roles were reversed and this was a woman, we would not be so kind to what Haley did. I have had sex with you. And now that I have had sex with you, I am going to gaslight you. I am going to lie to you. And I am going to try to make it seem as if when you bring the truth to me that you are not paying attention to me, I will make it seem as if you're making up lies. That's the problem we have. The problem is not that Jacob needs to do something to make her attractive. We're attracted to who we're attracted to. So many of us over here are talking about how Chris looks like he's constipated and he just needs to go to the bathroom, just perpetually, because we're not attracted to him. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not attracted to Jacob. Thank you. We get that. He's not for everybody. And that's why I'll take him off your hands. But at the end of the day, you need to be honest. Be honest about it. Stand in your truth. Say, listen, I don't like you. Yes, I don't find you attractive. I will never find you attractive. I don't need to change your Ralph Lauren shirt into another uglier Ralph Lauren shirt. Just let it be. That's the issue we have. She's not authentic. She is a liar. She gaslights him. And that's the problem. Jacob may never stop eating meat. Jacob may never stop liking neon lights. Jacob may never stop liking onions. And you know what? He definitely is not going to like your hard Brussels sprouts or whatever nonsense that you cook for him, trying to poison the man so he can die. And then you can just say he died. And that's why I couldn't make a decision on decision day. We peeped that. Haley, we peeped that. He couldn't even chew that thing. He couldn't even, and then you blame him for not able to hold a conversation because he couldn't chew. He couldn't finish chewing the Brussels sprouts you made. Badgering him with questions while he's trying to chew this one Brussels sprout. Why, Haley? And then every week your reason for not liking him changes. I don't like him because he doesn't dress. I don't like him because of this. I don't like him because of that. Today, it's because you don't understand where he was in 10 years. What are you saying? Who cares where he's been in 10 years? You have been nowhere in 7 years. Absolutely nowhere. You have been stuck in the same position waiting for this man who got the girl pregnant to come back to you. And you got the audacity to ask where he's been for 10 years? Where have you been for the last 7 years?
Preach.
Where have you been?
Preach.
Stuck under another man who's married. That's where you are. And the audacity for you to be shedding these tears every time she gets caught in a crossfire of, oh, wow, so this is really not going to work. She starts crying. She has no other words but to cry. If she could call a manager, she'd be like, I just need to speak to the manager. I just need the manager right now. Why are you crying, Haley? Why? You know why she failed? She failed because the moment she had sex with this man, she knew she made a mistake coming on the show. She knew she wasn't ready for marriage. She knew she wasn't ready for commitment. She knew she wasn't the type to be vulnerable. She knew it. She knew she had nothing in her to be able to work at what a marriage needs. She knew she had none of it. Because it's not going to be easy. It's never easy to be with another human being and then be able to accept their quirks. It's never easy. But see, the thing about Haley is that she is stuck on one date. Remember, her friend said it. She gets on one date and then she leaves. She doesn't even call. She doesn't even give you the chance to even explain yourself. The thing is, she can't go nowhere. And so we see the way that she treats these men that she dates and the way that she's treating Jacob. She probably calls them and tells them, "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I could date you anymore because your left toe was peeking out of your shoe." How did you see that? How? Haley makes things up. Okay. She just makes things up. She just makes things up as she goes. So who knows? I don't like the way you held the fork while we were eating. You know, it made me know that we can't be married or we can't be long-term. So I'm sorry. That's probably what she does with all the men she's been dating. And now you're going to tell me, for a man who has been so understanding, a man who actually has stood in his own honesty and said, "Listen, I like you. I can tell you would never like me," which is the truth. So let's just be friends. Let's keep it friendly. Yes, I'm hurt. Why would you not be hurt? If any of us slept with a man, and then you have to watch the man, and the thing is, you probably enjoyed it. Maybe they didn't, but you enjoyed it. And you have to watch this man walking around the house every day. You have to see them every day as they reject you every single. Come on, y'all. Can we keep it real? Rejecting you every single second, waiting for you every day, waiting for you to just show who you like, who you are repulses them. Like who you are as a person repulses them. How would you feel? Yeah, Haley can pack her stuff and move on to the next person because Jacob deserves better. Me.
What administration? What a
Joe, I agree with you 100%.
You're not part of this. You're not part of this. I'm sorry, you did not sign up for the application.
Can I say something real quick? I agree with you 100% because if I was Haley and I didn't like Jacob, I would feed him half-cooked Brussels sprouts the same way. But it's all Jacob's fault, okay? That's all I have to say. It's Jacob's fault. So your testimony was good, but Jacob brought that on himself.
That's a low blow.
Shut him down.
That's a low blow. Listen, guys, it's been amazing. We are going to have to draw this sermon to a close. Administration has been amazing. It's been great. It's been powerful. Listen, guys, I want you to pass off and pay. Like the channel. Like the channel. You understand? Like the channel, okay? Share this with somebody. You know what I'm saying? It's a message. All right, we've been on here for 5.5 hours. We have over 650 people on this live. At 5 hours and a half later, well, clap for yourselves. You know what I'm saying? Listen. But no, do you know what? The chat has been mad. Like, you guys have been, kept it real all the way. We've had some really great conversations between ourselves, and I've seen in the chat as well. Great conversations. So honestly, well done again, guys. You've done an amazing job. Audience members, please like the video before you leave. Again, share it with somebody as well. I'll cut out the little parts so that you guys can watch it in smaller parts, because 5.5 hours to go back through that, I ain't gonna lie to you, it's long. So I'll cut it down so you can see it in little mini chunks, and I'll do that for you guys later on this weekend. But guys, we are gonna love you and leave. I would normally do the little conclusions, but we'll be here for another half an hour. So we're gonna end it here, and we're gonna love you and gonna leave you and say stay hydrated, guys. Okay, stay hydrated. Okay, appreciate you guys. Hey, goodbye, good night.